For example, Holdo not telling Poe her plan. Do you genuinely think that that's like fine?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't bother me at all.
So, would your reasoning be because she doesn't trust him?
Yep.
So why doesn't she tell anyone else?
We don't know who she tells.
Okay.
Right.
Why doesn't she tell him the plan once he knows that the transports are being fueled? What difference would it make?
See, this is interesting because, like, I'm not gonna have. Well, maybe I don't know. Maybe, like, see, this is interesting.
Someone correct me if I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
But even if they did, it came to me, the other day, or actually just recently today. I don't think PCs or video games were really meant to have fans. It doesn't seem. Number one, it's not aesthetic at all. It looks crap.
It doesn't go with
That's the reason
aesthetic.
I think why.
Then you're buying shit fans. Scree, hoodie, scree.
That was adorable. What was that?
Indeed.
I just want to pat her head. I don't know if I want to watch it anymore.
I'm a fucking furry.
No!
Are traps gay or not?
Oh no!
I knew it!
Another high five.
Ow, why?
For the record, traps are gay, but fucking a trap is not.
Did you just compare yourself and your channel to the Jews of Auschwitz?
No, I compared the Jews in Auschwitz to my channel because I currently have a much more serious plight than they did.
You're saying you wouldn't fuck your daughter? No, it's just God.
Not because you're a rabbit, but because you're black.
Look what I did. Changing the boat. Come on, changing it. Oh!
The dancing moon night.
A dancing moon.
Oh my fucking god. Kill yourself!
White man. There's no need to feel down. I said, white man. Pick yourself off the ground. I said,
Make America great again! The truth!
Hello, welcome to episode 14 of the Dishonored Wolf podcast. I got Mauler and Rags here, and Fringy might show up at some point. How are you guys doing?
Special.
Go on, Rags, go first.
What?
He said, how are you doing?
Swell. I'm doing great. Things are grand. It's all magical.
God, he sounds depressed. Yeah, everything's so great. Just getting on with life. Life's so great. Writing scripts, making videos, the YouTuber life as it is. How are you, Wolf?
Yeah, Wolf, how are you?
I'm doing amazing. You wouldn't believe it.
All right, then. I don't know why you bothered.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm glad we did this.
I know people that are amazing, so I know how amazing feels. Believe me. Well, there we go.
This is great. Awkward as shit. We're gonna restart. We're here to watch videos. We're here to offer our commentary on videos.
Yeah, because you really care about our opinions more than yourself.
That's all we're good for.
We make opinions so you don't have to.
Oh, God. Speaking of which, I had to watch a certain someone's review of Force Awakens that I was saying, because it's in prep for my video. I haven't seen a Nostalgia Critic video in a long time, happily.
Oh, yeah, he's a thing. Or he was a thing.
Oh, his skits, man. And it's funny because it looks like it costs so much time, effort, and money, and
you
like
just want to skip them, and you're like,
Yeah.
I don't care. They're not good. Can you skip them?
is it children that that's for?
I don't know. I heard that he just likes doing them.
Because he's got like a whole cast. Like, does he pay them all?
Which is fair enough. If you like something, you should do it. I mean, you know, follow your dreams, of course, but people aren't here for your dreams.
Fuck your dreams.
Fuck your dreams. Because I remember I'd watch some of his reviews and stuff, and whenever they got to the skits, I would skip past them.
Yeah.
It's like all of that work and effort is getting in the way of what I'm here for, and you know I can leave at any time, which is why I did. But man, I was just like, if you could just talk about like the film, that'd be cool. Or if the skits were really funny, then that would be.
I mean, it was like the plague of Channel Awesome. All of them thought they had to do skits.
I guess, and then
But,
you have some other channels who like Red Letter Media is really self-aware, so they're like funny when they do their little tangents.
Oh well, I just think they have way better writing for their skits if you would compare them.
Oh yeah.
Like a serial killer movie reviewer. It's just like, can be funny, but ones where they like dress up as people from a movie and then try and reenact scenes and point some kind of plot hole out during a skit, and you're just like, okay, all right.
I'd rather just listen to some disembodied voice tell me about it.
Well, see, that's what we get these days. Video essays everywhere, like Down with Thrust.
Is that what they're called, video essays?
Well, they're starting to dial back on the essay part of the title, but there are people that still call it that.
It's funny though, because if you write out a fucking ramble, right, on a couple pages, you can then call that an essay, and it sounds so much more intellectual than ramble, doesn't it?
It does. In school, I still called them rambles, and when I was in school too, that's what they were. I'm just being honest. I was like, you want 500 words? I'll come up with 500 words.
Well, in school, an essay was 5 paragraphs, so an essay then wasn't exactly what an essay is.
On YouTube, all it means is this was scripted.
Yeah, I had a script that I read from. I don't do video essays because I don't do scripts.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing. I script my videos, but I've never thought to call them essays. It's like, oh, well, they're a collection of thoughts in a row that are structured. I suppose you could call it an essay. But when you're out of title ideas, and thus you put dash space a video essay, I'm always just like, okay, like we already knew it was that, but sure.
By me.
Yeah. Yeah, I find it funny.
Oh well, I mean, it's like someone made a video I saw on YouTube talking about the term Ludo-narrative dissonance.
Oh yeah.
What?
And I'm like, what the fuck is this? I've never heard of this before.
I know about
it. It's probably a very fancy word applied to a very simple thing that we all
reader response theory.
Red card.
The reason I know it is because it was a criticism against Soma, which was really dumb. Though I'll have a look to see it, because I got I assume before I check it, it's to do with the whole like Lara Croft in the cutscenes of the game is like this, like in the first game she's like really scared, and like she doesn't really accidentally, she self-defense kills a guy, and like she's almost completely shook by it.
About it, and then moments later you're just mercilessly
you're just mowing them down in the gameplay. I think Ludo-narrative dissonance means the gameplay and the story being told are conflicting with each other.
And someone criticized Soma for that?
Oh, he was a dumbass. There's no point. The reason I told you is because that's why I found out what Ludo-narrative dissonance is, because I didn't know what it was. Long story short, they were like, you should be only. It's kind of arguably a spoiler, but the person basically said you should only be playing as one of the people in the game, yet you transfer between bodies, and I was just like, God, I don't even think you understand what Ludo-narrative dissonance is after I googled it.
I don't think he understands what Soma is after playing it.
No.
I still have to play it in general. I made it like 30 minutes in and then didn't really complete it. Not because I didn't like it, but because I was stuck.
Masterpiece.
You're not allowed to not like it. I love that game so much. I love it absurdly.
Well, I was liking it a lot until I got stuck, and then I just didn't try and get unstuck again. I still have to play that. Yeah. I gotta work on not being stupid.
See, that recommendation's easy as well. the game is like 5 hours compared to people being like, "Oh, Molo, can you just complete Witcher 3?" I'm like, "What? I'm a little bit busy."
Yeah, you'd have to complete the first 2 games before you even tried The Witcher 3.
Yeah, and then once I do the main story, I'd be like, now do all the quests, and I'll be like, fuck, I'm gonna be old.
I don't think you don't have to do the first 2 Witchers to do The Witcher 3. It helps a bit, but I don't think you have to.
I mean, there's a lot of nuance between some of the character interactions that are kind of required with the first 2 games. Like, pretty much, if you don't play Witcher 2, then Roach... Oh, no, you don't have to read the books for that. Because the games explain it. I mean, there's references to the books, and I know them now because I've read them, but they're not really required or anything. It's more like there's a character in The Witcher 2, Roach, who appears in The Witcher 3, and if you haven't played The Witcher 2, then you know pretty much nothing about him as a character. So, it'd be kind of weird to not play the first 2 games and then...
It's better to play the first 2, but if you don't, it's not a deal breaker. There's still enough. There's still enough in all of the stuff in Witcher 3 to where it's definitely not. And I think they made the game kind of being like, oh, from the perspective of someone who didn't play the game, we'll make the game, but the people who did play the previous ones, they'll just get more out of it.
Yeah, the same thing happened with The Witcher 2. I mean, you're still going to get a whole hell of a lot of enjoyment out of The Witcher 3, but I'd still recommend playing the first 2 games beforehand, especially in regards to, like, knowing all the factions in the world and the context behind some of them.
I did play the second one. Yeah, I never played the first.
The first one's combat is kind of janky. Some people really like it. I wasn't a big fan because it's kind of like a mix between
that reminds me of The Witcher
and
2 and The Witcher 3 then.
Yeah, but I mean, like, the first one kind of feels like a combination of The Witcher 2 mixed with, like, turn-based, but it's not entirely turn-based. It's like you gotta, like, look in the middle of your screen until you see an icon to tap the button again. It's kind of weird. But the story's good enough that I would suggest playing it still, even though
the second one was
gameplay's
good.
odd.
I played that through. That was fun. That was a good game. That was very challenging.
Yeah.
I haven't played any of them.
Well, one day when you get to free time, you should. It's a journey. It is a journey.
Yeah, the first 2 games are 50 hours alone. I have like 150 on the third, and I still have yet to play New Game Plus.
Can't be that long. I spent more than that complaining about The Last Jedi.
The Witcher 3's DLCs are the best DLCs ever made.
Oh, Blood and Wine is... I mean, that's almost the size of its own game.
I've started Blood and Wine, and I'm just going around. I've done the first, like, a main quest, 1 or 2 of those, and I've just been running around Toussaint, doing this and that, and I'm like, shit, this is better than the base game. This is insane.
Just wait until you see, like, some of the hidden missions, because, like, not all the missions you can find on the boards or our main story missions, but...
You walk around and you find people, yeah.
Yeah, there's one with Roach, not Witcher 2 Roach, but like your horse Roach. That's actually kind of hilarious. And then there's another secret vampire one that's kind of difficult to find, but if you find it, it's fucking amazing.
I want Mahler to play. If he does go through The Witcher 3, I'd love to get your thoughts on the Hearts of Stone villain, who I think is one of the most fantastic villains I've just ever seen on a screen. I just wanted more of him.
Oh yeah, he was really good
on it. And I was like, if I got to the point where I played all of them and loved them and wanted to make a series on it, you realize that would be like in the thousands of hours, probably.
I'd watch it eventually.
I'd watch it. Here's the thing, it's just these games, they are adventures. They're not just like, I'll sit down and I'll play. Like, if you get engrossed in them, you're just like, you're focused. It's like a game like Soma or Hellblade where you just want to focus on it because it just really pulls you in, I think, really well. But I think we've been masturbating over The Witcher and Soma enough.
Yeah. Now we need to get annoyed at Downward Thrust.
Oh, is he on the platter?
Yeah, he's our first one we're gonna dissect today.
All right. So the first one is Downward Thrust. What's he talking about this time?
Grand Theft Auto 5. Looking back after nearly 5 years, did it fail?
He changed the name. Oh no, it's in the fucking title. The thumbnail says, "Did it fail? Did the most successful game ever made fail?"
He did. Yeah. I'm pretty sure he did change it though, because I remember sending you both his thumbnails. Because I was like, yeah. So at first it was called. Oh wait, hang on. I don't know if it. What did you say it was currently called?
Let me.
Grand Theft Auto 5. Looking back after nearly 5 years. Still losing.
So if I've got it here. Hang on.
You going on the Wayback Machine or?
No, I sent it to Rags because I was genuinely, I'm not even like hunting him down or anything. I was just like, how does this help you? I'm really confused. Like, what's the motivation behind it? I guess I've sent it back to you now. So that's the change he made, and you can see from the 2 hours to 12 hours.
Did GTA 5 succeed or get burnt up by greed? The most popular entertainment thing ever, because I think it was more popular than even some movies and shows and shit.
The part that blows my mind is that it still has a successful online fan base and it still gets sold. It's just like, yeah, that game succeeded massively.
It's a cultural phenomenon it's just what it is. It's crazy. Grand Theft Auto 5 sales 2017.
I can't wait for him to do it on Ocarina of Time, just to really just kill his own fan base. Just go for all of the games that are just like the spearheads of generations.
Well, now he's really dialing it back. His most recent video was him like saying, "I was wrong about Warframe." Like, no shit, you were wrong. You blatantly lied about it.
Grand Theft Auto 5 sold 15 million copies in 2017.
That's
in
it?
2017?
In 2017,
that's 4 years after the game came out, and he's trying to say that it, trying to even imply that it possibly failed.
It's the guts thing. You look at this, and like selling 15 million copies of something in a lifetime is a huge accomplishment. Grand Theft Auto sold 15 million 4 years after it came out. For the 4th year after it had come out. That's insane.
I suppose that's where semantics come in, right? So he's going to be like, yeah, I'm not talking about monetarily. I'm talking about, did it fail, community-ishly?
Like spiritually. Like on a supernatural kind of level.
Yeah, and then you can argue him out of all of these standards until he eventually says, "Oh, I'm saying, did it fail from my own perspective?"
Yeah, and it's just my opinion.
All right.
In my opinion,
of course,
it failed me.
Failed. There was it's funny. There's 99% of comments are against him, but there are the odd ones that I did see that were like, "Yeah, their practices for X, Y, and Z were disgusting." And I was like, was that what he wanted to do? Was to make a video picking on some of their choices for the microtransaction stuff? And I was like, could have just done that instead of just crippling yourself. Yeah, you're asking to be fucking shot down by saying something like that. The same thing happened when he did to Dark Souls. He needs to do it for Witcher 3 now as well.
Oh god, if he does...
Witcher 3, did it fail?
I think he actually has done that.
Seriously?
I know he's made a Witcher 3 video. I don't know if it was a did it fail one.
It's funny because he's just the kind of guy where it's like, oh, you just happen to just be in all of these games and their communities and know them really well, did you? You just happen to be someone who's got a finger on the pulse of society for every single franchise that ever releases. It's like, oh, that's good for you, man.
It was actually The Witcher 3. It should have failed.
See, that's just clickbait. Because people will be like, how dare you? What do you mean? The video's going to be like, it was so good, it didn't deserve to be successful because everything that's successful these days is bad. I guarantee you that's probably the message.
I guess we'll find out. All right, go for it. Let's see if Grand Theft Auto 5 failed.
I'm just looking forward to his script writing.
Hold on.
Why does it seem like every good thing in gaming comes at a cost? Grand Theft Auto...
Because that's called price.
He didn't even give examples. I was expecting him to say 3, fucking Mario was good, but
because you have to pay money for it as well.
Is that the downside of
Grand
gaming?
Theft Auto Online. Far different experiences. On one hand, you've got a single-player game crammed with enough quality, mature content, and excitement to make any Rockstar fan poop their pants.
By the way, I know this background song. It's one of those free music things. I was like, I recognize this song. I recognize it.
Oh, you mean you get from the YouTube music editor thing?
No, I don't think it's from the YouTube music editor. It's
It's like a license-free channel.
Yeah, like a license-free channel. I was like,
Oh.
before.
And on the other, you've got an online platform that had the chance to evolve GTA to a place no one had ever seen before. To do it with clean hands. To not let modders, cheaters, grinding, and greed take precedence over a good gaming experience. The reality turned out to be a mixture of both. Love it or hate it, Grand Theft Auto V is one of the most talked about games and has spawned one of gaming's most loyal and frustrated audiences in the industry. Los Santos is chock full of society's most striking problems, issues, and people.
You can hear the metaphor coming in soon, right?
Problems, issues, people. I mean, it... I don't even know.
It's home to a disturbing amount of subject material that has captivated many people and appalled so many others. Few games ever...
We know what Grand Theft Auto is. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, you don't have to explain to us what Grand Theft Auto is. Everybody knows what Grand Theft Auto is and what it's about.
He's got to pad it out, Rags. Come on. He's got to get something in.
He's got to hit that 12-minute mark.
It's like, I'm going to, take the point to be like, I'm going to check out this last 5 years and how it may have changed GTA 5. It's like 14 minutes to do that. Like, I don't think you're going to be able to cover much. It's like, if you're going to... But
like, hey,
sure...
It's like, yes, we know what Grand Theft Auto is. Everybody knows what this is. Get on with the reef thing.
Michael, Trevor, and Franklin, telling a rich and sprawling story of violence, personal betrayal, and the world's most closeted demons.
So where'd you two go when you went out, you and your boyfriend?
And some of those messages...
those were our most closeted demons?
Oh, like in the closet. Like, Trevor is bisexual, I guess?
Dude, you just picture the process. He's like closeted demons, so there's going to be some like anti-homosexuality in the game, and he's like, oh, what's a good example? Oh yeah, when he's like, huh, you faggot, sort of thing. It's like, I'm gonna put that in there.
But that's not being homosexual. Being in the closet isn't a demon.
Well, it's not even that. He's clearly just insulting him. He's like, you and your boyfriend. He's not saying like, it's so bizarre, that choice.
It's very strange that if you are going to... Like, I thought the example that he would use as a closeted demon would be Michael hiding his dark past, where he, like, does terrible, horrible things, like, from his kids and from his wife and stuff like that. Not closeted demons, like Trevor actually might like dudes. It's like, that's not a demon. Fuck.
And, well, is he saying that that's the demon, or is he saying that anti-homosexuality is the demon?
But that's not... that's not this. I don't think so.
It was so vague you can't even tell what he was trying to say.
Violence, personal betrayal, and the world's most closeted demons.
So where'd you two go when you went out, you and your boyfriend?
And some of those messages
implies that you see Trevor's in the closet. That's his closeted demon.
That's
just
the world's most closeted demons too. I mean, what a weird.
Some people are gay and they don't tell people. I was like, okay, I guess that's a demon.
I would think that the world's most closeted demons would be like, oh, I like killed a guy and buried his body under a bridge somewhere,
like,
not like, oh,
so,
I
like,
might be gay.
You know what?
You're
the
talking
problem is
about
because he used the
literally
word closeted.
Center of the frame right now that they didn't use the example of Michael, who is in the middle of the next frame and is centered in the shot. The person that they should have used as the example of closeted demons.
I mean, I just think it's confused. I don't even know what he's trying to say with what he just said. That's my problem. I just love it when he uses clips because they're never relevant to what he's saying.
Bilbo.
Meant for the eyes of every gamer. Grand Theft Auto V is known for its greatness to many, but also labeled as an entertainment product that perhaps went too far, with its online mode allegedly exploiting gamers and squeezing every last penny out of their pockets. All the while letting modders, hackers, and cheaters run rampant, turning the online space into an all-you-can-eat, screw-everyone-else buffet. And also a game that was too extreme, sexually violent, and radical to be safely sold to consumers across the globe.
That's not true.
Australia, I mean,
there were some stores in Australia who did not sell it, but I think that this was limited only to some Australian stores.
I mean, hasn't Australia always been kind of...
Is it banned from global market? It's like, no, it was some stores in Australia. It was some Target stores in Australia.
For anybody who doesn't know the game, he's trying to imply that there was actually some really explicit shit in there. It's like there's nowhere near as bad as what games can get
Oh yeah,
Done.
it wasn't even really that bad. Really, the worst thing about it was just language.
It's a game so popular that everyone seems like they want a slice of the pie. Over 10 major lawsuits have been aimed at Rockstar, from Shag from Cypress Hill to Lindsay Lohan's claim that her likeness was used to create the character of Lacey Jones. There was even a lawsuit from 2 GTA players. GTA Online was so anticipated that 2 of those people sued Rockstar on the account that Online wasn't available.
This is really bad background music. It's distracting.
Not just that, but why are you even bringing this up? The 2 of them sued because they couldn't play the game on release. Obviously, they would have had server issues.
Like, who would? Why would you even pretend that that's something anyone should take seriously?
And plus,
I'm assuming they lost because that's retarded.
Well, yeah. And it makes you wonder, what does this have to do with if the game failed or not?
Yeah, look at this. It literally says especially embarrassing in this article he's showing.
Any other lawsuits?
Why even?
Gamers sue Rockstar for delayed content. It's like, okay. But even like, it's like, I don't even think that this article takes it seriously that he's showing. Like, even the article he's showing as an example doesn't seem to be taking it seriously. Because it's dumb. And it's really dumb. And I don't think it had any effect at all in Grand Theft Auto's success. Because remember, the question is, did it fail? Right, that's the question being asked.
The titles of his videos aren't relevant to the content in his videos, like, ever.
I guess not.
Sound ridiculous, but they are real, and most of them were settled or dismissed outside of court. There's a lot of money to be had with Grand Theft Auto, not just in the game. Today we're going to look at what many consider to be the greatest open world game ever made, its controversial online mode, the
What's
sales...
with the way he pronounces shit, man? The greatest ever made? It's like he sounded almost like he was getting exhausted from it or something.
I mean, the fact that he just said many people consider it to be one of, if not the greatest open world games ever made, and yet his thumbnail literally says, "Did it fail?" He's refuting himself. And how long are we into this video? Like 2 minutes?
Graph on
a couple of defenses in his own comment section was saying, hey, at the end of it, he didn't say the game failed. He actually said it succeeded. Why'd you guys have a problem with that? It's just like,
like, well, look at the thumbnail and the red line and how it does a fucking nosedive downward. Did it fail? It's like,
yeah, and see, his defense for that would be, yeah, the thumbnail just represents what might have happened, but I'm going to put I'm going to confirm that did not happen.
The players, the reception, and a whole lot more. All to answer the hard question, did it fail?
Did you need an intro? I thought that's what we were doing already.
If the video started now, it would probably be better, because everything for the last 2.5 minutes was completely useless or irrelevant.
He's gonna repeat it probably, right? Because what he just went through, some of it would have been relevant to this conversation. Well, I don't think it's relevant, but he's gonna bring up the lawsuits, I imagine, because he's got very little to claim against GTA 5.
Now that he's mentioned they were all basically dismissed or they lost, I mean...
Yeah, he mentioned the microtransaction shit as well. He's already mentioned the positives of the game. So is he just going to mention them again now? Or is he going to have all new stuff? Willing to take bets on this?
There's a channel on YouTube called Nerd Slayer, and he has a series called, like, The Death of, fill-in-the-blank game. And they're really pretty good, because they're pretty in-depth. And he goes into the history of the game and what changes happened to either create a mass exodus of players, or what things were requested that never happened, or what changes were made to the game that made it pay to win or something like that. And it's really in depth, and it talks about this stuff, and it's really good. And I feel like this is just a really cheap knockoff almost of what Nerd Slayer does, far better than Downward Thrust. So if you want a series that actually looks at games that died and failed, then I would go to him, because this just seems like padding the video.
Well, yeah, we all know what this is. He's just trying to bank on GTA 5. As we already noticed, this is like the cliff notes of analysis. So we'll have to see if he does anything else. But it looks like he went to the Wikipedia page, or he went to articles or Reddit threads, basically complaining about the game and finding what people hated the most about it.
It's so soulless.
Oh yeah.
2.5 minutes. We should have started here.
Need that long intro as well. People like the stylistic video essay people who do movies more so do stuff like that. You're not them, Down with Thrust. Don't Stop it.
I prefer they just weren't there.
It's
just talk.
It's tactile. It's supposed to make you like sort of feel invested and that this is professional. It's very soulless because of the motivation behind it.
And like Total Biscuit, when he would do his series, WTF is, it was just him playing the game, talking over it.
Yeah.
And it was great because he was just like, yeah, I'm just playing the game and I'm telling you all the things that I'm experiencing right
He
now.
has like the best titles for a lot of his videos. The ones where it just says, I'm now going to talk about, and then the exact subject
for 20 minutes.
For the exact time. Yeah, it's just like, that is literally what I'm going to do. It's like, well, that's honest at least. He's not like, blah, 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 the doom and gloom of GTA 5, a video
I've done
essay.
that once or twice. It's like, I'll talk about this for half an hour, and you'll listen to me, bitch.
Leading up to Grand Theft Auto 5, the idea of an open world game.
Why did he show Assassin's Creed?
I think he's trying to draw a parallel between the idea, Grand Theft Auto and the ideas of an open world game.
Yeah.
That's... Okay.
It was odd.
He rushed that clip a little bit because it was very jarring to be like, GTA 5, did it fail? Assassin's Creed. You're like, wait, what?
That's weird.
And then he doesn't even mention Assassin's Creed while showing Assassin's Creed. I mean, maybe if he was showing a montage of like other open world games, but he just goes from Assassin's Creed for 2 seconds straight back to GTA 5
I feel like when it comes to Downward Thrust, he's talking to me like I'm a fucking idiot who doesn't know anything about games, It's like if
I wish someone else edited his videos. He's like the worst editor as well.
It was like if you're talking about open world games, you can just say open world games can be anything from Assassin's Creed to Grand Theft Auto. Next point. Next point. Like we've established that they can be extremely varied because everyone knows what Assassin's Creed is. All sorts of different premises in the past to modern day. People understand this concept. Let's go.
The thing is, you know what? Some people are going to be like, they're being very unfair, but it's like, yeah, we're giving so much thought to like each sentence that he's providing when he's doing this in his sleep.
It sounds like it's done in his sleep. Like he just leaves a pen in his hand on some paper as he sleeps and he wakes up and he's like, well, I guess is...
What you just said, though, is like what happens with my scripts. I'll go over them and then I'll be like, oh, I just said this and I didn't really inform that sentence at all. So I should probably develop it or at least tighten it up so it actually has a point while literally a redraft.
Maybe he really gets in depth.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Cracked open. GTA 5 was released in 2013, the golden age of the do anything, go anywhere game, brought on by so many action, adventure, and role-playing games like Assassin's Creed Black Flag, Saints Row, and a year later, Far Cry 4. The open...
Yeah, this is another thing I'm picking up on, right? So you had gameplay, and then you had a screenshot from what looked like a promotional thing, and then a screenshot from in the game for 3 different sources. It's like, why wouldn't you be consistent and have gameplay from all of them, or trailer footage from all of them, or a screenshot for all of them? Again, that's really picky. It's just that I don't get him as an editor. He's so odd.
And I don't know... We're back to Assassin's Creed also, but...
Yeah.
The thing is, like, I don't know if I'd call it the golden age, right, of like open world games. I'd say around if I had to bring that point up, then I would say all sorts of, I basically say there were a lot of open world games. There were a lot of successful open world games during this period. And I'm like, I don't know if I'd call it.
Yeah, because some people would probably call it the reverse, right? They'd be like, oh yeah, there was an obsession with open world games.
Yeah, or they'd pan like Far Cry 4, which is a fine game, as just being like maybe uninspired a little bit, or too copy paste and stuff like that. Or Black Flag was,
Didn't discuss politics enough.
I don't know, maybe.
Open World Dream is a tantalizing vision, filled with a limitless amount of content, freedom, and control. It seemed like every game in the coming years would go open world, but GTA had always been a franchise with that motto. The history of Grand Theft Auto dates
thanks
back
for telling us that Grand Theft Auto was always open world. I'm glad you decided to tell us that information.
His sentence just started with the history of Grand Theft Auto. I'm like, what relevance is this going to be? I'm just curious. The history of Grand Theft... Okay.
Yeah, what does it matter in regards to Grand Theft Auto 5? Did it fail specifically?
Yeah, and there's a very legitimate criticism to be made about, like, he was showing screens, like, images from Assassin's Creed Origins, which I think is a pretty good game, but there are legitimate criticisms to be made about the repetition of a lot of the things that you do. It was like, yeah, it's like Fallout 4 or Skyrim. It's like, yeah, there's a lot of places to go, but they're basically the same thing over and over and over again. There's just a lot of them. So you would think that he might draw some sort of a a difference between Grand Theft Auto doing that and these other games doing it. They're both open world, but they're different in how they approach it. But I don't know. We've already burned 3+ minutes, so not certain.
At least this is 14 instead of 10.
Yeah.
With its first game, but most people probably saw first light of the series with Grand Theft Auto 3 in 2001. It was the first 3-dimensional GTA game that allowed players.
See, he's doing the Wikipedia history recap. Why? That's not what your video is supposed to be.
It's like, did Grand Theft Auto 5 fail? Okay, I don't
looking back after nearly 5 years. More like looking back after nearly fucking 30 years or some shit. Like, Jesus.
It's like, did it fail? What does this have to do with that, man? It's like, I don't want a history lesson.
To execute, mission, do whatever the I want. Playing the story.
Oh my god. Did you swear?
The censoring. Just say fuck.
I haven't heard anyone bleep out the word fuck in years.
It stands out. It distracts you. It's like, why did he do that? Why is he censoring? In this game where he's talking about Grand Theft Auto, he's censoring the F word himself.
I know, right? You know my Star Wars critique series, I decided not to swear because plenty of people were asking for it, like genuinely. So if there were swear words in my script, I would then change them to safe words instead of bleeping them out. That seems the most backward, like... If you're doing something live and then you edit it, I can see the point. But like, if you actually put it in your script, like the word fuck, and then you put a note next to it saying, make sure you bleep this, it's like, why the hell, why have it?
And it takes more time to do that because you have to go in afterwards and find the time. You have to get the beep noise.
You just said do it.
Mute the word, and you have to put the beep noise over the word. And it's like, just change the word. Just don't, why?
Or just don't even put the word in.
Hell you want.
Yeah, it's the thing. Just change it.
I don't get it. It's like, does he want to come across as edgy? Because it literally did the reverse.
And the thing is, like, there was a point in Borderlands 2, if you remember, where at the very end, Claptrap says, like, fuck, but it's clearly censored out, like if it was a movie, and it was fucking hilarious, because it was in Borderlands 2, and it fit really, really well, but here it's just out of the, like, what? Who is this video for? I can handle the F word. I play Grand Theft Auto.
Maybe it's for 6-year-olds that want to know what Grand Theft Auto is.
Well, he's talking to me like I'm a 6-year-old, so maybe you're right.
Screwing prostitutes, taking part in mini-games, dating, or just messing around in general. Feel like blockading off the downtown area and shooting up everyone just for the hell of it? Go for it. The cops will come with...
When you were writing your script and you put in GTA, you can just shoot everybody if you want to. Did you really look at that and think, yeah, this is relevant to the discussion?
We know what Grand Theft Auto is. Tell us how it failed or how it did not, please.
Padding, man. This is padding.
Tanks, and you can blow those up too with rocket launchers if you want.
Rocket launchers.
I was about to say, did you see Rocco launch?
If you want. It's like, okay. Rocket launchers.
No, I'll use a sponge to blow up my tanks. Thank you very much.
I'll soak the sponge in gasoline.
Light a match near
it. For its depiction of sensitive subject material, violence, xenophobia, torture.
Sensitive subject material, and then he names all the individual sensitive subject materials, so there was no point in saying that. This is what I mean about the script.
He mentions all this, but still can't go and say fuck without bleeping it out.
It would be like me saying Wolf is holding weapons, guns, knives, and hammers. You're like, the weapons? And you're like, yeah, weapons, guns, knives, and hammers.
We're going to show this actual torture scene from the game, but don't say fuck.
I don't understand.
He's literally electrocuting the guy.
This is what we call
politics,
Ludo-narrative.
sex, racism, murder, drugs, armed robbery, and a lot more. As time went on, these topics became even more graphic and centered, woven into the story.
Graphic and centered, he means like more focused on, I guess. I guess. For a second there, I was like...
I wish he had more focus.
So is the whole point of this saying that it's going to lead up to GTA 5 where they did it the most? Is that what the point of all this is?
And you could have said that. You could have said it in 2 sentences. It's like, over the years, Grand Theft Auto has become more and more visceral with its depiction of controversial, with its controversial content.
Mm-hmm. And then you're done. Unless you want to prove the point and then show maybe how they did something in the first game versus how they do it now.
It's like, yeah. Or you could throw an example. Whereas in the first game, they wouldn't do such and such. Now they openly display such and such.
Mm-hmm.
Next point.
Stories, the people, the city, the heart of the game.
What? What was the relevance of that exactly?
A man showing his feelings is controversial content.
He doesn't set these clips up at all. You're just lost with them. You're like, what was that supposed to mean?
Actually,
it's the allure of a GTA
I feel
game.
like these games
a game
are
for
like
the
going on an
sorry.
adventure.
Yeah.
That's what I feel like. Where will this adventure take us? Where will we go? What will we see in this downward thrust video? Will we get to a point? Will
we see Assassin's Creed again? I hope so.
By the way, we're 4 minutes into a 14-minute video, and we have not talked a lick about whether or not.
Well, it's not just he hasn't got a scale either. He hasn't. You know, like if I said something failed and you knew it made money, and then I was like, oh, I mean, it failed to live up to its promises. It may have made money, but it failed to do that, and you'd be like, oh, okay, and you could prove that. He hasn't even told us what his scale is. Like,
how do you determine, whether it failed or not? I know when NerdSlayer does his death of a game videos, he's like, when I say death of a game, I mean it does this, this, or this, and you're like, okay. Proceed.
Yeah, like if there was 0 players on GTA 5 now, that would be another example of how the game fell out of relevancy completely.
Yeah, it's like if there was a mass exodus it never recovers from, or if the player base gets so small you can't get enough games, or its reputation is tarnished beyond repair, stuff like that. It's just as long as you explain it up front. But failing, I mean, that's the thing. Anyone looks at this title and they're like, of course not. It didn't fucking fail. It sold 15 million copies last year, and it's 4 years old. Nah.
The gamer that can stomach the often grotesque, crude, and unsightly actions brought on by people, portrayed often in a pill.
Dude, really, you're showing that and you bleep your swear words.
It's like and the thing is, like, I heard about the torture scene before I actually saw it, and I was really, like, disappointed. I thought it would be, like, something really visceral and gritty, but it just really wasn't. And it's like, because what you're actually seeing isn't really anything. He just hits him with a hammer. You just, fill in your head, oh, that would hurt. It's like, okay, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of like that
hard to
Black
swallow.
Ops torture scene.
But cast aside all of that,
Yeah.
and what's left is one of the most compelling free-roaming games on the planet. There's nothing like cruising through a GTA city, free to do as you please. Want to rob a bank? How about buy that peachy beach?
You already did this.
You already did this. You already. Why did he steal her hat?
It was
Fucking
pointless
shit.
the first time, and now you've done it again. Oh, downward thrust. You're so reliable.
Why does this man have a golf club? I don't understand. What is this, a golf course? Why did he steal her hat?
Someone in the face, or challenge another player to a race in GTA Online, or take part in a heist. It's gaming's most attractive playground.
What?
Okay.
I guess that section's over.
The lead up to
so
the
lead up
analysis.
Wait a minute.
Isn't that what we were just doing?
I'm gonna go piss. I'll be back in just a minute. You two you talk about something. I'm gonna go piss.
Okay, so he
spends
says
all that time talking about the fucking things that you can do in the game. Like, you can go on a rampage. It's like, didn't he say something like it's one of the most free, open experiences for gaming? And then he's like, now it's time for the game analysis.
I mean, it's like he called that the lead up in a video where he's specifically supposed to be talking about if GTA 5 failed. He led up to it by explaining a Wikipedia history of what GTA in general is, and mentioned nothing about GTA 5 in particular. And that was the lead up.
Said that it was like more. Well, we were trying to say that he should be saying it's more controversial than new, and if that was his point, but I'm not even sure if that was his point.
I don't know what his point is supposed to be.
I'm sorry. I adore how much it just cuts himself off. Like, that was beautiful. He was just like. But
I can't wait for him to make a game analysis in less than 10 minutes now on GTA 5.
Yeah, it's gonna be like a 2-minute section probably.
Yeah, what I was saying, like the lead up, right? The lead up will set the circumstances by which you will judge if the game has failed or not. So you will do things like I keep referencing NerdSlayer because he does a really good job of it. If he's doing a setup, he's saying, this is the company who made it. These are their financials. If they don't make X money, then the game could be a failure. Here's what the industry is like at the time. So we are setting the scene for discovering why this game came into popularity at all, or what are the stakes if the game fails? Things like that. None of what we learned was really a lead up, because it just told us shit we already knew. Like, there were Grand Theft Autos before this one, because this is Grand Theft Auto 5. Gotcha. And
you ready
can
for the
do
game
anything
announced?
you want.
The 3 or 4 minute game analysis.
What was the first section called? Do you
The
remember?
lead up.
The lead up.
Ugh.
So I'm sure he'll put the anal in analysis for us.
So excited.
I'm thrilled.
Grand Theft Auto 5 throws the player into the world of Los Santos with its sunny beaches, long.
Did he not say this already?
Oh my god.
Definitely
He did,
talked about
because-
Los Santos and its people and the open world.
Yeah, because remember at the very beginning he had those little on the right hand side, like people, characters, or settings,
Issues or
or
something, yeah.
Issues, right? He never explored those, but yeah, he already said this.
Windy roads and bikini-clad women. You play
Windy
Not
roads.
to be confused with the bikini clad men, which are totally different.
Or let's just go through all of the different clothes that women wear in this game. It's not just that. I don't know. It's just a weird thing. You know that he's just stocking this up. He's like, I gotta say something that sounds
Beaches
whimsical.
and women in bikinis. It's like,
Plays 3 different characters with 3 different goals, yet to all find common ground to help each other out along the way. From the opening robbery to the bank heist, to the assassination, to the airport chase, or the cracked up, men-hating woman on the bike, there's plenty to do. And
Doesn't show any of this.
I was about to say, what is the? Funnily enough, I'm assuming you guys have played this game. I haven't actually touched it.
Grand Theft Auto 5. It's actually really good. The
I'm sure it
single
is.
player alone is really, really good.
The reason it's interesting is that as a viewer who hasn't played the campaign and he just said all that shit, I'm just like, okay, don't know what any of that meant.
The world of Los Santos. Many would argue that the campaign for GTA 5 is quite possibly the best in the franchise. The combination
But it
of
failed.
See how non-committal these statements are from him? I really hate it. It's like, I guarantee the sentence originally was GTA 5 has the best campaign across all the games, and he may have
But that's an
decided.
opinion. Oh my god.
Well, he's like, I can't be asked to argue it, so I'll just put right at the beginning, many argue it. There you go. It's like, okay.
It's okay to say that it had an excellent campaign. It's
Exactly,
okay to
like-
you can take a position. Like a lot of YouTubers don't want to do that these days. It's like it's okay to have an opinion or to take a position.
I think it's the
okay.
fear of being, I don't know, you'll be criticized more so if you make statements like that.
I guess maybe. I don't know.
story
They
moments,
must be worried about it.
extravagant missions, and free-roaming fun makes for a very enjoyable experience when you put them all together. Not all the missions are great, and some involve doing repetitive chores and tasks, but the monotony of the few doesn't taint the experience and the excitement of the many. Overall, the 30 to 40 hour campaign, depending on
What is
completion,
with
was
the
absolutely
incredible inconsistency with the graphics in each of these clips?
The dog represented running the fuck away from this video. On the beach, the aforementioned beach.
Like, it's
It's such a
irritating the
clusterfuck of
hell out of
thoughts.
me how the quality is just, maybe it's just the video quality on my end, but it looks like the graphics are like on low on some of these clips and on high on others.
It is. They are very inconsistent, aren't they? Like some look like they're
Well,
played with a controller. Some...
I don't get why he uses screenshots randomly. It's the most like, don't you have the whole game recorded? Like, huh?
amazing. It encapsulates everything you've come to expect from a GTA game, including a big amount of humor to offset the obscene violence
A big amount of humor.
A big amount.
present in many scenes.
I'm driving. You can jerk me off if I get bored.
My personal favorite
Really? That's the highlight of the comedy?
Wow.
That was it. It wasn't funny. He's just crass.
I was about to say, I'm not even sure that would be considered a joke. It's more of a tell about his personality, really.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it wasn't funny. It was just rude, I guess. I mean, that Trevor is actually my least. Like, I liked him the least because he was just like a mean character. He didn't have much going for him. But I just don't. There are genuinely funny parts in this game. That was a poor example. It's kind of a shame.
missions would be Friends Request, which was a parody on Silicon Valley's culture, The Big Score, and The Merryweather.
See,
The
he
Big
says all this-
Score?
He says all this, like, we know all of this. I just don't even understand, like, what. So this is directed at people who know GTA 5, and you're going to tell them whether or not it failed. Like, my point was going to be that I figured this was for people outside of the loop, because it's like, oh, did GTA 5 fail? Because obviously people within the community would know.
Yeah, the thing is, like, you can talk about what the game's about in these very. If you want to just get it out of the way, like the game includes parodies of modern culture, violent bank robberies, and you can do just quick, just like that. And people both who don't know about the game will be like, oh, okay, the game has these things. Instead of referring to specific things like the big score. It's like people who haven't played the game do not know what the big score is. I played the game, and I'm still trying to remember what the big score is.
You said something about a lady. Was there a racist lady on a bus or something? You said there was really oddly specific, and I just remember being like, okay.
There's a woman. There's a woman that you find a couple times in the game, and she's a parody of basically like super feminist, super women power, anti-male kind of thing. And because the whole game is basically a parody of modern culture, and that's what her character is. And like it's funny, like it's a funny character. But he mentioned her, but it's a specific reference instead of saying the game is full of parodies of certain kinds of people or companies or events and things like that, like South Park in a way, basically.
Heist.
Lots of mouths to feed, amigo. Tell me about it.
GTA Online is the other game mode. You start off with nothing, having to grind.
Wait, so are we still in game analysis mode, or is this now the halfway point in the video where we change tracks and go over to the online? Are we doing the lead up for the on? Help me out here, down with thrust.
We're 6 minutes in, and we've barely
He hasn't set any groundwork is my biggest problem.
He's just kind of talked about the game a little bit. But remember, this is a video that's supposed to be about whether or not Grand Theft Auto 5 failed.
I mean, as somebody who doesn't know a lot about Grand Theft Auto 5 outside of the fact that it succeeded massively, I don't really know what this video is telling me at all.
Well, black people can have red hair.
So and there's bikini-clad women.
Jobs and missions to get money. You take that money to buy a car, some weapons, and ultimately some property.
What?
There's no real end goal here. You just live out a rockstar fantasy, screwing around with friends both competitively and cooperatively. Or you can be a dick, causing a lot of frustration and downtime for players that aren't as rich as you. Online for GTA is a great idea, yet it has its fair share of criticisms from loyal fans out there. At first, it was the hacking in the economy. The first cheaters emerged carrying infinite amounts of money, buying...
I'd be fucking pissed if I was that guy.
I mean,
bullets into a dude just so we can run up and one-tap you with an...
Yeah, I mean...
I'd be like, watching this, I'd be like, fuck, I wouldn't want to play that game. That looks frustrating as shit.
Up everything of power and making it hell for new players. Ironically, some of those hackers actually provided charity to the rest of the player base because they had infinite cash, showering them with falsely printed money like a piñata.
Usually falsely printed money.
Like a piñata.
Yeah, I don't know how that's ironic, but whatever.
Also, that's combining metaphors, I think. Making it rain versus cracking open a piñata. I don't know.
Inflated the economy over time, and to compensate for everyone having more money than they were supposed to, Rockstar's future updates focus more and more on items, vehicles, and collectibles, and they cost more money with every update. Everything got more expensive over time. As the years went on, many new players got left behind as it took longer and longer stretches of time in the game to obtain enough money to purchase the goods.
But wouldn't that mean that the cheaper stuff was still available for them?
Yeah, I don't... As someone who doesn't know much about this, I'm just like, I don't feel like I've got the full scope of this system.
Yeah, because every multiplayer game, especially like MMOs and things that use a money system, it's inevitable that there's some kind of inflation, and there are steps that game companies take in order to combat inflation. Be it like, that's why it costs money to fast travel. That's why it costs money to be revived. That's why it costs money to do XYZ. That's why all this stuff costs money, because you have to consistently be able to take away money from players so that your in-game currency doesn't lose value, because it's a game where there's infinitely acquirable money. You can kill mobs and do quests basically as long as you can possibly stand to do it. And if you have a game where there's an infinite supply of money, you have to have a way to drain it. And it's an interesting topic, and one that I wish he would have kind of elaborated on a bit.
I think you should have just made the whole video about this particular thing, because you could have stretched this out and actually explained what actually happened. Because one question I've got for the people who actually did love this game, it's like, so was this nefarious, or was there actual reasoning behind this from Rockstar, or?
Yeah, and plus it's like, did they just keep adding? If they keep adding end game content, that's not necessarily bad at all. as long as there's stuff to do along the way.
Yeah, was
if
this
you don't have a lot of money
free
starting off-
updates?
Yeah,
Because
I
that
don't
doesn't
know.
surprise me. Was there an in-game currency you could pay money for?
I don't know. I never played Grand Theft Auto Online. I just wasn't interested.
This is what I mean. I'm so without information that I'm just gonna have to take his narrative for all it's worth, which I'm never doing that with Downward Thrust.
This has caused the grind of GTA Online today. Without grinding in GTA 5, most people will simply not have enough to get everything they want, especially since there is so much to get.
Okay, but
So
you're not
my
supposed to
question
just be
is-
given everything you want in the game. I mean, that's not
Is he about to
necessarily
set
a
up
bad thing.
microtransactions? Is that what he's about to set up? As in, they brought in microtransactions to appease people who couldn't hack and get their money? Because this, I feel like he's doing this in reverse, like that this was set up from the get-go as a way for them to make more money by releasing more things.
Is like because adding in-game content, like really expensive cars and houses to buy, is like in-game loot and rewards, is not necessarily bad at all. If anything, it keeps players that you have invested into the next goal. The problem is when you have new players who feel like everything is being priced out of their, like everything in the game they can't afford, when it seems like, based on what I'm hearing, that you can still buy everything along the way, just now they've added more expensive in-game stuff.
This is why whenever you see a Downward Thrust video, you need someone who's like, you know, adept at the topic, so you can just poke holes easily. Because we've only managed to poke like logical holes in a lot of stuff that he's been saying, but when you get to like specific features in the game, we can't actually know for sure.
Yeah, we need elaboration on it. It's like it's not like all this stuff he's describing isn't necessarily bad. Like in fact, some of it can be is good. It's beneficial to a game's longevity.
And that's where the shark cards come in. It has arguably turned the game into a massive cash grab or time grab depending on what kind of person you are. Most people...
I don't know what a time grab is.
Well, you're talking about grinding, but
grinding, okay. So time grab.
You could say this about so many different games that are good, so yeah, again, we need more information.
The Witcher 3 is a time grab, and that's a joy to play.
Yeah, it's busy work versus things that are just rewarding and fun, you know?
Towards activities that get them the most money possible, even if it's the same thing they've been doing all day. So it turns into a job. For a new player, it's an environment that isn't really friendly to your wallet or to your schedule. But if you do want to spend a lot of time playing the game, you can get all the items by simply playing and grinding. But for a new player...
You've got to give examples of this. Like, when you're talking about stuff like this, like if I did a video on Dirty Bomb, if you started that game as a new player, and if you wanted to get like on the same level as other people, what would you have to do? How much time would it take? How would you explain? Like, this is a part where specifics would be really helpful, but there are none. There's just these general ideas and concepts. Because grinding is, of course, on a spectrum. Grinding is everything from Pokemon to Warframe and everything in between.
Right now, or a casual player.
It's like if you didn't waste the first fucking half of your video talking about stupid shit, maybe you could have elaborated more.
That
time Dark Souls is considered grindy.
So is online designed around encouraging people to buy these shark cards by making it such a grindy experience.
What's a shark card?
I don't know. I'm assuming it's microtransactions.
I assume so too, but he hasn't actually told me what a shark card is.
Yeah.
Playing the online portion
he'll go
of
as
the
far
game
as fucking explaining what GTA is as a genre, but he won't tell us the specific fucking thing in the game he's actually making this whole discussion about.
Yeah, he'll tell us, like, you've never played Grand Theft Auto 5. You know what it's about. You know, you can grasp the concept of it. It's really, really simple. It's just, then he talks about shark cards, and I have no idea what those are. Are those one-time use microtransactions like Halo? Are they items that you buy? Are they? I don't know what they are. I don't know what a shark card is, but apparently they're bad and people don't like them for reasons I haven't been told about.
Additionally, is difficult when so many people are using the in-game store, getting ahead of you, and worse, griefing you and disrupting your gameplay experience with their money. Cheating with user mods was and is still a problem in the GTA Online community. Throughout the
Isn't
course
that a
of
problem
online...
in general for any multiplayer game that happens on?
Not just that, but that was in his intro. See what I mean about like how he had all this shit in his intro, and the main portion of the video is just the intro, but a bit more fleshed out.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to especially hacking, like hacking problems are, again, they're on a spectrum. It's like, is this like the worst Daisy ever got with hacking, where the game was basically unplayable, or is this hacking where every once in a while you'll run into a guy who slipped through the cracks? I mean, is it enough to destroy the game's reputation, or was it just a temporary thing? I don't know.
I mean, look at the older Call of Duty games and how badly hacked they were. Is it on that level, or is it on... You can't just be so vague about this and expect us to just go with it.
You know, like, did it fail? I was like, I don't know. Tell me, was the hacking problem bad enough to contribute to this game's supposed success or failure? I don't know.
I don't know what he knows.
Well, like, if you're gonna make a video about this, it would have been better to say, like, you know, the biggest controversies of Grand Theft Auto 5, right, or something like that. Where you're like, here were the things.
Yeah.
Even though the game was successful, it wasn't without its share of you know, controversy. You know, you don't make it to the top without getting, you know, a little dirty along the way. So here are some things that fans didn't like about Grand Theft Auto.
Thing is, Rags, Did It Fail is his biggest viewed series. You've got to put Did It Fail in there.
Has made many public...
It's like Trump. Did he win the election? You know, it's like, I don't know.
He may have won it in votes, but he didn't win the moral victory.
Done so. Newly discovered hacks pop up all the time at the detriment of griefing players, ruining the economy, or in some cases, messing with people's accounts to get them banned, especially on the PC crowd, because the PC is open source, meaning no one is safe and every public game vulnerable. Over time, mod
if someone's not a PC gamer and doesn't know what open source is, then how is that supposed to mean anything to them?
Yeah, that's borderline fear mongering
It's
for
like
PC, I'd say.
one of the most classic issues you could have with a video explaining something. You have no idea who your audience even is.
I don't know.
You just switch between.
I just don't like, if you know about this stuff, then you're thinking, I don't even know what you're thinking, because I'm from the perspective of, I've played Grand Theft Auto 5 a lot, but only single player because I don't have any interest in the online portion, and I hear stuff like hacks and open source and shark cards, and I'm completely lost. And he just glosses right over them. He spends more time talking about what the game is about when that's common knowledge that everybody understands.
Yeah, felt the need to tell us that you can go on a rampage and you can do bank heists and stuff. It's like, yep.
You can shoot people. By the way, there's shark cards.
You can drive cars. You can't do that in real life.
Worse, turning from silly to downright
How about he go
hurtful
and
from
tell us
God
what
mode.
Grand Theft Auto as a term means while he's at it?
Yeah, Grand Theft Auto means taking a car. It's not.
God, I'm surprised you didn't do that.
It's illegal.
The game titled Grand Theft Auto, a reference to a real-world legal
to causing real-world monetary damages. The ironic part is that a traditional DLC model
Wait, what? Let me scoot back. I'm confused.
would have actually been far cheaper for gamers and provide them with just as much or more content. But it's less work for Rockstar to do it the other way around, and it nets them more money.
What?
So that's why they didn't do it.
I think there was a skip here. Let me rewind it a bit. Why did it do that? Okay. Okay, here we go.
Newly discovered hacks pop up all the time at the detriment of griefing players, ruining the economy, or in some cases, messing with people's accounts to get them.
It's like, when you say, like, this thing ruined the economy, it's like, tell me about that. Sounds like something that would be worth talking about. Like, if the in-game economy is being ruined, how? I would like to know about this. Like, that seems
Sounds like
it could be
damage the game, man.
Yeah, like, tell me about that. And he's like, oh, it just ruined the economy. Like, oh, at least we know about the dogs on the beach.
Them banned, especially on the PC crowd, because the PC is open source, meaning no one is safe and every...
That article was from March 24th of 2018.
Yeah, at least he explained open source this time.
It's like there were like four or so years, you know, of stuff happening up to this point. It's like articles from March of this year. It's like, could we get some more stuff going on? Like, what's...
Republic game vulnerable. Over time, mod menus have gotten worse, turning from silly to downright hurtful, from God mode to causing real-world monetary damages.
Real-world monetary damages. The person who's here. That's where you just read someone's...
This is a screenshot from the game. How is this real-world monetary damage?
Yeah, that's what I rewinded to see, because it's real-world monetary damage. I'm like, did someone hack my Steam account? Did somebody find a way to get into my steal my personal information through in-game credentials. I mean, that's what I'm expecting. This isn't real world money. This is what you think that someone was charged $93,750 for something they did in the game. Why would you say real world damages and show this? Like, if a game was actually damaging people's real world financials, that's like a huge weird thing that I would want to know about.
Especially if it's that big of a price. You'd have heard about that on the news somewhere.
Yeah, like
you destroy someone's car online in GTA and you get charged nearly $100,000. What?
The ironic part is that a traditional DLC model would have actually been far
info.
cheaper for gamers and provide them with just as much or more content. But it's less work for Rockstar to do it the other way around, and it nets them.
Well, we've gotten such little information about the DLCs and the microtransactions so far that we're not in any position to make form an opinion on it, because he hasn't explained this to us.
He just said though that the online is an easier thing for them to do, and it would have been more content for players if they'd released DLC. It's like, how could you know that either of those statements are true?
Yeah, I have nothing to go on here. All I know is I don't know what shark cards are. Apparently the in-game economy was ruined and no time was brought up on this real-world money thing. None of this stuff is explored. But you spent so much fucking time talking about the beaches and the bikinis that this is just getting glossed over. It's like he's in hurry mode right now.
We're running out of time.
More money, so that's why they didn't.
Apparently the cigar is a
But with
flamethrower.
Rockstar giving free DLC and cash to players over time to offset the grind, other people would say that GTA Online is a pretty solid experience.
Actually,
you just gotta put that farming hat.
I want to nitpick that.
Wait.
Just as much or more content. But it's less work for Rockstar to do it the other way around. And
do it the other way around.
He would have created this, right?
I don't know. I literally don't know what he means. I have no idea what I'm listening to. And no matter how many times I rewind it, I don't know what he's talking about. Like, people who play the game a lot might maybe, because they've read stuff up to this point, but if anything, he's just reminding them of something they already know.
I'm sure they're able to follow it, because he would have gotten his sources from those people.
Maybe. Or,
well,
part of me thinks that he did it so incompetently, even they're like, I don't know, it's like people have been sticking around and playing this game for years, so they would... I don't even know. I just, there's no clarity here. I don't understand what he means.
And it nets them more money, so that's why they didn't do it. But with Rockstar giving free DLC and cash to players over time to offset the grind, other people would say that GTA Online is a pretty solid experience. You just gotta put...
Okay, so they're doing the opposite of the thing that they did earlier, and it made people happy, I guess. Okay. I guess. They started to... People felt it was grindy, so Rockstar gave them some money to set back the grind. It's like sort of a coherent kind of concept in this video.
Sort of, yeah.
Kinda.
Put that farming hat on. But for everyone else, online was just taken too far, swallowed up by the incessant greed of Rockstar. Today it's less about experiencing Los Santos and more about griefing, trolling, and power climbing, unfortunately. So while online can be fun...
Power climbing?
He already admitted that the campaign was, like, great. That still exists.
Yeah, and the thing is, too, like, after 4 years, you know, it's just like a lot of people who've played a game for years and years, they understand the map intimately, and they've done a lot of stuff already, so they're turning to, like, griefing and trolling as ways to get their entertainment. But
he should have titled this video based on GTA Online specifically, because, I mean, GTA 5's campaign, that's fine, but most of his, like, quote-unquote criticisms are all about the online portion, so it really seems like he only put GTA 5 in the title instead of GTA Online to get more views.
You mentioned that the campaign was controversial. You didn't really go into it, though.
Yeah, he didn't talk about it, really. And the thing is, too, that we're basically 9.5 minutes into a 14-minute video looking at if a game failed or not, and he hasn't mentioned sales once.
Maybe how many units it's sold this year.
Yeah, how many units has this sold? You know, how much money did they make? How much money do they continue to make? Like, he hasn't... Because, like, the games live and die on the money that they bring in, and he hasn't mentioned it once. No numbers, no anything about the game sales. It's like, that's what I would have started out with. It's like, Grand Theft Auto 5 is a cultural phenomenon within gaming that sold over 90 million copies in a span of 4 years. Of course, you would say that, and then you're like, then why the fuck does this video exist? I was like, but oh well, I guess. I don't know. It's just weird that he hasn't mentioned any of that stuff yet.
Yeah.
Saving it for the big finish.
Fun if you get ahead of the game, or if you can tolerate the grind and the hacking problems, it's still a big fucking mess.
Wait, hang on. That's the end of the analysis?
Did he? No. He didn't block out his swear.
Why did you why did you bleep the first one and not this one?
Wait. I didn't even notice that. Can we rewind?
Yeah, here, I'll roll
Unfortunately.
it. Yeah.
So while online can be fun if you get ahead of the game, or if you can tolerate the grind and the hacking problems, it's still a big fucking mess.
What the hell?
Okay, so two issues there. You're being inconsistent with your swearing, and 2, you just left off there. Like, if you
spent most of the gaming analysis talking about the economy and mechanics of trade of money.
Kind of, but
and
not
only
really.
the
That's
online
the thing.
mechanic too. Doesn't talk about the story, the characters, anything.
He doesn't talk. He goes on and on about online stuff in this ambiguous way that doesn't actually tell you anything, and then says the game's a big fucking mess even if you can put up with all that stuff. And it just stops and goes to a new section.
And he didn't even bleep out the swear.
Yeah, like, what? Why is it a big mess? Tell me, why would you say that if you can put up with all of the things that I have mentioned, it's still a big mess, and then just end it there and not tell us why? Like, that's a huge bit of information that we should be, made known of. I mean, wow. But sure enough, I guess he's going to talk about sales now.
Also, it's just funny. It's like, you probably should have opened with this, dude.
Yeah.
Sales.
Because remember, this is looking back. This is all in hindsight. Right? You're not analyzing the game as it happens. You're looking way back. This is a post hoc.
GTA 5 is no stranger to breaking records. In its first 24 hours, GTA 5 raked in $800 million of worldwide revenue, equating to over 11 million copies sold across all platforms. This was double the sales figure predicted by the Smarty Pants finance guys over at Rockstar.
Well, I think that's all we have time for.
What?
What?
How does that have anything to do with the sentence you just said?
Well,
and what's with the tongue-in-cheek comment? Like, the Smarty Pants over... Like, what?
It's like, how much did you think it'd fucking sell? Downward Thrust? Your video is asking whether or not this game failed.
He's got no leg to stand on.
Right, 6 sales world records, $800 million its first nanosecond on the market, 15 million copies sold 4 years after release. And it's like...
Is this just the point in the video where he just negates everything that came before it? So that everyone that was getting mad at him beforehand, now they don't have to be mad anymore. Because he's going to start singing the game's praises.
I guess. It's like, if you're going to make a game about Grand Theft Auto, it is common knowledge that the game is about this, and it's sold in an insane amount. Like, it is an economic phenomena that occurred, how much this game has sold and continues to sell. Those are things that are common knowledge and everybody knows. But you wasted half of your video talking about shit everyone kind of already knows before. I mean, it was at the 6-minute mark that he got to Grand Theft Auto Online, the online section, which is arguably supposed to be the longevity aspect of the game, and it is. And he barely talks about anything that goes on there.
Made a lot of points about the economy, but he didn't really get any kind of...
He mentioned it, he didn't explain it. That's the thing.
Coming away from this video, I should be able to tell somebody why the online for GTA 5 failed. All I can say is, well, apparently there were hackers.
There were some hackers, and the economy was ruined, and some things got more expensive. I don't know what they are, or if they were in-game content. You like, normally when like fucking Nerdslayer, when he talks about death of an MMO, right? A lot of it is about the end game content, because that's what keeps a game, an MMO alive, is the end game content. And he goes, they had this, they added this, they added this, they added this, and they changed this. And in this game, this video, he doesn't talk about the in-game content. He doesn't talk about what the things that would keep players coming back and why it might have failed to do it or why people have come back. All he does is he talks about how the game was bad in aspects and then goes to instantly, this game has sold an insane amount of money and people love it. And I'm like, I thought it was, based on everything I've heard up to this point, I'm inclined to believe that it's a terrible game. It's kind of weird.
3 days, the game had collected over $1 billion of revenue, making it the fastest-selling entertainment product of all time.
But did it
Not
fail?
Just game, movie, book, film, TV spot, period. These were records that were held by the likes of Call of Duty, The Avengers, and James Cameron's Avatar movie prior, but then were of course smashed by GTA 5. As of May of 2018, GTA...
The tone of his video is so off as well.
It is
Spent
really
so much time
strange.
criticizing and then going, and it smashed through those records. It's like, should we be upset about that considering what you've said?
It's like, should we be happy for Grand Theft Auto? Also, why did this article capitalize and is?
Ooh.
It's one of they just capitalize every fucking
Also,
word.
why is there a comma after copy sold?
Yeah.
Game journalism.
GTA 5 upped that number to a staggering 6 billion, accounting for 100 million copies sold.
But did it fail?
These figures make it the most successful video game on the planet. And that
Okay, but did it fail? Just because it's the most successful
You've got to be kidding me.
on the planet, did it fail?
Just because it's the most successful video game ever made on the planet, it might have failed.
Do you know what the antonym for success is, Downward Thrust? Failure.
base
It's
game.
stupid.
You got that right.
Supplementing the base game,
what was
GTA
that?
Online was a literal gold mine for Rockstar as well.
This
Okay,
fucking
so
content creator is a gold mine.
downward thrust. Let's talk about the word literal. All right.
Oh.
This game was not a literal gold mine. A literal gold mine is a big hole in the ground that one mines gold from.
Well,
It's
the
not
definition did get changed of that word, didn't it?
I refuse to accept that definition because it's retarded.
Because it makes the word redundant.
Because
it
it's
shouldn't exist anymore.
literally retarded. There.
The microtransactions put up for sale made the company $500
What is this
million
stupid effect he
in
keeps
pure
doing?
It makes it hard for me to read.
It's like I'm trying to read the article title and you're phasing it
Here are
out so I
words.
can't do
You
anything.
can read them if you can.
Just
I-
pause the video and then you can read
Random
it.
stylistic choices. You know that little type-in shit he's been doing in the corner? When was the last Downward Thrust video you saw that did that?
I mean, I've seen him do like segments like that, but it didn't type in like that.
What I'm saying is, like, he randomly just uses different styles to do different things. He's just like, I don't know what works. This looks smart.
Let me just throw shit at the wall and hope something sticks.
And here's the thing: a lot of this happened. Like Grand Theft Auto Online's $500 million in microtransactions could mean a very different GTA 6.
What does this have to do with GTA 5?
I wish we learned about these microtransactions, and because that's the thing. He just.
What do you mean? We know all about shark cards.
That's the thing. Is like how does all this work? How is this a thing? This is such a poorly made video.
profit in just 3 years, which is more money than most video games make ever. The math on that would be
But
8
did it
million
fail?
copies sold, and not many popular
Why-
AAA games even make it half that far.
Why have that?
Keep
text
in
on
mind
the
that
Why
this
did he
money
put-
counts for even
Why is
more
that?
than...
Why is that floating text that dissolves on the screen?
Why did he put 8 million up? Like, okay. You said he was-
If he was talking about multiple games, is like Grand Theft Auto, 8 million, and then beneath it there's another game and another number and another game and another number, so you could see visually the difference instead of just randomly the words 8 million there on the screen.
See, he's doing worse than my freaking parody video. Like, because video essayists usually do punctuate words and they put them on screen to make you feel that this is more important than it actually is. But he's just fucked it up. He's just randomly put a word in what he said so many numbers in the past, like, 2 minutes, and he decided to put that one up. It's like, okay.
pure sales, as the profit margins associated with each microtransaction item are nearly 100%. The cost of developing these items is near nothing, which is why showering GTA 5 with small for-money items is a lot more profitable than spending millions of dollars developing traditional DLC that costs the same amount to the consumer. Less work, way more money.
How do you know that?
And now we're doing
plus,
Halo?
and it's not
Oh,
even
God.
necessarily a bad thing. It just depends on what There's like you can have the cheapest ass DLC in the world or microtransactions in the world if it feels like it's worthwhile content that's worth the money and adds enough to the game. There's not going to be much of a pushback or a problem with it. And again,
my argument.
He hasn't really explained what they actually are. You know, it's like if you were like, here's an example of the microtransactions, and here's what you get for the money that you spend. And because the ratio is not very good, a lot of players were upset and they felt kind of cheated. It's like, okay, now I kind of understand the attitude of players, and I have an actual example to work with.
Do you hear him say traditional DLC as well?
Yeah, what does that mean?
As opposed to non-traditional DLC.
Yeah, because I know what he's trying to say, because I'm cynical. He's trying to say the DLC these days is just money gouging while it used to be actual content. But the thing is, there was always bad DLC.
Yeah. There was good DLC, there was bad DLC, and again, he hasn't told us about it. He hasn't told us what it is.
Perspective on that number, Halo 5's own micro-gambling systems netted Activision only $1.5 million of revenue compared to 500. So it's basically
shows
David
Halo 5 in the
versus
background
Goliath.
with a Halo 2 Master Chief figure.
He pointed out 1.5 versus however much million, and he says, so it's basically David versus Goliath.
So
it's like one number is bigger than the other.
It's like so Grand Theft Auto, a game that was insanely more popular, made more money than a game that wasn't all that well received and wasn't as popular. Okay.
Wow.
This changes everything.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know what the point of this example was, I guess.
Being the most purchased game on the planet, one would imagine that the play.
But did it fail?
Did he even? Has he even used the word "fail" in this whole? Oh wait, he did the intro, didn't he?
I guess in a pause game.
I'm starting to wonder if the thumbnails are so disconnected from his videos that he doesn't even know what they are.
Okay, so I just want you to understand that my pause game here, the guy on the right is like downward thrust making this video, and the guy in the middle is like me. That's how I feel. This should be your thumbnail. This sums up accurately. I will light shot this, and I am now there. It's in the Discord. There's your thumbnail, and just an arrow that points to me as Michael, and downward thrust is the crazy guy on the right.
Should I just replace the heads with your head in downward thrusts?
Yeah.
The guy is the viewer, and Rags is like, "Why are you watching this?"
GTA 5 and online must surely be astronomical. Unfortunately, official player counts for online are tucked behind the infrastructure of the Rockstar Club.
You're talking about online and showing a scene that's clearly from the single-player campaign.
In 2016, Rockstar's CEO informed the public that over 8...
Yeah, but his pants are off, so it's funny.
Game still seeing robust demand. Failure.
Rises 169% compared to last year.
Damn it. It's like
You
GTA
idiot, downward
Online
thrust.
Each week. A year later, in 2017, Rockstar's cult classic would grow to be more popular than this.
Breaks its online record 4 years after release.
The cult classic?
Cult classic?
The game came out 4 years ago. How the fuck is it a cult classic?
Wouldn't it be the literal opposite? It's the most mainstream game you could get.
Yeah, how is the greatest selling game in ever a cult classic? You know, a cult classic is The Evil Dead. A cult classic is Army of Darkness. A cult classic is Blade Runner. A cult classic is The Big Lebowski, right? How it... I don't know.
Though, there were more registered...
Your channel's a cult classic. How about that?
Current GTA Online players 4 years after the launch of the game, and that is incredible. This is a rare feat that very few games have accomplished, as most player bases for new video games see a sharp
There's so many
interest
statements in his
initially,
video
followed by
that just
slow and
highlight how
steady
stupid he
decline
is.
through time. And if you're curious about the PC-only population, GTA 5 has still a tremendous amount of players logging in each day. Unfortunately, it is unknown if this number includes online play as well.
Oh, final thoughts.
I would like to get a thought, honestly. That would be nifty.
Maybe we'll get him now. He'll pull it all together, and it will be the greatest video we've ever seen. We just don't understand it yet.
So, the name of the video was changed to Grand Theft Auto 5, looking back after nearly 5 years.
He temporarily changed it to, did it succeed or get burnt up by greed?
and his thumbnail has remained the same, with a graph going downwards saying, "Did it fail?" What a nonsensical video. What a video that tells you fucking nothing. It's like if it was a grade school project for Tell Me About. It's like a grade school book review, but made by a grown man about a video game. It's like, and this happened, and then this happened, and then there was this.
I really liked it.
And I really liked it. Thank you for listening. Very good, Timmy.
Sit cross-legged on the floor where the other classmates go.
Grand Theft Auto 5 marks a crossroads for Rockstar Games as they have discovered how much potential its online platform can generate.
Does that mean, is that what reaching a crossroads means? Is that a proper use of that? Is that a proper use of that phrase?
I mean, unless he branches off of that somehow, that's not
I think he's trying to say that they, because of the success, that they had a choice to make the next game focus on online or something like that, or carry on what, I don't even know.
I guess that would be the only way, because a crossroads would imply they got to a point and they had to decide, we have to either go this way or we have to go this way. Not what they're going to do, which is continuous. I don't know. It's just a weird way to phrase it.
It can support the company's many future endeavors far beyond what they imagined, and that may impact the way the next Grand Theft Auto game is developed.
Yeah, there you go.
How far are they willing to take it with this franchise or Red Dead Redemption 2? Whatever the case may be, though, Grand Theft Auto 5 is one smashing success that has broken pretty much every record.
This is what I'm talking about with the graphics looking way lower than
there's a lot to hate
other
about
clips.
Too.
Yeah, he clearly he got footage, and some of it's on console, so it's going to look like hot garbage. And then other ones are like someone's PC capture, and it's at 60 FPS, and it looks really good. And it is very odd. You're right. It's like if you're watching someone's review of a video game, and the graphics quality keeps shifting, and the frame rate keeps changing. You know, it is very unusual.
I mean, I genuinely thought that clip of the guy breaking through the window was from a different Grand Theft Auto game for a second, because it genuinely looked like 10 years younger.
Mm-hmm.
But every good thing comes at a big cost these days, doesn't it? You can't have the good without the bad, the light without the dark.
Shut the fuck up.
What is he basing this on?
Listen, okay.
What's the downside of the Witcher series? Well, Witcher 3. Just give me that.
He says this like there was a huge trade-off, right? He talks about this like there was this game is sitting at a 50% on Metacritic, and there's some great elements, but they're ruined by other things, and the community has a love-hate relationship with the game, and its sales numbers are enough to keep it alive, but it's an unsteady, kind of shaky future. But all he's done is he's lightly elaborated on some things that can be bad, and then he does nothing but talk about how the game was a huge success at every metric you could imagine. It's like he hasn't really earned saying this about the game. You know, you can have light without the darkness. It's like, shut up with that pretentious garbage.
You got to finish out the video. Like the H-Bomber guy is known for doing that. You got to finish poetically on every video. It makes people feel like they learned something like really important and deep from your video.
This is why I just talk about assholes for 50 minutes. You don't need any of this crap. It's just universally understood.
Yes, it seems. Grand Theft Auto 5 and online are definitely no exception. Is the GTA Online experience genius, or is it a simple money grab?
What is this?
Exactly. But you haven't told us why it's good. It's like you have so lightly explained every.
I thought the whole point was that the online was the bad part, and now he's like, is it genius or is it a problem? What?
Yeah, all he's done is talk about how the online had issues, and he didn't talk about any good things about the online, which would lead me to believe that the online was a broken mess. And then he says, is it genius? It's like, well, like, no, I guess not.
According to you, no.
According to you, no, it's terrible and it's horrible and no one likes it and it's no good, very bad.
He's ending this like a chick tract where it's like, do you believe in Jesus now?
Yeah, basically. How do you feel about Jesus?
Is this the bait for the next video? Is it going to be GTA Online genius, or was it the problem? I'll just be like, didn't you do that last? Okay.
Exploiting gamers out there, or is it all fine and dandy? Has Rockstar done enough?
Tell us. You should be telling
That was the point of this video.
Don't ask me. I don't know. I want you to tell me. That's
Still,
why I came here.
He hasn't explained anything about shark cards or anything.
Yeah. He's asking me this like I have. It's like, you should be answering this for
It's
me.
like we came here to find out, and then you ask us at the end. What the
It's like if you go to church and the priest is like, so,
Is God real?
what do you think about this Jesus guy? Do you think it's gonna like work out? Do you think this is some good stuff? And he like sits there in silence waiting for the congregation to come up with answers. Like he doesn't know why he's here either, you know?
He's asked them, should I believe in God? And they're like, wait, what?
Could you believe in God? And they're just like, I mean, could you make an argument for one way or the other, please?
To contain the modding problem, or has it spoiled the experience for Joe Gamer? Whatever the case may be though, GTA 5 definitely didn't fail in the books. Quite the opposite happened. Maybe just in the eyes of some gamers out there. If you got
What?
Are you kidding me?
He's like,
just revealed his video could have been 4 seconds long.
No, it didn't fail, just in the eyes of like a few people. Thanks, Downward Thrust. I'm so glad I wasted my time.
If you break that statement down, he basically said some people don't like the game.
I won't really elaborate on quite why, but some people don't like some of the things that I lightly alluded to with no information.
I'm so unbelievably.
Yeah, because the question I'd have for the people who hated it for the online, I'd be like, well, what about the campaign though? Was it worth it for the campaign at least?
Yeah, that's the thing.
And it's like you wouldn't consider it a failure overall if you hated the online but loved the campaign, right? I would assume.
He's like, but he doesn't take a devil's advocate approach on anything, and he doesn't try to explain, here's why people would, here are the common complaints about the game, right? And then he could say, but despite the common complaints, the player numbers remain strong. Rockstar continuously produces new content that can be consumed. And then if you want to talk about DLC, explain to me what the DLC is. Don't tell me about the game has beaches. Like, thank you so much for letting me know the game has beaches in it, right? Tell me about the DLC. Like, why was it good? Why was it bad? You're just kind of asserting that these things were bad without explaining why. And then at the end, you ask, was it bad? I'm like, I don't know. I haven't been given...
Oh, what a brilliant way to finish it
Go
off.
ahead and thumbs it up and subscribe here for more of our future
No.
content. You guys have a...
I'm really irritated by the...
He says hour. But this
What's with the thanks for watching in the top left, by the way?
Yeah, I'm really irritated by the fact that the thanks isn't capitalized.
It does.
That's another thing, yeah.
Especially because it's punctuated, so it's it's not like. But is there does he have multiple people working on these?
I don't think so.
He's like, thanks for watching our video. I'm like,
I would be insulted to think that 2 people worked on this.
and this is, I don't understand, man. Like, there's gonna be some. What were those musicians who split up? I forget. I can't even remember. I'm so fucking apathetic about this.
Kick-ass day, and we'll see you guys in our next video. Peace, love, and happiness until then.
Peace, love, and happiness.
How did
he totally
his video on
backpedaled
Diablo
on the-
2 being great? I wonder if that did well. I bet the comments are like, yay.
Let me check.
There's a top comment that says, sorry I said bad things about you before.
Sorry.
Here's what's interesting, right? This is a channel with 296,000 subscribers.
He was at 305 a week ago.
Yeah, it's like in his Diablo 2 video, he's at why Diablo 2 is one of the best games ever. It's 11 minutes. He has 36,000 views on it. It's like, why do people not want to watch your shit?
Ugh, so annoying. But yeah, there you go. Another installment. And his recent 2 videos are something positive and how he was wrong about being negative. So there you go. He's moved on, guys.
He's a better guy now.
Greatness consumed by greed. Mass Effect isn't dead, but it's not alive either. He's like, okay, so it's on their hold. So okay, so it's on hold. Okay, like that's what it means. It's like Mass Effect is like they might make another one. Like it's not canceled forever. They might make another one sometime. Not that people are clamoring for another Mass Effect game right now, but. Oh, what's next on the list? That was awful. That was terrible. I felt I learned nothing. I learned nothing about.
Can we? I really want to. I'm not gonna like you know, you guys, you do whatever you want for a playlist. But there's one video I'd love to check out with both of you guys from Mark Brown. That I just wonder if you'd be on the same page in terms of how awful it is in terms of game design. He's one of the people who's like super highly regarded on YouTube for game design analysis. He only makes 10-minute videos, and they always just make me laugh with how fucking like his audience's brains are made of, I don't know, putty. Like, but
my brain's putty now. I used to be a smart doggo. I'm stupid. I'm dumb.
Downward Thrust is like a bad clone of Mark Brown. That's what I find really funny.
Do you have like the link to it?
Yeah, well, this is funny because there's 3 choices with Mark Brown for my favorite, like his worst shit. But I'm gonna have to go with it's either his Cuphead one for just how fucking stupid. Have either of you guys played Cuphead?
I've played it for a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I played a little.
Should work. It'll either be
challenging.
Fuck it, let's go with the Cuphead one because.
Fuck it.
And in fairness, this guy is he's like, you know, like the difference between Downward Thrust and Just Right? Like, Mark Brown's much better at coming across as intelligent than Downward Thrust is.
How Cuphead's bosses try to kill you.
Yeah.
Oh. Like, really?
And the funny thing is, you're probably thinking to yourselves, like, how is he going to be able to explain to me anything interesting about it when I know how they try to kill me? They shoot shit at me. And that's the beauty of this video. He doesn't. He literally just tells you exactly what you know.
Okay. Well, you know, there's a market for that safe, easy, dumb, stupid content out there.
Oh, yeah.
People take no positions and they do nothing. They're just like, here are things that you want to hear and that you already know.
He released it when Cuphead was at its height, and he got loads of views, loads of fans, and just try and absorb a message from this. And remember, if you see really slick editing, don't get tricked by it, okay? Don't get tricked into the whole, ooh.
That work on me. I'm not 12.
Yeah, you guys are gonna have to do it. Watch Together hates me.
Okay, I will begin.
If you take one look at Cuphead, it's pretty obvious where the game's inspirations lie. This game pays homage to cartoons from the 1930s, like old Disney films and Betty Boop cartoons, stuff made by Max Fleischer and Ub Iwerks. But what you might not realise is that it also pays a huge debt of influence to run-and-gun video games of the 1990s, like Contra 3 and Gunstar Heroes.
Well, you mean it's like other video games that have come out before?
These games made use of
Damn it,
the
I can't
Super
pause
FX
either.
chip on
Rags,
the
I think
SNES.
you're the one who can pause.
Yo, are you guys pressing on the icon on the bottom left or the screen?
It doesn't even come up with an icon on my screen.
The little play and pause button on the bottom left?
Yeah, mine's not working.
Alright, well, alright, I'll take the reins. I'm used to that.
But yeah, it's
And he's
a
not
genre,
wrong.
right?
I mean,
run and gun.
It's a run and gun.
No, he's not
game,
wrong.
and it's like the other games that are.
It'd be like if I said Call of Duty has roots in Doom. It'd be like, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean that's right, I guess.
But he's the inspiration, by the way, for my parody video. You know, like he'll just show loads of games. You'll be shoving them on the screen. He'll be naming them, and you'll just be sort of just like, okay, yeah, I guess I don't disagree. And that's the thing. He's rarely wrong. He just says stuff that's like blatantly like just yeah, thumbs up, I guess.
I was like, yeah, I know. We all know. Everybody knows.
All sorts of technical wizardry on the Mega Drive to make mind-blowing bosses that filled every inch of the screen and warped and rotated and looked practically 3D at times. I mean, check out this ridiculous boss battle against the Mad Hatter from The Adventures of Batman and Robin. Or this one from Gunstar Heroes where you switch between the floor and the ceiling to fight a giant robot that will randomly transform into one of 7 different designs. These old boss fights were essentially the template for Cuphead, which has massive great villains that are really the stars of the game. Look at this guy. Check out this moon. That frog just turned into a slot machine. What? But these bosses don't just look cool. Like their 16-bit predecessors, they're also fiercely difficult to overcome because of their tricky and varied attacks. And that's what I want to explore in this video.
Okay.
So let's just ignore everything else and look at how Cuphead's bosses try to kill you.
Is he just going to talk for 8.5 minutes about the attack?
I'm so excited because I know where this video is going. Like, the intro isn't half bad because it's just like a setup.
Is that what he's going to do?
Just let it run, man. You're going to love it.
So, the boss's attacks are ultimately about making you move. Not just to stop you from standing in one...
Oh my fucking god. Like, no fucking shit.
Thanks for telling us that.
Like the attacks are based on making you move. Like you have to avoid enemy attacks. Like yeah, I don't.
No, you have to stand
wow,
still.
guys, you're taking him out of context.
The boss, but to test you on your ability to run, jump, dash, and parry.
Wow,
while simultaneously
every
shooting at the
other
enemy,
game.
of course. And to really test you on this, the game has these attacks follow a huge number of different patterns. Some fly in a straight line, others arc across the screen. There are attacks that bend back on themselves like a boomerang. There's this hateful pattern, ugh. Other projectiles split out in different directions. You've got attacks that move in a zigzag pattern and ones that follow an annoying sine wave, and others that fire directly at the player's current position.
The moves do different things, and he's spending as long as he can.
Okay.
And you see the graphics? Like, people see those graphics, and they're like, oh shit, man, this is so cool.
He's circling the thing, and there's a line where
it fades the background. So cool.
Wow. I would kill myself if I made content like this, because I'm just
we are more than a fifth of the way into the video. It's just interesting to me.
It's like because it's just like leeching off of somebody else. Like this doesn't add anything. Like this isn't even making content. This is such low tier leeching. It's like, okay.
Well, he's not hurting anybody, Rags, so why are you being so mean?
Or slowly chase you around for a bit.
Oh,
some of these
they chase you.
More difficult to avoid than
Thanks.
others. And of course, each of these patterns can be made more or less challenging by altering the speed and size of the projectile.
Well,
but one thing you'll come to
how
realize is that these attacks are ultimately predictable. The dragon's fireball, for example, can go up or down or both ways at the same time. And that's it. These cats always split into 4 mice. Never 3, never 5, always 4. And this means that...
What a redundant thing to add.
Alright, first off, those aren't mice, but those aren't mice, are they? They look like cats. They look like little mini.
I thought they were cats, I'm not sure.
They look like cats. I don't even know. Maybe if you spent more time fucking editing circles around them, he'd know.
But a big part of a boss battle is just learning about the boss. Figuring out and then memorizing its...
What a revolutionary new gameplay mechanic. I've never seen this before in a video game.
You have to learn the boss's patterns. It's never been done.
Boss's patterns.
In fairness to him, right, he says at the beginning that it's inspired from other things where you used to do it, but it's like, why is he making it sound like it's revolutionary then?
Yeah, it's like, you have to learn the boss's patterns. It's like, yeah, that's how boss fights work. That's like
every single game that has a boss.
That's like every boss fight ever.
Patterns. And these mini self-taught epiphanies stack up to the point where you can now predict and outsmart the boss at every turn, which feels pretty good after having...
Well, it's not so much outsmarting as it is, it's killed you enough times that you know what it's going to do next.
It just, yeah, you know, you see AAAB, and you go, okay, jump up B, you do, and then victory. You've been rewarded by your own pattern recognition.
You don't even need to apply this just to bosses, just to like normal enemies in general. When you play Halo, you know how to kill specific enemies in specific different ways. You don't kill a jackal the same way you kill an elite. It doesn't even have to apply to bosses. It applies to every single enemy ever.
You're right. What he's saying applies to literally video gaming. Pattern recognition is how you complete games.
Taking quite a beating. Of course, it's not actually that easy.
If anything, that makes me not want to play the game.
Well, no.
That's the thing. Like, for me, I'm like, oh, so it's just a trial of attrition. It's just like get your ass kicked enough to where you learn the pattern. It's like, that doesn't come across as fun to me.
When it's explained like that, it can definitely come across that way. But obviously, the fun part for a lot of players is how fast they figure it out, or whether or not they do it first try, and it's like a challenge to them. Like the game is saying, "You can't beat me," and then you're like, "No, I will." This game is definitely one of those sorts of things. Like this is why I guess comparisons to Dark Souls. It's just like the problem is everyone only assumes that. You know, in the big category of games that challenge you to complete them, for some reason, Dark Souls is the fat one in there that's just taking up all the room. Like, everyone's forgotten about all the other games that do that. Fucking Guitar Hero is in that genre.
Yeah.
Cliff does it.
You know that the cat will split into 4
breakers. It's the Dark Souls of Overwatch. Thanks, Cliff.
But you don't know exactly when or where it will do so. And you don't know if the dragon will do a fireball next or a psychic ray attack. So you also have to be able to react to the more unpredictable elements. Luckily, the enemy will often announce what attack it's going to do next, either through animation.
Okay.
So he said it's all about pattern recognition, but sometimes the patterns can be like one of two things, and that makes it even more difficult in a way. You following, Rags? This is very complicated.
Sometimes enemies have more than one attack.
I love that he said earlier that the projectiles can be the same, or they can change speed and size.
Like, okay.
I was like, yeah, I mean, sure.
Animation. This is the dragon gearing up to do a psychic attack, and this is when it's about to do a fireball.
That's what
or
you just
through
showed
sound,
us.
Like these
Why
walking
did you have to
flames who
tell
yell
us
out
that?
before they jump at you?
Because he's got to pad it
Sometimes
out.
it's even done through text. This is called telegraphing, and the duration of an enemy telegraphing will affect the difficulty of the fight.
I literally poached that for my actual parody video where I say, this is called, because it's so like, well, yes, that's... Oh, you describe it for that long and then you give it a name. Like, come on. A name that we all know as well. I mean, most people know the name telegraphing.
This whole video is telegraphing.
Vapid and empty and... This is like... It's so intellectually lazy. There's no thought in here. There's no thinking involved. It's just, here's what I saw on a screen. Every one of you knows it, but I'm gonna tell you about it. I'm gonna tell you about things that each one of you already knows, but I'm gonna put circles around them.
This is
screen's gonna dim.
telegraphing.
You'll generally notice that massive, difficult-to-avoid attacks will have big, obvious build-ups, while easier attacks don't need to be announced for as long. Unfortunately, not every attack in Cuphead is telegraphed in such a fashion where you can react to it on your first go. This screen-sized laser is announced via this animation, but pretty much every player is going to get hit the first time they see it. This is one part of why Cuphead feels so difficult.
Yeah, we have a name for that. It's called cheap bullshit.
I was about to say, like, he's also say, like, it's a good thing. It's like, that's not a good thing.
Like, no, it's not. There's no way you could possibly see that coming.
That's
like,
literally
that
got a
happened to
name of
me.
trial and error. Nobody likes, you don't call Dark Souls trial and error because that's almost insulting. It's supposed to be a fair challenge because of telegraphing. Like, the bosses give you a chance to beat them first time around.
Yeah,
They'll be like, I'm going to slam here, and then second layer, slam, so you have that chance. But if they don't, then it's trial and error because you just need to look for patterns. It's like a boss in Super Meat Boy that everyone got pissed at because it like lifts up its whole body and then it'll slam in one of 3 places, and there's no telegraphing for which one, so you have to learn the pattern in order to win.
And the thing is, too, is like when you look at a game like Dark Souls, you can see like the boss always behaves consistently. So like there's always a tell before the attack actually happens. It's just a matter of you recognizing it. It's not like that laser beam he showed where it's just like, what's going to happen? Oh, the screen blows up. There's nothing I could have possibly done.
I was going to say, I've played this game to completion, and that laser beam, it starts after the phase begins, like it's like the 4th phase of the ship or whatever. So I just knew to shoot and duck, and that's how I beat that bit. I wasn't concerned with like, I'll only duck whenever he fires the laser, because I was like, no, he's going to fire it like very fucking quickly.
Especially because you have a tiny number of hit points and can't recover any of them during the fight.
This is Hollow Knight.
So in Cuphead,
Did you see that?
death is made...
That's what he does. The connection to Hollow Knight was hit points. He mentioned hit points. And so he had to show us Hollow Knight. Just like, look guys, I know other games that are cool that you like.
I know
It drives me nuts. It's so like, it's so cheap. Like, I know what he's doing.
Those, I too know what hit points are.
He needs to reference
He's
Dark
part
Souls
of
at
the
least
learn-
once per video as well. I hope he manages it in this one. I can't remember if he does.
process. Hey, at least you'll know what that animation means next time you play. Anyway, one big way that the game ramps up the difficulty in later chapters.
Yeah, but like that, now you're just making an excuse for a shitty attack. It's like, well, at least you'll know next time. It's like, no, that's not good. That's not good.
He's not that controversial anyway. I don't think he ever says something is good or bad.
Chapters is to layer on multiple patterns. When fighting this puppet, you'll need to avoid these bullets and these bullets at the same time. And when fighting the mermaid,
you have
might
to avoid attacks?
Shit.
Dude,
Are you
this is the
kidding
thing.
me?
He's now progressed from talking only about singular projectiles from enemies to how sometimes you'll have 2 at the same time to dodge. We're halfway through. It is the most mundane explanation of how literally what the title is. In fairness to him, at least it's what the title promised.
And the thing is, if I saw this title, I wouldn't ever click on it because I'm like, they shoot shit at you.
I had morbid curiosity. I was like, how could you possibly make a video out of that? Everyone knows how they kill you. And then I was like, oh wow, you actually... Oh. Okay.
You have to avoid this
to
bullet
dodge
and this bullet that are both trying to kill you.
Sometimes they show you when it goes forward. Sometimes it goes up and down. It's incredible.
You can't touch them or else they'll hurt you.
Sometimes it zigzags, like that thing that Rickon couldn't do.
An electric eel, and a column of sea urchins at once. It's all about taking an otherwise simple attack pattern and just giving you other things to think about. A fan that pushes Cuphead left, or a water jet that pushes Cuphead up, moving platforms and falling treasure chests. So fighting this clown is pretty easy, just look at the colour of its horse to know what's coming, but you also have to deal with this roller coaster that moves along the screen every few seconds.
You can't really tell because of his delivery. I don't think he knows how to sort of imply he's actually making a joke, but he said, you know, look how easy it is to kill this horse if the color of it is something to go by. You know, he's saying it's green, so it's dying.
Is it always green?
I think so. Well, he's trying to say that if your horse is green in real life, it's probably dying. That was a joke, but you can't even tell because he delivered it all in the exact same manner throughout the whole sentences. It's just like, oof, try and sound like you're alive with your own script and you're trying to be jovial. It sounds, I mean, call me paranoid, but it's like inject humor halfway through script in order to
it's like we built an AI to explain Cuphead bosses. And then like on attempt 7084 we get this video.
We've gone too far.
Seconds. Thankfully, that's also telegraphed. Finally, the boss battles go through different phases. So when fighting the Frog Brothers, Ribby and Croak, you start by shooting flies and dodging punches. After you deal enough damage, the setup changes and now it's all about bouncing balls and a desk fan. And after that, the frogs transform into a slot machine with 3 different dodging minigames. This keeps the boss going longer without it just being tedious or repetitive. Just giving the boss a million health points is rarely that fun. It also means that you can learn...
There's so much more nuance to what he just said. He was like, so the bosses change your phases so they don't get boring with just being the exact same phase but with more health. And it's like, but you could have the boss stays the same except for learning one additional move or something. Or you could have that the boss does have a lot of health, but it's so engaging, like all of his different moves in the same phase, that it is still good, even if it does last for ages. Like he just went like, it's more fun if they change phase.
Yeah, he's basically just saying the bosses do different things.
Which, yeah, he said that like a million times, but he'll just keep saying it because there's nothing else to say. And he like showed you the whole boss fight with the frogs and just one for one explains what you see. It's like, they are shooting this at me. Now in phase 2, they are shooting this at me. And you're just like, yep. Don't disagree with you.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. They do make attacks against you and they are different. Yeah.
Which phases use which patterns, and that you feel small moments of satisfaction throughout the battle and not just at the end. It also adds an element of surprise that keeps you guessing, and it dramatically ups the stakes. You don't want to lose because you'll have to start right back from the very first phase.
Yep.
Wow. You don't want to lose,
guys. So let's see all of this put together.
So everything we just learned from him,
battle.
he's going to go through it all again now. He just said like he wants to explain all the stuff we've just been through across all the bosses, all in one boss. So try and stay with him. I know it's getting very complicated.
I'm literally like getting sleepy.
That's all. This is Baroness von Bonbon, and she's the boss of the stage.
Why'd you have to
Sugarland
do this
Shimmy.
to us, Molly?
Now you don't actually fight her until the very end, because the first 3 phases see you going up against 3 different sub-bosses. These are randomly picked from a pool of 5 baddies each time you attempt this battle, so that means there's more to learn, and you have to react each time a new sub-boss appears. Now each of these guys has their own patterns. Candy Corn moves around in straight lines and heads up and down at the edges or in the middle. Gobstopper follows you around the screen. Cupcake jumps up diagonally and then slams down. Chocolate moves around and then spits out in 8 directions. And Gumball Machine moves back and forth in a small area while spilling sweets on you. They all cover the screen in a different way and require different types of dodging. Gumball...
Why are we here?
They require different types of dodging.
Why are we here?
Does anyone listen to these videos? That's the part that gets me about this. He's a very popular analyst, and he's not telling you anything.
He's not an analyst. He's not. There's nothing to analyze. He's just telling you what's on the screen that everybody knows. Like that's the thing. Like this is an insult to analysis. Like there's nothing deeper. He's not telling us if there's anything deep behind it, or that you might not have noticed, or that there's something secret. He's just saying, yeah, bosses make different attacks. Here they are. Don't let them touch you.
You don't feel you've learned from this? You serious?
I feel like I've learned what not to become.
I mean, it's funny because people don't really know, but like him, a couple of others are like my biggest inspirations for starting my channel because I got so done with watching videos that don't tell me anything, and just watch them climb on YouTube. I was like, there's gotta be an audience out there who's getting bored of this shit.
I don't know, but I guess people just want to flick it on and
go to sleep.
I guess, because it's like legitimately making me tired because there's nothing to soak up from this.
Ball Machine has you moving left and right to avoid the sweets, while Gobstopper keeps you on the move because your current position is about to become deadly.
Yes, he follows you around, you fuckwit. You already said that. Oh my god. God.
So there's lots for the player to learn, but you also need to react. Because even after you figure out...
Yes! You need to react to what the boss does.
Wait, look at the top right. Because he said chocolate again, and he's put a correction in. Waffle.
Chocolate will always split in directions. You don't know
like,
when
you couldn't
and where
re-record.
It will
It's a 10-minute video, man. Come on.
A little telegraphing helps you out, though. The battle also adds extra layers in each phase. The first fight is a straight-up battle against the sub-boss, but the second fight will add these tiny jelly bean soldiers who walk across the bottom of the screen.
Different bosses do different things. This
you
is
had to
deep.
point it out. You had to be like, in case you didn't realize.
Soldier, point.
Joe's really great. He's got masking down perfectly. Like, he's making it line up with the actual animations so well. Like, it's not even easy to do. He's got that skill. It's just a pity that someone else should write for him.
Yeah, it is.
Because he's an ex-graphics artist. That's how he got started on YouTube, and it's just like, oh, you can tell that part is an actual thing you can do.
Or he's got to start editing for other people.
Requires some level of input from you. You know, it's like he actually worked on that part, and that takes some level of effort, and skill, and then it's all over a script that's the most vapid, empty, garbage nonsense that I could possibly ever imagine.
How much time is left in this video?
And the third fight has a sub-boss, and those soldiers, and Bon Bon will pop out and shoot a shotgun full of candy floss. What you learned was a safe zone is now right in the firing line, so you'll have to make new plans quickly, and skillfully dodge through this combination of patterns. If you beat all 3 phases, you'll then go up against Bon Bon herself, who chases you around in a giant walking castle, meaning that the ground is no longer that safe. She also throws out her head.
He didn't even need... He just should have just showed us the fight. He should have just had a let's play. That's what all this really is, to be honest.
Which moves in a really tricky chasing pattern, while
like, how
giant
stupid do you think the
wheels...
audience is that they have to get this told to them? You know, when you guys... He's established, right, that the way you beat Cuphead is pattern recognition, and he is explaining all of the patterns to us.
Like, yeah.
So it's just like, literally, if you've played this game, this video is useless. If you haven't played this game, then you'd be able to understand what's happening just by looking at it, because the game is designed that way. The game is designed to make you pick up what the patterns are. What is the point in this video?
Bounce along the ground with a steady rhythm. So this boss is a delicate balance of memory, reaction,
like all
and skill.
games.
There are lots of different things that you can learn, like patterns, phases, and weak spot.
Yeah, it's like, what game isn't about memory, reaction, and skill?
Well, are you realizing how fun it is to look at the top tier YouTubers? It's like what they have to do.
Literally every single game has these elements in it, and I'm just checkers and chess all the way
In
up.
Cuphead, you're required to remember parts of the game and react to them.
Using your skill. I'm
God,
so
yeah.
yawning. This is awful.
But unpredictable elements, like the random sub-bosses, mean that you'll also have to be able to react to what's coming next. And tricky patterns, like this chasing gobstopper, and layered-on elements like the shotgun blast, mean you'll also just need to be very skillful with the controls to keep out of danger. Most of the boss battles in Cuphead get this balance right, but it's easy to screw it up. I mean, take the much-maligned boss Littlehorn from Super Meat Boy, which completely tips the scales in favour of memory. This guy does the exact same thing every single time, so fighting the boss is just about learning the pattern of attack.
Which you already pointed out is something you technically do in
command.
Cuphead with one of the bosses, so...
You know, I bet you have to use your memory and your reaction and your skill in order to beat him.
Oh yeah, that's a good fair point. It's like all 3 of those can be applied to this boss, even though he's trial and error.
Where are we?
This is the thing. He says all this crap, and it's like stuff you could actually explore and have an opinion on, but he just doesn't. Just like, okay.
Mauler, I'm never letting you pick a video again.
This
This
guy,
is
I wanted
dreadful.
to make a video on this guy because he's such a like charlatan, and I feel like all I need to do is show a clip from him and then ask the audience, like, what did you just hear? Say it back to me, and then they'll realize. Because I don't think anyone listens to his videos when they watch them.
Why are we here?
To clarify, you guys know how popular this guy is, right? Or do you?
No.
No.
So he's got nearly 500,000 subscribers.
For what? This video has 576,000 views, and it's 20,600 up and 256 down.
You know,
Let's read some of the
the really
comments.
funny part is, he's I feel like I'm telling you this, but you guys got to know. His Patreon is $9,300 per month.
I don't understand.
And what we've been watching is what he does monthly.
Wait, he only makes one of these a month?
One of these a month.
Dude, I gotta hop on this train. I gotta start doing
This whole time I've been fucking up thinking I'm gonna try to teach people shit. I should be telling them crap they already know with some pretty lines on
Exactly! It's such an exploitable system, and I feel like Downward Thrust is the result of spotting other people like Mark Brown doing it. Like, that's what I feel like happened.
Man,
all he does is he just hides it better.
Mauler, what are we doing making hour-long responses to Jurassic World, breaking down every reason why that movie is terrible, when we can make 10 minutes of this garbage?
Like, this is a dinosaur. This is not a dinosaur. The dinosaur eats the not dinosaur. Notice that
At the
there
end,
is
the good guys win and the bad guys lose. Thank you for watching.
These are called the credits. They are composed of the people who are involved in the production of the film.
This is
How do
CGI.
you
This
feel
is why
about
this movie looks worse than the one that came out in the 90s.
Riveting.
This is Chris Pratt. He is an actor.
Fast and
Possibly.
naturally react to on your
Possibly, in
first
my
go, but they
opinion.
don't require a huge amount of skill to overcome once you've learned what to do. Now, this video has been all about how the bosses kill you, not how you kill the bosses.
You shoot them. You shoot them with your finger gun. And
There is
then
a
they
homing
die.
gun that allows you to literally just hold the trigger and you're doing it. That's it. Like, fuck off.
You shoot them with your finger gun.
You picture the second video. When you shoot, projectiles come out of your hand.
Ideally, it is the objective of the player to shoot towards the boss in order to score a hit, which will lower their hit point value.
This is based on arcade games of the similar fashion in which projectiles were used to damage enemies.
When the
Like
boss's
Defender.
health reaches 0, the player will have defeated the boss. And
You jump to avoid attacks.
Normally, a button press is required in order to shoot the boss.
Please, become a patron.
Become a patron to learn more about shooting the boss.
Give me $9,000 a month so that I can make this piece of shit video, and you can vapidly press the like button knowing that nothing was actually learned from this video. Thank you.
You like things because you did not disagree with them. You will like
Actually,
this video.
You should check out some of the top comments.
I was reading some of them, and it's like masterful, and it's like, fuck off. No, it wasn't. He just told you shit that's obvious that everyone knows. He just put a fancy yellow line around it and made you go goo goo gaga.
Yeah.
Top comment. Yeah, this was really well made. Love the pencil test you pulled from the background in the editing. Great points too.
Great points. What were his
I'm sure if you asked that person what his points were, he wouldn't actually be able to tell you anything.
Do you think there's a singular negative comment?
Oh, I'm sure there are. You just have to scroll really far down to
But like
find
a
them.
substantive one, not like, one that's online with what we've been saying.
Maybe like one somewhere.
I would love to sit down with some of these people who were just fucking ejaculating these videos and just say, what did you learn from this? Like, legitimately? Like, watch this and tell me what it teaches you. Tell me what you learned from it.
Look at this guy. Great videos, though I ultimately disagree with you. Cuphead bosses' unpredictability really pushes them towards being rote memorizations of patterns, which isn't fun. I just find it funny that this whole video is based on saying Cuphead is all based on skill, reaction, and pattern recognition, and this guy is like, yeah, no, great video, but I disagree with every single thing in the video. It's just like, okay. That's an interesting assessment.
Yeah, Jurassic World 2, great movie, I just hated everything about it.
It's like, you don't let the enemy's attacks hit you, but hit the enemy with your attacks. And then, I mean, and it's not like an art analysis where it's like, notice how, you know, here's like an art analysis of this game.
Someone in the comments described this as an amazing deep look into Cuphead. How could you call this anything but surface level? If you didn't know what he said in the video, you wouldn't be able to complete the game. Like, it's unbelievable. And this is the thing, by the way. There's other candidates. Some of his videos are so funny, but this one is the one I picked because I knew that he just doesn't fucking say anything in this video.
This is insane how empty this is. Well, we got about a minute left, minute and 20, 30.
And that's because dodging attacks is ultimately the focus of the game. It's not that hard to actually kill a lot of these guys because you infinitely shoot bullets as long as you hold down the button, the targets are absolutely enormous, and you don't need to know any special moves to win. Things like
not necessarily
parrying and using your EX attacks are
See,
optional. That means that it's
wrong.
often more about outlasting the boss than defeating
One of the
it, and that's why you sometimes
smaller
feel like you
bosses in the final
survived,
boss area has a move that you can't dodge unless you know how to parry. In fact, you can't beat the mini boss before the devil without parrying because you have to jump and parry his cards. You have to, unless you have like a shit ton of health, which I don't even think it's possible to survive it. Unless...
Who the fuck are you to disagree with Mark Brown?
That's his opinion, bro.
Who do you think you are? That's his opinion.
You're just so jealous that you don't have even half the subscribers that he does.
Make content.
Guys, you're taking me out of context.
You're a horrible person.
Rather than beat the boss.
In my opinion.
Also, obligatory Dark Souls reference. He put it in right at the end just to make sure he got it. I remember me and my friends fucking laughed our asses off at this because we had like a bet that he would do it, and we were like, "Wow, he did the whole video without it. Good job!" And then he just throws it in right at the end. He's like, "By the way, Dark Souls exists." Anyway, moving on.
Did he just say it or?
Yeah. Go back. I can't move the timeline
right,
either.
I'll pull it
Let's
back.
see the context for this this reference.
Boss than defeating it, and that's why you sometimes feel like you survived rather than beat the boss. And that's okay, but some of the best boss battles are those where you know that the boss just won't die unless you get in there and kill it with your amazing knowledge of the...
What is that going to do with Dark Souls? Bosses don't die unless you kill them.
You have to get in there and kill that boss. You go on, hit that boss with your attacks. Make its hit points go to 0.
Guys, you just gotta try really, really, really hard to believe that the boss will just spontaneously drop dead.
Like, I hope he catches cancer and dies. I hope he slips off this roof and breaks his neck.
Yeah, Yorm the Giant, I don't want to do that boss fight. I hope he just, like, crumbles into dust.
You know how
One
you
of
have
those games where you have to kill the bosses.
Use your sword in a melee attack. Kill the boss. Or else
It's funny because I'm thinking about Fallout, where the original Fallout, where you can actually like basically debate the final boss into killing himself, and it's like that's like my only reference for a time where you can't have a boss die without killing it yourself. But even then, counts as killing it because you convinced him to kill himself. Oh, Mark Brown, I love you. Never change
the game's mechanics. So this won't be the last word on boss fights. We'll be back in the future to talk about actually defeating these guys, plus other things like...
He is gonna do it then.
I can't
There's so much more to say about how you beat bosses, because all he's done is say, yeah, projectiles are a thing.
He's just like, shoot the bosses, also they make attacks, don't let them hit you. I was like, okay, yeah, yes, Mark, that's correct, good job. You get here's your cookie, go sit in the corner.
Thanks, Mark.
You got to be running out of time because he has his Patreon plug at the end, so it can't be much more.
The build-up, the music, the payoff, innovative boss fights, and more. For now, though, Cuphead is packed full of examples of good boss attacks. Just don't be surprised if you die a few times when you're looking at them.
Don't be surprised if you die in a boss fight.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mark
Hey,
Brown.
thanks for watching. GMTK is funded...
Go fuck yourself.
Please tell me these are not like actual credits of people that like.
Look
They're
at
all his
the
patrons.
Oh
Look at all those
my
suckers.
god!
If you donate to this guy, you're a sucker.
Well, dude, if he's nearly at 10k per month, imagine the amount of patrons he has.
This
if
disappoints
you
me.
donate to Mark Brown, you are a sucker, and you will believe anything.
Well, so to clarify, I don't think he only makes terrible stuff. I just know that that's one of the worst ones. I haven't seen all of his videos. For all I know, there are some videos out there that he's made that are just really fucking good, but I've not seen them. I've seen quite a few videos from him as well. My favorite other one is called The Secret of Mario's Jump. We could do that another time. It's just that
I don't.
Mario's Jump.
I know.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to do it.
It's so funny because he basically spends the whole video going through mechanics in games, just random fucking mechanics. He goes from cooking grenades to perfect reloads in Gears of War to holding down A to shoot versus tapping A to shoot in another game. And he comes all the way back after the 10 minutes to say that depending on how you press A and hold the control stick, Mario will change his jump. It's so funny. It's just like, how did you get to this point where that is... I just can't.
$9,000 for that.
I've criticized him a couple of times on streams and stuff, and some of my fans are fans of his because I don't think Mark Brown has been criticized significantly before. I seriously think that this guy's coasted through YouTube because he's so inoffensive that to go after him is just cruel. Like, why would you do that? He's just, he's teaching people. And one of the biggest offenses I've heard is that, on top of everything that you've just heard, by the way, his series is called Game Maker's Toolkit, as if to imply that this is going to help developers make games.
Oh my god, I hope not.
And the defense I've heard from it is, yeah, this is a beginner's guide. So an aspiring developer would use his videos to learn how to make games. And he's been cited in certain developer... I can't remember what games they are, but certain games have actually cited Mark Brown as being informative to how they made their game. And every time I see it, I'm just like, how? How have you...
What is there to learn? Like, what is there to learn about this that you didn't already know?
Like, if you play 5 different games from different genres, I think you've already covered more than you'll ever learn from his channel.
Wonderful.
I'm very harsh to him just because of how much I think he's tricking people.
I think so too. I think if like this video is like 99% upvoted, and I'm just like, it's empty. It's vapid. There's nothing here. It's just a little bit of good. It's just good editing over obvious stuff that everybody knows. Like it's just like, all right. I mean, if that's what people want to watch, if that's what people want, I guess.
Yeah.
Cue up the next video. I gotta.
Wasn't that not the longest 10 minutes you've ever seen?
Oh my god. It took us 2 hours to get through 24 minutes of video.
And that's the thing, I feel like by reacting to them, we've created far more content than they were worth in the first place, but obviously that's just my opinion.
Just your opinion, yeah. Well, speaking of opinions, dude. You remember that video we watched, Mauler, after we watched Annihilation, where the guy was like trying to explain the ending?
And he didn't explain anything.
Yeah, well, now we have the ending of Annihilation finally explained. In 6 minutes.
What? Oh god. Is Rags gonna need context for this? Oh no, wait, Rags has seen it, right?
Yeah, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
We should probably wait for him.
I guess, yeah. But as far as I know, he actually did kind of like it, so it's not gonna be as easy for him to be on the hate train. Also, Looper, Jesus Christ, that's the seal of approval right there.
Yeah, I as soon as I saw this in my recommended, I was like, okay, we need to watch this one.
Oh, by the way, because I've kept track so hard of like loads of different YouTubers nowadays, because I like to sort of, well, not only review other content, but to actually just stay up to date. When I see titles these days, I'm starting to be able to guess what channel they're from before even knowing. It's insane, because like there are so many patterns with so many of these creators. And yeah, Looper is just one of the ones where if you see that, you're like, oh, never mind. Won't be watching that.
Looper is just a shittier version of Watch Mojo, and they're already pretty terrible.
You find it like kind of, I don't know if it's irony or not, but how much people will get up in arms if you criticize another YouTuber that has a whole career in criticizing, well, let's just say games or films, and the reasoning will usually be like what you're doing is much more personal. When aren't they creating a product by making a review? Especially if you're paying for it through Patreon. Like, kind of, I'm trying to like sort of stretch it in terms of its semantics, but I don't see the difference really. I think you cross a line if you start like insulting the person personally, just like if you did to Rian Johnson for Star Wars. And by crossing a line, I don't mean you shouldn't do it. I just mean it moves from one place to another place, you know?
Okay,
yeah.
So.
But yeah, I feel like it should be fair game across the board, because a review is a completed piece of work. You could call it art, right?
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah. Yeah.
So like you have a guy who criticizes film, and then you criticize that guy's criticism of the film because it's, you know, poorly made or whatever. And people are like, fucking leave him alone. It's just his opinion. Can't you be like, isn't what I just did my opinion?
That's different.
We're different rules.
No.
So yeah, you've seen Annihilation, right, Rags?
I have.
We're looking at
I liked it, but I can definitely see what's wrong with it.
Oh yeah, it's just that me and Wolf watched a video that explained the ending over like 20 minutes, and it didn't explain anything. It literally just recanted the plot, and then the video ended, and we were like, oh, okay.
And he called everything inside the dome a different dimension, even though there's no indication of that being the case at all.
I forgot about that. That was so funny.
That's not true at all. No, like, that's not true at all. Like the game.
I needed him to clarify what he thinks a dimension is. It's like, yeah, it's so good. Yeah,
I mean,
when it looks like
the bubble has dimensions, but that's a little bit different. That it's a new dimension.
Yeah, me and Mauler, I wish I was recording it, because there were so many great moments while we watched that, because we were laughing our asses off the whole entire movie.
Oh yeah, it was hard to stay calm because of but yeah, so we watched that and it didn't explain anything. So now Loop have got this video, and I think I know why you chose this, right? Is it because it says finally explained?
Yes.
As if to imply that other people aren't explaining it.
Yeah, as if to imply that Looper has the answer and that they're going to be able to do it in 6 minutes. Well, more like 5, because, you know, they're going to have their long-ass outro.
An intro, probably.
Yeah, probably.
A lead-up, one might even say.
Like, Annihilation is a... I don't know. What are the Looper voices? I'm pretty sure they have a British guy. Or one of them is.
I don't watch Looper, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, let's begin.
Let's find out.
Garland's Annihilation might be the prettiest end-of-the-world movie you'll ever see. Based on the novel of the same name by Jeff Van...
End-of-the-world movie?
It's an end-of-the-world movie?
I don't remember that being part of the movie, but okay.
At the very worst, it's a corruption of the world at most, and not even...
It's a corruption of, like, a part of the world that's like the size of a county?
I don't know how you get... Maybe we watch different... How can you already fuck up that much?
I don't want to nitpick, but like, why the hell did you refer to it as an end-of-the-world movie? Maybe the book is more about the end of the world, but the film isn't.
Yeah, it's like saying that... that's like saying The Lord of the Flies is about the end of civilization. It's like, no... No.
Man, first sentence and you've already fucked up the whole video.
Fuck. That's why you won't have... This is why I don't listen to women.
The movie tells the story of a group of scientists venturing into a strange quarantine zone called the Shimmer. Inside, they encounter a surreal world that's...
Why do people feel like they have to speak over overly loud music? Can't you just talk?
ADHD. They expect their viewers to fucking die if all they... Have you noticed that all my reviews for the Rages and Praises, I don't put music in the background just because I want you to concentrate on what I'm saying. But like, I've had recommendations from other YouTubers who are like, you should put a track there, it helps keep people pay attention. I'm just like, if they're not paying attention, they shouldn't be watching my video.
Yeah, I used to put music in like a few of my older videos because I was like, well, other people do this, so there must be something to it. And then I like watched them over again, and while I'm like, okay, I liked the commentary I made. Like, why don't I ever put music in the background? It's embarrassing.
I put it in my long stuff, but it's literally tone setting. Like, I take whiles to choose tracks deliberately, and I make it so it's way quieter than my voice.
Oh yeah, that's what I do. Like, the rare times that I've done it, I always go the stuff and I look at the little peaks and I check and make sure that the song itself doesn't ever get too loud. And I'm not just like, it feels like the music and her voice is competing for my attention.
seems to be remixing itself and everything in it. The film juggles some heavy themes and has a lot going on in its narrative. So by the time it ends,
There's a lot going on. That's what you have to
Does it?
say.
Does it?
I just she can't say what's going on. She says really, yeah, a lot's going on. I
The
think.
reason I really liked the movie was just because I thought it had a good I thought the setting and it had like a good kind of like tone to it, like the dread, the mystery. I like that about it, but like everything else is just a fucking mess.
Plenty of potential. The movie could have been super awesome. I
It
think.
could have been amazing.
I mean, that bear scene alone was like the best part of the whole movie. And it's like, why was this not in a better movie?
I mean, whatever year it came out, was it 2018?
I think it was.
Yeah, I think it came out like really early this year.
I would be like, that's one of the best scenes of movies this year, but don't watch the rest of the film.
just look up the scene on YouTube.
Unpack. Let's break down the ending of Annihilation. From a galaxy far away.
What?
The film's primary question is...
From a galaxy... Oh, was that
a reference to Star Wars?
Was that the title of the section? She just didn't pause or say it in a new way, or she didn't put any space between saying the title and saying the rest of the sentence.
Like, kind of like what Down with Thrust was doing with the run-up and all that shit.
Kind
like
of. But like
from
here,
a galaxy...
listen to how she says it. Like, close your eyes, right? Close your eyes and then listen to it. And there's you'd be very confused. It doesn't sound like it's a whole new section.
Galaxy far away. The film's primary question is, what is the shimmer? The film's opening shots show some sort of interstellar object careening through Earth's atmosphere and crashing into a lighthouse, which becomes the prime destination for the research and military expeditions into Area X, which is what the land surrounding the shimmer comes to be known as. The shimmer, as it turns out...
This is just summarizing the plot so far, I guess.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for allowing us to see that you actually make worse videos than Downward Thrust.
It's like, it's weird though, because if you're going to summarize the whole film, then is this really something you want to try to explain to people who haven't seen the movie?
I mean, the problem as well is that it's like, oh, they're only 48 seconds in. It's like, yeah, but there's only 6 minutes left. It's a tiny video.
Out is some sort of alien force. It's either a thinking, living,
So you
breathing
don't
thing,
know. I hate people, man.
or a kind of celestial cancer replicating itself unconsciously.
Celestial cancer. Okay.
Wow, that's
I guess in a way, sort of. I wouldn't.
It's
phrase
very,
it like that.
very like flim-flammy in terms of an interpretation.
I definitely the thing that I got from the movie is that this force doesn't have any thought of its own. It just does what it's supposed to do. It's just carrying.
It's kind of like a less scary version of The Thing in a way.
Kind of, yeah. It's just doing what it does. It doesn't care. It doesn't care for you. It doesn't care against you. It just does what it does.
And like I would cynically say that the film avoids explaining anything deliberately so it can make people go, you know what I think it is? I think it's blah 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 blah, and then they get very happy about talking stuff like that. But there's nothing to really grasp in terms of it clones people. I think.
Yeah, it doesn't have a motive. It just does stuff.
It combines DNAs of things.
It talks in dubstep.
It can just do anything, really. There's no real rule, I don't think, and I think that's its rule, that it could do anything.
It does freaky shit and it's weird, so it's scary.
It turns the girl who cuts herself into a tree for some reason.
Because she wants to be a tree.
Amazing characters when they are delivered to you on a platter by one character.
Either way, its whole essence is ultimately tied to an alien entity that we see take on humanoid form in the film's closing moments. Through the prism. Annihilation.
That was the end of that section. Okay.
I'm sorry, what was that section to establish? It came from space. We already knew that. That's the premise of the film. That's what you first see.
It's literally the first scene in the whole movie.
Thank you so much for making that part.
Why are you even bothering to say that? Because this is a video about the ending. It's implied that the people watching this video have already watched the movie and didn't get the ending.
About the ending. Yeah.
Like, it might actually be the first shot in the film that you see it arrive from space. That's why this is so hilarious.
Yeah, I think it literally is. I know it happens within the first 30 seconds or so.
Yeah. It's definitely early. That's why she showed the shot of it as well.
Wow.
Second question is, what does the shimmer do? Determining this is the primary goal of Lena's expedition. Until her husband Kane came back, nobody who entered the shimmer ever...
Yeah, it's just one of those... And I think that's ultimately one of the biggest ways that they failed is how inconsistent the shimmer seems to be with what it does. Like, yeah, it does weird stuff to your body and it combines things up, but then the whole time dilation thing was, talk about a fucking huge drop the ball moment. Or like, this could have been the plot, you know, like these characters learning to deal with the effect that this time dilation effect has on them, but
that they just forget about almost immediately after mentioning it.
We just woke up, turns out we've been in here for days and days. It's like, we need to fucking go right now. I don't know, it's like...
It's just totally forget.
And he seems to be sick, no longer fully in control of himself, and clearly in pain. With Kane out of commission, the Area X crews still can't say for sure what happens in the Shimmer, even after throwing team after team into its clutches, until Lena and her crew journey in.
I don't like that phrasing, into its clutches.
What's it?
Like its clutches is like, it implies that it's trying to be out there to get you, when I think the whole point of the movie is like, this isn't like a bad force, it's just doing what it does, and it doesn't have a motive.
It wasn't out to get anyone. The only reason that anyone was affected is because they went in.
Yeah,
and you just put more thought into that than they have in this whole video, so I don't even know.
Yeah, like,
this is why
it's not out to get you. It's there, and you're trying to discover things about it, and stuff happens
this
as a
looper,
result.
the whole thing is click.
Yeah, I think don't think of it as an antagonist so much as think of it as a phenomenon that you're trying to discover, like it's gravity or something. Like it doesn't care.
But it's emotive language, Rags, to say that it's escaping clutches. It makes people like go, oh yeah, it is kind of like that.
Despite the way our protagonists are picked off one by one, the Shimmer isn't...
I mean,
they
yeah, again,
voluntarily just decided.
I was gonna say picked off, not really. Technically, two of them.
Yeah, like that's not really true, is it?
Yeah, I mean, one just kind of walks off and turns into a tree. Another one walks off and I don't even know what the fuck happens to her. And then there's Natalie Portman, who does what Natalie Portman does best, and B's a not very good actress.
You hate women.
B's a not very good actress.
Yes, she B's a bad actress.
You write for Downward Thrust?
Oh, absolutely.
An explicitly destructive force. The land inside isn't a ravaged wasteland, but a lush, exotic forest filled with surreal flora and animals.
So
that
why
only
did you
resemble
call
those
it a post-apocalyptic film, you idiot?
Walking into its clutches, but
what does she mean?
Great.
There's only animals that resemble those on Earth. What are? When is there not that? Aren't they all that?
They're all on Earth still.
I would. I'm
so confused. There's crocodile and bear.
Plants, I would have said like, and all the plants and animals have been transformed in some alien way. You know, it's like that's all you have to say. It's like it's not like there are these weird things that look like. It's like no, it's like the plants and animals have been transformed in some strange alien way that we can't explain yet. Like, there you go. I was like,
it's odd.
Native to Earth. The scientists discover that everything exposed to the Shimmer is in a constant, accelerated state of mutation, and that mutation isn't confined to singular DNA sets. Instead, the DNA is collectively jumbled up. Animals become mixed with the plants, organic and inorganic materials combined, connecting all of nature in a very literal, very impossible way.
Do you think it's a crossbreed?
You can't crossbreed between different species.
The end times. It's established early on in the film that the Shimmer is spreading. As the scientists journey deeper into its...
Yeah, we know it's spreading. It's in the plot. I don't...
Is she actually going to get to the ending yet, or...
I was going to say, like, is it the last minute of this video that we need to skip to, or...
We're running out of time.
How much time is left?
There is 4 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Because
oh my
you can interpret
God.
this as she's explaining the film, and does that just mean the plot? Because then you're just like, okay.
Wonderful.
Sort of. Like this is a poor way of doing it. Like your explanation isn't very good, but okay. It's like one of the biggest problem is that you're giving this thing agency when the film clearly goes out of its way to try and state that it doesn't have agency. You're just like, you're kind of fucking this up.
Orders has been completely overtaken by the Shimmer. Its threat is made abundantly clear by Jennifer Jason Leigh's Dr. Ventress. If it goes unchecked...
But they don't... How do you know that?
Consume the world. It doesn't kill the world, though. It clearly makes life.
It destroys the world as we know it, maybe.
That's... Yeah, you could say that, I suppose.
So, like, we don't know if it doesn't, like, kill people so much as it changes them. And sometimes it's bad, I guess, but it's not really... You know, that's the thing. We don't know if it's supposed to expand forever. I guess it's implied, but it's, I don't know. It's like,
Based on what we see, it'd be a gorgeous apocalypse, but it's still an apocalypse. While beautiful, the shimmer is littered with...
It's beautiful, look.
Well, now she's taken a step further. She's described it as apocalypse, which doesn't, correct me if I'm wrong, but apocalypse means the world gets destroyed.
Look at this apocalypse. Yeah, I mean, look at that lovely, mutated, horrible, monstrous thing that's just growing out of the wall.
Gorgeous.
I guess it's interpretable, because apocalypse says an event involving destruction or damage on a catastrophic scale. You could be like, yeah, this is damaging DNA.
Annihilation.
And filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. Humans in the shimmer encounter violent ends, like Anya's death in the jaws of a mutant bear, or they give themselves over to it. In humans, this DNA remixing leads to madness, making them disoriented, agitated.
Well, no, we don't know that. It's kind of inferred to us that each person in this group is already damaged mentally in some way. So, I mean, they don't give us much character work here, but all their backstories, they have something that's going on in their head, like they're not 100%, confident, and like they have some sort of a backstory to where they're in some way emotionally compromised or invested in the mission. So we don't really know if this thing does fuck around with you mentally. Like, it's like...
Well, she's going off what she saw in the film, which is the guy you see later at the beginning that comes back to Natalie Portman. He's acting weird, so there you go. It makes you weird.
But there's the thing, it's not him.
Well, I'm stuck at the part where it's just like, how is that any more than what we saw in the film? Like,
it's like, it doesn't. We don't know if it changes you because that thing that came back wasn't even him. So. It's like,
yeah,
it's like, did you not watch the movie? It doesn't. It didn't.
He killed himself. He didn't get changed.
Yeah, and that's weird. I don't know why you do that, but
I don't know. Yeah, I don't
The film never
why.
makes a statement on whether the shimmer's effects are a good or bad.
They're bad. They're very. Did you not watch the fucking movie?
It deconstructs your DNA. It's okay though. Just let it happen.
He was like, that's terrible. That's horror bad. That's very good. That's very no good. That's a terrible. It's like, what do you mean if it's good or bad? You think this is a happy ending?
Well, good or bad in what scale? Do you think any of these characters were happy about what happened to them? Well, I guess the suicidal one was happy to turn into a tree. I don't know.
I don't know. I'd be pretty happy to have my jaw just ripped off of my face by a ravenous bear monster thing.
It simply presents them as an inevitability, face to face.
What?
Well, I mean, because they put themselves into this scenario specifically, but it's very bad. I don't know how you can make the argument that this is a good thing that's happening.
Toward the film's climax, Lena encounters Dr. Ventress, who has finally made it to the lighthouse. However, Ventress has become a part of the alien force that created the shimmer, and she soon transcends her human form and becomes a sort of fractal prism herself.
What?
She transcends her human form.
No, how do you know that?
She's annihilated. She is ripped apart. She's turned. She doesn't. No. No.
How does this explain anything?
I'm more confused.
We are John 3:16 into this movie, and they're just now kind of getting sort of to the ending. Duh.
After this prism absorbs a drop of Lena's blood, it takes on a humanoid form. In this moment, Lena effectively meets the shimmer.
No. No,
she
that's not
meets
what she does.
The shimmer? How are you interpreting it that way?
I thought the shimmer was the big wall around the thing.
Apparently the shimmer is this thing too.
Yeah, it's the phenomenon in general, I guess. But
dare I ask what she bases this on?
it's like saying, I met a brick wall. It's like you're implying that the brick wall has agency. You're anthropomorphizing this force. When I think it's a huge part of the movie that you shouldn't do that. Because it gives it like motivation and agency that it isn't supposed to have. Like, I think personifying this thing is one of the things that the movie kind of is telling you not to do.
While it initially seems malicious, the shimmer never actually sets out to harm Lena. Instead, it just mirrors her movements. It's an important moment that embodies the goals of the Shimmer.
No. I disagree that it has goals. It's just, it doesn't show any agency until it absorbs. Fuck it.
Yeah, from what I can tell, it just wants to be.
Yeah, it just does what it does, right? That's the whole thing. It's just doing what it's doing, right? Just like all of the plants and animals that they've met thus far, it just does what it does by its nature. It doesn't necessarily have this plan or this motivation, right? And that kind of is important, especially when you consider the ending. You know, when the two of them meet up and they're just like confused because they don't know what to do, because now that the creature has come into contact and absorbed a sentient creature, that's different than what it's absorbed in the past, really. So now,
well, no, it's absorbed her like husband at that point.
Yeah, he's one of the he's the one who came back, and he's like confused, if anything, right? Because I think it's because
he stopped spitting up blood because they get rid of the Shimmer because she burnt it down, but she also was the thing the whole time. I don't fucking know.
I don't know. Let's see how they.
Even though as she was leaving and it showed the thing burning, it turned back into that silvery looking thing. So it doesn't make any sense.
Which makes me think that when she was telling the story, it was from like a different perspective, but they switch it and they don't let us really know clearly, and
that's the kind of thing I was expecting from this video, to maybe explain that, but never mind.
Well, you got 3 minutes.
Understanding and integration. It assimilates to its environment. The mass mutations and prism effect are the result. Smashing the mirror. As her confrontation with the Shimmer creature comes to a head, the creature, now in a humanoid form and morphing into Lena, is given a grenade by the real Lena. She places it in the Shimmer's hands, pulls the pin, and runs. As the grenade explodes, the Shimmer creature catches fire. The lighthouse burns, destroying the entirety of the Shimmer with it. It cements the idea that the Shimmer is one large collective being, and also allows Lena the opportunity to escape and make her way back to Area X. Self-destruct sequence. Annihilation is a movie about destruction, and the idea that deep in our genetic coding there's a primal urge to destroy ourselves and the world around us.
It is.
The Shimmer serves as an embodiment.
I don't know. Sort of. I guess they kind of allude to that a little bit. Like she gives herself to the trees, or people are driven to madness and they don't care about themselves, and so they do things that are harmful to themselves, or that because things live and die, our deaths are programmed into us in a way, so we sometimes actively seek it out, and that's not even up to us.
Fair enough.
It's been a while since I've seen it. I only saw it once.
Of that inevitable urge. It destroys what we have and turns it into something new, for better or worse. That penchant
Worse is the answer.
for self-destruction is explored intensely through our protagonists. Lena is a woman who ruins her marriage with an affair, indirectly influencing her husband to go on what is potentially a one-way mission. Alma is a recovering addict. Josie bears the scars of self-harm. Ventress is dying of a cancer mutating her insides.
Mutating her insides. The most childish fucking description of cancer I've ever heard.
Technically, I guess, sort of.
She needed to explain how cancer is a form of self-harm, which is easily to do, by the way, and she went with mutating your insides.
Fascinating.
I don't know. I mean, it's like...
It's just cells refusing to die. That's what like, cancer is.
All you can say... It'd be better to say that they send 4 people in who each have something that they deeply regret, or they're very, very sad about, and so that plays into the nature of the Shimmer, or something like that. I don't even know. Just making this off the top of my head. I'm just sitting here in this chair, wondering what's become of my life. Thanks, Wolf. I wanted to be here. I chose this.
Thanks, buddy.
Conscious wish to end their lives, so their journeys ever deeper into the Shimmer have an air of...
Conscious change to end their life. I need to go back. I want to get that line.
Yeah, they consciously decided to get mauled by
her
a
fascination
bear.
with the Shimmer. These characters all have a subconscious wish to end their lives, so their journeys ever deeper into the Shimmer haven't...
They very clearly make actions to save their life.
I mean, didn't the old lady say she was going in there specifically to try and find a way to stop her cancer so she could live?
Hopefully, I think, yeah.
I forget, but
I can't remember.
I thought that was what her motivation was.
Like... 2 of these chicks do not consent to being mauled by the bear. They are definitely.
Yeah, and one of them tries to shoot it as it mauls her, so I think that we
Yeah.
can assume she wasn't on board
Yeah,
with that.
and Natalie Portman goes in to find a cure for her husband, so she's definitely not trying to die.
Yeah, and if she wanted to die, then she wouldn't have done what she did at the end, which turns out that she did, even though the thing that they show us is not consistent.
I mean, they all have guns. If they really wanted to die, there's fast methods of doing it.
Yeah.
An air of inevitability. Even though Lena survives, she only does so by destroying a doppelganger of herself, metaphorically wiping away her old identity and emerging as something new.
That is not what she was thinking about. She
What?
was scared shitless, and she just wanted to kill this thing. She wasn't thinking about, oh, metaphorically, this is like me destroying a part of myself that I want to make. Like,
I was gonna say, that is not what happened.
It's like, no, absolutely not.
She was trying to get away from this thing. It decided to make itself into her, and then she gives it a grenade to kill that.
I was really disappointed with that, by the way. I can't remember if I was talking with Wolf or someone else, but you know, it's mimicking everything she does. If you try and hand yourself a grenade to then hold, like, do you know how much that would conflict trying to do it? I thought she was going to do, you kind of have to do it in Binding of Isaac and a couple of other games when you face a mirror enemy. But basically, if she mimicked picking up a grenade and then the thing mirrored her, but the box of grenades is on the alien's side, so the alien actually picks it up while she picks up nothing.
Yeah.
I thought that'd be really cool. And then she mimics pulling the pin, and this thing pulls the pin as well, but it actually pulls a pin because of the fact that they mirrored.
Because it mirrors her until it doesn't need to.
And then she just walks backwards, and it walks backwards, and then she let go, and it starts burning, and then she can run out of the room. But instead, she pulls the pin herself and runs away, and the thing doesn't even mimic her. It just looks at her like, huh, she's running.
Yeah, it also stopped mimicking her when she tried to get out of there, so...
Yeah.
I don't get it, how it works, whatever. I don't think this movie does well if you try and assign rules to things, and I think that people would feel that way about it too. They'd be like, stop thinking about it. Think of the themes.
Quarantine Q&A. Following her return from the Shimmer, Lena is forced to take part in an extensive debriefing about her journey while under a strict quarantine. Is it the real Lena or a double? After her time inside the Shimmer, the truth is somewhere in between.
No, the movie explicitly tells us what the answer is. And I thought that was a weakness of the film.
Yeah, with the eye, right?
Yeah, with the eyes. Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, it
like,
kind
I
of
think
just
it would be-
completely contradicts the ending that we saw in the lighthouse, so it makes no sense.
Well, you were supposed to assume she was infected anyway, I guess. I don't know. I don't even know what it means to be infected. I don't even.
Yeah, does it just happen because of your proximity to the Shimmer? Or does it happen because it's something that gets on you and it can't be taken out? Or I don't know. But she's asking this question, but we know the answer.
After her questioning, Lena is finally reunited with Kane, who's no longer dying from the Shimmer's effects and even seems somewhat lucid. What Lena knows, and others don't, is that it cannot possibly be him. New me, new you. The most ambiguous moment of the film takes place in its closing moments. Lena has known since encountering her husband's remains at the lighthouse that whatever's back in the Area X facility isn't him, but rather something new. Her being reunited with this Kane isn't quite the moment those around her believe it is. She knows the truth and needs to tie up one last loose end. Reunited with Kane's doppelganger, Lena asks him if it's really her husband, and his answer is not encouraging.
I don't think so.
Oh yeah, and it bothered me that they did that in the facility, and I was like, what if they're watching you right now? I assumed the whole reason you didn't want to say it in front of them was because they might experiment on you or whatever, but I guess that's again, thinking too much.
So the thing that one thing that I think they could have done better, and that could have been an interesting end, is that they both come to the realization that they're the copies and they don't really know what to make of it or what to do about it. Like this thing has been copying stuff all this time, but only now that it's got its hands on sentience and it's coming to realization with that, like they don't know what to do, right? Like they're both confused, and it goes with the whole idea of this phenomenon doesn't have any agency without, encountering,
something that already has it.
Yeah, and it doesn't know what to do with it. It has to learn how to deal with it, and so they basically in effect become work copies of the things that went in, and like we don't really know what's going on. How do we deal with this? What are we? And it's not trying to fool anyone really. It's like, what are you? And it's like, I don't think I'm what you think I am. He's just being honest about it. But I don't know. But it's weird. It's like they tried to straddle both the ambiguous and non-ambiguous ending, which meant that it didn't really do much either way. I don't know.
Well, thank God we've had it explained.
I guess.
Thanks for summarizing the plot and expecting that to be your explanation.
Are you Lena?
Cain is something new, as well as the last remaining fragment of the Shimmer, whether he's fully aware of it or not.
Wasn't
In the
Lena?
film's-
Yeah, wouldn't she also be?
Too?
Yeah, she's the same thing. Also, you're not telling us anything that isn't obvious from the film. That's the thing, is like, explained. Is like, we're just gonna... There's no explaining here.
What about all the
Haunting
altered
finale-
life that's still in the Shimmer? Wouldn't that still be around?
Yeah, does
I
it...
guess it all burned with the burning. I don't
But
know.
not her and him.
Yeah, doesn't the bear... What if the bear walks outside? Or what if the...
It just
what if-
disintegrates.
Yeah,
This
what if
woman
the
said,
deer
okay?
leave? What if the bird leaves? I don't know.
The two embrace as both of their irises fluctuate and change color, signaling the continuing mutation and evolution caused by the Shimmer. It now resides in Lena and Cain, who will live on to change the world.
Are they?
Okay.
Is this like, is it contagious? Or is it just that... Because the movie seems to imply that they're not so much infected with it as they are the copies that were made. And we don't know if it has any self-replicating ability in that aspect. We just don't... It's not really made clear. That's why I can't call this an apocalypse film, because it doesn't explain to you the nature of this force. Like, we don't know the rules. And they're clearly not being consistent.
Just don't
It's
think
just
about
like,
it, man.
I guess.
Even further. It might not happen soon, but the primal coding that sends us toward self-destruction remains as an inevitability that nobody and nothing will ever fully...
That doesn't explain shit. You're not explaining anything. You just told us what the film tells you.
I mean,
and
this
then
is
you
Looper,
guess
though.
at some
Like,
things.
they're the bargain bin of YouTube.
This is why I chose this video, because I knew a 6-minute Looper video was not going to tell us anything.
The peak of YouTube content. Well, what is that? The darkest movies on Netflix that no one is talking about. Okay. I hate the whole "no one is talking about" tagline on a video. Yeah, I'm sure people are talking about it. You just practically
It's
saying
okay
like,
to say-
"I am a
it's okay to
god."
say these things are not very popular, or most.
Oh yeah.
It's okay to say that, but you don't have to do that. Nobody's talking about. It's like, it's okay to say that these things have small audiences, and you can, give them a signal boost if you think they're great. That's a thing you could do. It's fine. Well, that was a waste of my time. Like the last 2 videos.
Last 3 videos.
Wait, 3?
Downward Thrust.
Yeah.
And then
Cuphead.
And then this.
Yeah, and then this.
That'd be 3.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're on the last 2. I guess.
Oh, you
Oh, okay.
Annihilation. What's next?
I'm just glad I know what happened in Annihilation, man.
Yeah, man, I feel so good
I like
about
to
this.
think that off my commentary off the top of my fucking head was more insightful than them just telling us exactly what was shown to us in the movie.
Well, this one, I know, Mauler, you've been asked repeatedly to respond to something from this guy, so since you're not going to do it otherwise, here's a Hello Greedo video.
Oh.
In 1973, Paula Smith wrote a Star Trek parody called A Trekkie's Tale. In this parody, Paula Smith satirized unrealistic characters in Star Trek fanfiction, and how most of the time, the characters found in the fanfiction were idealized versions, perfect versions, of the author. An author's insert into the story, if you will. A fulfillment of how the author wished they were. In Paula Smith's parody, her main character's name was Lieutenant Mary Sue. A character who other characters instantly liked. A character who performs flawlessly. That kind of stuff. Gary Stu and Larry Stu are variants of Mary Stu. And the first thing that comes to mind for whatever reason is Michael Scott from The Office. Do you remember the movie script that he wrote called Threat Level Midnight?
No.
Starring Michael Scott as Michael Scarn, the best top secret agent in the business? Hilarious. That's the kind of stuff I think of when I hear Mary Sue or Gary Stu.
Let me guess.
Or
He doesn't
whatever
think that
silly
about Ray.
labels we're using tomorrow. The thing
You'll see.
It's like, I don't care what you think. she is a Mary Sue.
We all know where this is going. I'm just waiting for.
I haven't watched the whole video, but you're gonna love what he says about Ray and the Mary Sue thing in like a minute or so.
Thing is, I don't mind the label. A Mary Sue or Gary Stu is kind of a funny way to look at author inserts. Super duper powerful heroes, idealized version of the perfect person, because those type of characters absolutely exist and are majorly found.
So stop. If you're talking and you're having text on the screen like this, let me read one and listen to you. Is like
Yeah, it's funny you said that. I've been ignoring the text because I've been listening to him. I just made a conscious decision to listen to him instead of this.
Because he's got text on the screen and it's scrolling by and you have to read it really fast, but he's also talking about something different in the back. And I'm like, fuck. You're like the opposite of Mark Brown where there's nothing to think about. Jesus.
In the realm of fan fiction, where Paula Smith was satirizing. So is Ray a Mary Sue? Like so many people have been saying since The Force Awakens? I mean, does it matter?
Yes.
I think she's a sympathetic...
Wait, okay. Okay.
That's the part that I knew you were gonna...
Does it matter when the whole point of the Mary Sue criticism is that it's a criticism? It's like, does it matter that she's perfect and everyone loves her? It's like, yes, that affects the actual script.
Man, does this shitty character really matter if it's shitty?
If the protagonist is a shit character, does that really matter? Like most would agree.
I'm waiting for. I hope he doesn't pull, because some people respond to criticism like, you think that J.J. Abrams inserted Ray as himself? You know, the whole self-insert thing? And I'll just be like, yeah, clearly we're not really focusing on that part of the Mary Sue definition. It's the part where everyone loves them, they're inexplicably amazing at things, and they just have, they've got a toolkit for every situation.
I've never actually heard that first definition, or it's a self-insert. I've never heard that before.
It makes sense. It does, because it's like somebody who's like really egomaniacal puts themselves into their own work, and they just happen to be an amazing character. It doesn't need to be that Ray represents J.J. Abrams. It doesn't need to be that to have all the results of a Mary Sue character, if that makes sense.
Pathetic character, a fun character, a compassionate character. Parents of...
How is she sympathetic or fun? Fun? No, she's definitely not fun. Sympathetic? I mean, only in the sense that, like, she's sad she doesn't know her parents, I guess.
Even is his argument, though, that it doesn't matter if you're Mary Sue if you're sympathetic? How do you be sympathetic if you can't have a flaw?
I don't know. I mean, I guess...
Isn't that the whole point of being sympathetic to somebody, that they had loss of some kind? I guess people can die in front of her. You could feel sympathy when Han dies in front of her, I guess.
Yes, I feel more sympathy for Han, but, you know,
I picked Chewie, but yeah.
Well, yeah, you know.
Abandoned her, she doesn't know who the hell she is, or what the hell her purpose is, doesn't know who to trust. She's more complex than most people.
Yeah, that's not complexity. Like, she doesn't
trust the writers don't even know what her purpose is. It's just fucking hollow what you're... Complex. Wow.
They literally just throw Ray into a new situation and say, and she did this, and she did this, and she did this, and then this jack-off comes on here and he's like, she's so complex. Thanks, Helagrito. I'm so glad you're giving us this commentary.
How I look at what complex means, so when someone says Civil War's a bad film because Iron Man is defending the idea that we join the government, which the first film is all about how he shouldn't, that's why he's complex as a character. There is a narrative structure to how he went from that feeling with a principle, and he's maintained the principle, but the means in which to let's just say control weaponry in the world, he's changed his mind on how the best method is to do it. So what makes him complicated is that it's not as simple as one clear goal, like blow up all the terrorists. That's simple. But then it's like, okay, we need to put the right person in power. We need to make the right political statements here and there. It's like it starts getting more complicated. Just to say, where does Ray come from? Who are her parents? I'm so sympathetic to her because she's so alone. Also, she is scavenging and blah, blah, blah. And just go, there's so much complexity to this character because of all these things I just said. She's like, are you just saying things? What does it even matter to her? You know, the idea that's like, oh, she's so alone. Like, it's so, and it's just like, it affects her personality to the amount of nil. She's like so sociable.
Yeah, it's like, I don't understand. Like, she's just she is the oatmeal, the bland, plain oatmeal. She's the white rice of characters. There's just nothing going on.
You could have lunch with her in the second movie or whatever, and she'd probably be like, upbeat and be like, so where are you from? Blah, blah, blah. And at the end of it, she could be like, yeah, I haven't really spoken to anybody since I was born. I've been a slave on a desert trying to collect scraps so I can survive. You'd be like, wow.
Oh, you have adjusted well.
You've adjusted well, yeah.
It's like well.
You're like, oh, well, that's what she's complicated. You'd be like, no, she's not. We know nothing about her.
You're handling this very well. Oh, well, I was going to say my condolences, but looks like you're already completely
I guess it was
that.
good that happened.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Shit.
I'm so happy
I hope I get to be a slave for a little bit.
We'll give her credit for. Especially when you look at the characters that some of those people actually like. And really the correct answer...
What characters do those people like? These people out there, these nebulous ones that you refer to yet do not elaborate on. I see this all the time. It's like, if you're referring to people, tell me about these people. It's like, what characters are those people out there? Like, do tell me more about me. Because you're referring to me. You're talking about me. So I'd like to know more, Greedo. Tell me more about me, please.
Remain nebulous so this is inoffensive, and then when you respond to him, he can be like, why are you being so cruel? It's just my opinion.
To the question of, is blank a Mary Sue or Gary Stew, should be a long exhale, followed by a who cares?
Who?
Why does this always... Whataboutism? Whataboutism constantly
What about
comes up with
Anakin
this.
from these other movies that were made fucking 20 years almost ago? I was like, we're not talking about those movies. We're talking about The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi.
If we take them for what they're trying to say is true, by the way, it just reminds me of, like, there's this flaw in Jurassic Park where the thing comes through the gate when it shouldn't. But there's this other movie called, fucking Prehistoric Monsters, where the same thing happens. And you're like, oh, well, that's bad in both then, I guess. And then he's like, no. Wait.
But people say that movie was good. It's like, okay.
Okay.
All right, we can
That's
have that
fine.
discussion
That's
later.
why it always seems so fruitless, because I'm just sitting there thinking, like, you're referencing the prequels in an attempt to say that the thing is good. It's like...
But this other terrible thing was also terrible.
Yeah, these prequels that are often held up as the bastion of character design and the perfect depiction of how stories should be told. And yeah, it's like, no.
And
Little boy
the
Anakin?
The idea is, fuck off with Harry Potter. The Anakin, what does he do in the first film, aside from pilot the thing at the end and blow some stuff up? Like, isn't he just like annoying?
Yeah.
Doesn't really do it. Oh, he does the pod race. But doesn't he begin the race with fucking it up?
Yeah,
Like
the speeder
his
doesn't
engine.
work and he has to catch up.
And I don't know, it just make your actual point, because you just told us it doesn't matter. Now you're telling us that it's in other characters. As for Harry Potter, like I don't know Harry Potter well enough to be able to argue that he's flawed, but I'm pretty sure he does fail. And plenty of characters hate him. Snape hates him from the get-go, and we find out exactly why.
Gary Stew? Is Harry Potter a Gary Stew, BJ Blazkowicz, Katniss Everdeen, James Bond? I mean, pretty much any character that has some power or confidence or abilities has been slapped with the label of Mary Sue or Gary Stew.
It's like, no, and that's irrelevant even if it was, because we're talking about May, or Ray. We're talking about Ray.
He thinks James Bond is liked by everyone. He thinks James Bond always gets out of every situation. Admittedly, James Bond survives, but how many times has he been captured?
Yeah,
and
he
like
gets fucked up. He gets beaten
up.
and he takes hits, and we don't know. The whole thing about Bond is like we don't really know much about his backstory. Like that's one of the things. It's not really elaborated on because it's just like he's the
Let's
guy.
not forget,
He's,
Rey breaks herself out after defeating someone who's far superior to her in force power. It's the most like, wow, you're good. Like
Jon Snow's a Mary Sue. Or Gary Stew.
Except for when he died.
Yeah, that time when he was stabbed to death by all of his comrades. Gary Stew.
Before. You know how sometimes a word or a phrase just gets repeated over and over again, turning people into parrots?
Couldn't they say the same thing about you?
Yeah.
Just parroting that it doesn't matter. And on top of that, I've never said she's a Mary Sue. Moving on. It's always, I want to go deeper than that because the title doesn't necessarily matter. It's the substance. It's like, what does it mean that she's a Mary Sue? Oh, it means that she never fails. It's like, what does that mean for the script? It's like, oh, well, it means there's no stakes for Rey because we'll never be invested in the idea that she could actually suffer in any way because the script always saves her. And then they're like, no, she doesn't. She's going to fail and suffer in the second one because that's the downfall of the trilogy. That's how it works. The second one's the low point. And then it's like, oh, she succeeded more in the second one than in the first one. So,
well, I mean, it kind of was a downfall of the trilogy and the entire franchise.
Yeah, definitely. But, I mean, beats Luke in a lightsaber fight, and then beats the Praetorian Guard, then beats Kylo in a Force grip contest, and then gets a triple kill on the Millennium Falcon, and then saves everybody in the Resistance, and then goes home. That's what her journey in
I mean, she's
Last
so
Jedi
amazing that people don't even have to know who she is to just run and hug her.
Oh, I hate that shit, man. By the way,
The thing.
that was confirmed as a mistake by J.J. Abrams, so I wish we brought it up to Just Right, Wolf, just to see if he was like, you just don't like that Leia hugged her. You just don't like the choice.
Oh, you mean
that
like
character
after
made?
she came back
Yeah,
from...
like,
okay.
J.J. Abrams said that they would have had Leia... It's in an article, it's going to be in my video, but he says that the original plan was to have Chewie rush Finn to the infirmary and he's just gone. And then Leia walks up to the ship to see Rey, like, depressingly come out of it. And obviously their connection is that they both felt Han die through the Force or whatever. And so she hugs her, which is okay. But as it was shot, Chewie wasn't out of the fucking screen yet. So you could still see him, and he was slumped over, depressed. And so J.J. Abrams said, yeah, that was not intended, and it would have been cut, preferably.
It would make more sense for Rey to take him to the infirmary and Chewie.
Yes, that should have happened. But what I was saying is that Just Right's been talking on Twitter lately about how a lot of criticisms come down to how you disagree with character choices, and so that would probably be one that he would say, you just disagree with Leia's choice to hug Rey. But I'd be like, what happens if the director says it's a mistake?
Well, the director was wrong.
Yeah, the director was wrong.
The director just...
Well, if the director used reader response theory...
Queer theory, mate.
I'm never going to let
the vast
that
majority
down.
of the people...
He's like,
Through the lens
people that
of
are
queer
saying
theory.
it don't really know what the thing they're saying means. They're making the sounds with their beak, but they don't know the connection. Sitting on a branch, listening to the sounds, repeating, but it's empty.
That sounds
There's no
exactly
understanding.
like this video.
That sounds like this
Well, I was
video.
going to say, this is
Literally
really
asking,
cheap. You're just
what does it
accusing
matter?
everybody who says the Mary Sue criticism that they don't actually have anything to follow up.
Is that I
They're
hate
just saying
everything
Mary Sue?
underneath the mask? Is that why there's a mask on? Because that's actually I hate everything there?
He's
And
never
Dude,
been
I
harsh at
watched
all.
his I watched his video defending The Force Awakens. Oh my goodness, I forgot how bad that video is too.
I didn't
like-
even know he made a video defending it.
We should check that out at some point. And this is the thing. I guess I didn't realize, because I remember watching that video once upon a time thinking it was fine, but like, it's so weak sauce. It's like people are criticizing The Force Awakens for having, and then just some stupid comment saying something really retarded, and then he's like, how can you people be this stupid? Just let people like stuff.
Wait, is
And you
that just
can't help
the... Is that just his initial video where he's like, I love The Force Awakens, or is that like a
I can't remember. I think it's
comeback or
called I
something?
Love The Force Awakens.
Huh.
Yeah, but
Alright.
surprising. But it's very similar to the Last Jedi one, to be perfectly honest with you. I suppose it shouldn't have been a surprise.
Yeah, I suppose not. Well, we can take a look at that later. Or you can do it, or whatever you need to do.
I don't think we're
Times
gonna
you've seen-
do any more Mauler video suggestions after the last one.
I didn't suggest this one or the first one.
No, the last one, the Cuphead one.
That one's permanently put you off anything.
Yeah, your video choosing privileges are taken away.
Yeah, you should be lucky you're still here.
God, should have blocked
Seen
you.
this play out, especially in politics. Phrases just get
Oh,
thrown
wonderful.
around from top down,
Yeah,
and then
just keep
parrots
saying that,
just
dude.
say the thing.
Keep parroting that.
Yeah. He's like, okay, but what all you're saying is that we keep saying it over and over. You're not actually explaining why it's not
It's like-
true.
How many things does he need me to say before he considers it substantive? Like, I can't get invested in Rey because every situation she ever is in, she can just respond to it and be successful, which is ridiculous. And I don't know anybody on the planet who can do that, so I can't empathize with her. She doesn't seem real to me. Is that good enough? Thus, being a Mary Sue, that's the key element of that criticism.
The protagonist having these qualities lessen their, lessens the character in a variety of ways.
Just your opinion.
Yeah, I suppose so.
over and over again, and then when someone comes up to them with a microphone, they don't really know how to explain the thing that they were
still
just
parroting
repeating,
this.
or chanting, or cheering for. Phrases are often rallying cries for teams, for tribes, for parties, and they're often hollow shells, void of meaning, because most people don't know
This
the
guy
meaning of
has
them.
never
Basically,
watched a single video criticizing The Last Jedi, has he?
I don't think so. I don't think he has.
I'm
I
so
think he's like, I hate
confused.
everything. It's like there's no real reasons to criticize this movie. It's wonderful and it's amazing, and the people who want to criticize it are just looking for things, and they're overthinking it, and blah 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 blah. I'm sure his finger. It's basically that's why his helmet's on, because otherwise he'd be sticking his fingers in his ears, saying, "I can't hear you. I can't hear you." It's an amazing movie.
Can't believe how many times he's repeated this. Is this the whole point of the video, to just say people don't know what Mary Sue means? So I opened with the definition of it to prove it, because it applies to Harry Potter and Anakin.
I was like, thanks for opening with the definition, so that we can even further explain why why Rey is a Mary Sue. Well, no, I'm just gonna maybe start calling her Mary, because at this point,
consequential as an advertising slogan. It sounds good. It's an easy thing to say, and then
Movie's
quickly
half
sidestep
done,
any
get to the
rational or
point.
nuanced discussion. It's just kind of a phrase.
Oh yeah, this
meant
is
to
the
pop
guy
the
who
nose and
advocates
run
for
away.
rational and
It's just a
nuanced
phrase
You've made the
to-
same point like 8 times. Get on with it, man.
yeah, we understand. Let's go.
Dig your heels in and state your side. Another kind of weird cultural thing is the effect that Watergate had on scandals and reporting. Watergate was the name of the hotel and office complex where the break-in took place. The physical structure was called Watergate, but now every
What does
single
this have to
scandal
do with Mary
This doesn't have
Sue?
anything to do with anything.
Is he
What does
trying
this
to
even
say
have to
that
do
any
with Star
criticism-
Wars?
Is he trying to say that any criticism of Rey is just called Mary Sue? As in, like, if you wanted to criticize her acting ability, you'd say she's a Mary Sue. Is that what his point is?
I don't know exactly, but I'm sure he'll tell us 4 times. So
All that happens just adds gate to the end of whatever it is. Bridge gate.
What's wrong with this?
Beach gate.
I
Russia
mean, I know it's a bit
gate,
memey,
email
but like,
gate.
does he understand the point? It's that you understand. It means all gate at the end of thing means it's controversy or scandal.
Yeah, if anything, it's good.
It's an evolution of language. It's probably going to end up in the dictionary if it's not already.
Yeah, it's like a blank gate. A gate is as a suffix, you know.
Yeah.
Stripper gate. Envelope gate. Nipple gate.
Was
Deflate
language
gate.
stupid
It's
to you?
I'm sorry. You think
That's how words get bored. Like, I'm not even kidding you.
Yeah,
Do
it's
I
like
think
a
it's stupid to
cultural
add it
thing
into our
occurs.
language? Not necessarily. I think it's a very quick shorthand to basically just be like, oh yeah, this thing. If I say, fucking water bottle gate, you guys are immediately going to know something big happened with the water bottle.
Yeah, something involving a water bottle. There's some conspiracy, or there's some sort of a scandal involving water bottles. Or
I mean,
like,
fuck,
just hearing the
Gamergate.
word, Gamergate.
People don't
it's
even
like some-
think of Watergate with Gamergate. They immediately think like, oh yeah, Gamergate might be the origin of the whole gate suffix thing. That's how much Gamergate got propagated.
By the way, we're 3 minutes and 45 seconds into this.
What even? Oh, he needs to make a point about that.
Thing. It's really strange. Labels and phrases and all this stuff are a way to instantly put someone or something or a position or an opinion in a tight little neat box. Oh, you're alt-right. Oh, you're a SJW. Oh, you're a Democrat.
what?
Oh, you're a Republican. It's dumb.
Okay.
What does this have to do with Mary Sue?
What does this have anything to do with being a Mary Sue?
This is actually not even a good example, because some of those are things that people take upon themselves to. It's a bad example because when people say I'm a Republican, right, it's because they want to be considered as part of a group who does something, but people are labeled as SJWs because of the things that they do. Like, one is descriptive, are things that they prescribe upon themselves, so it's not even a good example. But at
So
this point,
confusing.
I
And
don't
what does it have to
even-
do with the whole Mary Sue
Yeah, I
thing?
mean, what is
Please
it?
relate it back.
It's dumb talk. It's a way to juke around any kind of discussion.
This is
There's a lot of these phrases.
That's what you're juking around. Like,
That's
explain to
good.
us why she's not a Mary Sue.
No, because his point is that she is, but that's fine. I think that's what he was saying.
I
But
don't
now
see
he's
how-
trying to say that any criticism levied at her is just titled Mary Sue. I'm assuming that's what he's saying, but I really am not sure. Which, that's not even true, though.
Around in the Star Wars community nowadays, and it's weird. Things like the phrase damage control. I've seen damage control written out more in the past 2 or 3 months across YouTube than I have ever seen ever. And it's a
Okay, that doesn't make it not true. That just means you
No.
see it a lot.
The word has a definition. They're trying to put across an idea that is in the definition of the word. Therefore, they use the word. This is what I mean. Do you hate language? I don't understand.
Is I see this word a lot these days. It's like have you considered that there is a reason for that? What if God forbid there were a lot of people damage controlling, and that the phrase damage control was being used to describe that?
Like, genuinely speaking, like, maybe he's making a point about how the word Mary Sue has become super popular as a criticism thanks to Ray, but it's like, don't you think that there might be a reason for that? Like, connection?
It's like, if you go to Rotten Tomatoes in this game, this movie's got a 46%. It's like, don't you think there's a reason for that? It's like, agree with it or not, there's a reason for it.
And, you know, you could be like, some people have convinced the crowds that that's what the problem is when it's not, but the thing is, he's not making a case against it, he's making a case for it. He's like, yes, she is a Mary Sue. Also, people are using Mary Sue a lot. And it's like, okay, that seems to pad out logically.
I was like, are you upset? I mean, I don't know.
Whenever anyone has a mildly positive thing to say about The Last Jedi. Oh, you liked a certain thing? And think it's worth telling people that you thought that particular portion was fun and enjoyable? Oh, you must be doing damage control. These parroted phrases...
I'll be completely honest with you, I have never even heard that from my own side of the audience.
I've never heard that either.
I mean, I would say that's a bad argument, not damage control.
Yeah, if us three were against three people arguing for The Last Jedi, and one of them said, I loved the scene on Crate, and one of you guys said, oh, you're just trying to damage control, I would genuinely pull you aside after the thing and be like, what did you mean by that?
I've never heard that. Like, it's a thing that people do, but it's not like it's more of an attitude than an actual thing that you do.
What Downward Thrust has been doing lately is damage control. He's like, guys, I'm changing. Guys, the content's negative because all of these reasons that are not my fault. Guys, it's like, oh, that is some hardcore damage control.
Damage control isn't necessarily a bad thing. If you notice that there's something damaged, then you want to stop that damage from spreading and occurring. But when you have something like when you're arguing with somebody who says things about like what you were saying earlier with Rey getting hugged by Leia, and it's like if someone said that was a director error and they still tried to defend it, that would basically be damage control. But it's just you can't apply it to anything. And I mean it's a real thing, and its prevalence doesn't make it not a thing. I don't know what he's...
It doesn't even function as an analogy to the Mary Sue stuff because, like I said, he's pointed out that the Mary Sue thing is applicable.
I want to know what exactly the damage control argument has been applied to that he's seen, because I can't think of any examples off the top of my head.
It's those people out there who think these things. You know, those people floating about in the ether out there somewhere.
Disgusting creatures.
Does actually do harm to the underlying opinion. I don't know if the purveyors of these rallying cries realize that, but they do.
Wait, what?
Because when
I don't know if they realize it, but they do.
I don't know if they realize it, but they do. All right, well.
Okay.
Guess that answers that question.
Mary Sue or damage.
I don't know, but I do know. You see, I gotcha. I subverted your expectations.
Control or anything like that. No one is hearing the argument. They're just hearing advertising slogans.
I ain't hearing no argument from you, buddy.
Advertising slogans?
I don't even know.
This video is such a mess for 6 minutes. Like, in terms of a point, I know we've paused it heavily, but it's because if you break it up, you're just like, where's the through line here?
I mean, think of something you find stupid that people say over and over again. Do you even know the meaning of what they're trying to say?
I mean, it would depend on... I mean, I'd have to stop and think about it.
Well, we're stopping and thinking about Hello Greedo's entire talk here, and there's not much intelligent shit coming out of it.
Practically making an argument against communication in general now. So, you know, like, the whole point of... I sound really condescending. You know, the whole point of words is that, like, or concepts, is that I can say... For example, we all watch a new film where there is a character that's just like Rey, and I go, she's kind of a Mary Sue. The two of you know what I mean without me having to explain it all. And then if someone says, no, she isn't, that's when you get into more details, because it's like, okay, so let's break it up then, because if you don't agree, then there's obviously information that's conflicting here. But if I say, God, Hayden Christensen's got some bad acting in the prequels, then someone else is like, what do you mean he constantly looks at the camera? You know, because that's one way of being a bad actor. And I could be like, no, I'm not talking about that specifically. You know, it's all... What I'm saying is, like, I don't really get what he's trying to say. There's so many different ways you can talk about these things, and he's just like, ugh. I hate how everyone's parroting Mary Sue about Ray without even realizing what it means. It's like, how do you know they don't realize what it means? How do you know?
What
What are they saying?
Probably not. You might as well be pushing the button on a teddy bear and hearing the same 3 phrases. So if you don't like Ray or the
video,
I love it how many people have to make sure they say that you're allowed to dislike stuff. It's just like, thanks, man.
Thanks.
Thanks for giving me the green light to hate this terrible movie.
Sequel trilogy, that is 100% fine. I get it. But if you're saying Mary Sue or Damage Control, you're actually hurting your opinion.
What?
No, I'm not.
How do you know that?
Something for what it is.
How
you
do
haven't
you
even
know
listened
that?
to my arguments for it.
God damn it. It's like if I said, oh, The Last Jedi is bad, and then he's like, you're just parroting. I'd be like, you haven't even heard my argument yet.
It's because he's never heard any of the arguments. He just lives in his little echo chamber, probably, which
He lives
exceeds...
inside of his helmet.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
God, does this not come across as a really bitter video?
It is bitter. He's upset. It's like he's mad that Ray's a Mary Sue. And instead of being angry, or instead of being upset at the people who made her that way, he's upset at people who are calling her out for what her character is.
And like, you couldn't throw a single example. Say, for example, just before he made this video, some guy was like, oh, Ray's a Mary Sue. And then he goes, why? And he's like, because Ray, like, she's so just... I just hate the film, okay? And then he's like, so you don't even know what a Mary Sue is, do you? And then they go, no, I don't, but I've heard that criticism. That would be fair, but like, how many times has he come across that situation?
And he's like, oh yeah, I still think it. It's just now I can justify it.
Yeah, I know, right? It'd be like, oh, I guess I was right. I just didn't know what it meant.
I just didn't know why I was right. Thanks for explaining to me why I was right.
Oh, Greedo.
You're not voicing an opinion. You're just parroting a phrase. And really...
Is what I think. Don't assume other people's intentions.
Yeah, and on top of that, being a Mary Sue doesn't matter. That's why it's identified as a serious flaw in script writing, and it has its own tropes.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. That's why we know what it is. It's just we don't matter.
It really doesn't
that's why we
even
all
matter.
agree.
I mean, the silliest idea that I can think of is 2 people having a legitimate debate about which movie they like better. Aha! I liked this movie better. Aha! I liked this movie better. Aha! That movie was good. Oh!
What's that on his finger? Is that a
I don't even. I was about to ask, like, what was the point of him just doing what he just did? I'm assuming he's gonna pull the opinion card soon.
Oh, that movie was bad. I cannot think of a bigger waste of time than debating.
Wait,
art.
did you just say it's a waste of time to debate art?
Oh my god.
What? Why would you do that?
I just want to hear that again.
About, you know, the worst thing in the world is video games. You know what's pointless? Video games are pointless. You know what else is just worthless? Dogs. Dogs and video games suck.
He said it almost bitterly as well. Can we get that again? I can't even press play, which is lame.
Yeah, let me roll it back. That's fucking insane for somebody to just admit.
That movie was good. Oh, that movie was bad.
That's not a debate, by the way.
I cannot think of a bigger waste of time than debating art. So
yeah,
is Ray a Mary Sue?
Reader response theory.
Fucking fundamentally disagree, considering his channel, Just Right's channel, my channel, and Wolf's channel is all a discussion on art. That's the whole fucking point of our channels, to explore and discuss art.
I don't want to debate this thing.
It's like, why
you know
are
what triggers me is the way he said that. Like, how stupid are you to debate art? It's like, what do you mean?
You don't want to defend your opinion from
He sounds like
other
someone
people?
who just get fucking stomped in a discussion. It's like, that's why he thinks, like, it's just, I won't do a discussion because then I would get fucking destroyed, so I'm just gonna say that.
Well, he's gonna come from Just Right's corner, where he'd be like, 2 + 2 is 5, then you go, no, it's 4, and then he's like, yeah, that's your opinion.
Who gives a shit? Little Annie.
Clearly you do. Look how butthurt you are in this video.
To prove people wrong.
So you have like 60,000 subs, and Wolf has like 80-something thousand, and Mahler has about 80-something thousand or whatever. I have 300,000+. People care. How many subs does I Hate Everything have? People do care.
A million.
Like, people do give a shit about this stuff.
And he's still bringing up baby Anakin as though this is something that works in his favor. Like, oh, Stop referencing another bad movie as though that makes your other bad movie look good.
He has to keep referencing baby Anakin too, because Anakin in 2 and 3 gets thrashed. So like he can't use that, but he can use the first one, which, by the way, Rey is the protagonist. Anakin's not in half of the movie for the prequels, and he doesn't really do anything up until he wins the pod race, sure, but there's plenty of reasons why he should be able to win the pod race. And then he pilots this thing, which I agree is retarded, that he flies this thing into that thing and blows it up.
I mean,
like,
isn't
whatever,
it universally accepted that baby Anakin was like one of the worst parts of that entire movie, and nobody defends it?
He's treating this as if people are saying that he's a great character.
Like, nobody liked him.
It's like, if I show one shitty character, that means this other shitty character isn't so shitty.
I mean, isn't it well-known information that, like, this kid got bullied for, like, his entire life, and it, like, this movie ruined his life because people were like, you're terrible. Like, no one's defending him. I mean, maybe defending him from the bullying he got as a kid because that was unwarranted, but nobody liked him otherwise.
I just don't, because this is the thing, right? In an alternate universe where the prequels were great, maybe people would have been saying, yeah, but Anakin was a Mary Sue. But they never even got to have that chance because of how much to criticize there is in the films. Like, there's no, I just don't get it. Like, there's plenty of characters in the prequels that die or get killed and suffer and go through loads of things that all Anakin does, is blow up the control ship. I don't really see the connection when Rey basically, like, she's all about the plot. The whole film revolves around her.
Almost single-handedly.
Yeah, both. I just don't. It's so many reasons why this connection is so bizarre. And to come right after him saying, I just don't care to debate about art, and then also says, by the way, you're wrong because this.
I mean, if you want to provide an example that's better, at least try using Luke. I mean, he's not a Gary Stu, but that's at least better than
it would make more
baby
sense
Anakin.
to try and target him because people like Luke.
I mean, nobody liked this. Why does he keep coming back to this point as though it gives him any level of credibility?
He certainly doesn't have anyone who calls what they do as meaningless and stupid is like, that's such a condemnation of what you do. Like, don't you care about what you do? Like, I would never call what I do stupid and pointless.
And this whole video doesn't make any sense. The whole premise is that he's tired of people being wrong about art, and then he says, like, debating art is stupid.
Oh, so it's such a defeatist attitude that I hate.
Oh yeah. Well, it usually comes from people who have really just no substance to their arguments. They just want to feel. And all power to people who want to feel, but stay out of the fucking discussion if you only want to feel.
And if you could just separate what you feel from what is, then you could have your cake and eat it too. There are shitty movies I love. It's okay. That's fine.
That surprised just right, I think. It's like, what? Do you remember Wolf, the part where he was like, there are flaws in Infinity War, and I was like, yeah, and I still love it, and he was just like, see?
But
I was like, yeah, that's
like,
fine.
Yeah, and I was like, hey, I like The Room, even though it's like horrible.
See, don't you understand the contradictions? Like, no, you're allowed to have feelings. It's weird that I end up being the one that has to say that when I'm supposed to be the guy who takes them away.
Skywalker flew a spaceship inside of a big donut spaceship while wearing a kid-sized helmet. Who cares?
What do you mean, who cares?
You care, clearly.
You care. You're the one bringing it up. Like, you brought it up.
Like fucking punching someone in the face and being like, why do you exist? And you're just like, well, what the fuck? And then he's like, wait, what are you getting so angry about?
So basically,
saying fuck you.
That whole video was just him being like, stop hating this thing I like.
I think it's basically like him, like this is one of the stages of grief where he's like, he's recognized that Rey is indeed a terribly written Mary Sue, and he's trying to justify to himself reasons why that's not bad writing.
Fun.
I think that's what this is. This is him desperately trying to come to terms with it. Because Rey is a Mary Sue.
Whoa.
How long have we been going for?
3.5 hours.
It's surprising how much content you can squeeze out of it. I can't believe how crazy that video is in just 6 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, all the videos we've watched have been under 15 minutes, and we've squeezed 3.5 hours of content into it.
A lot of my fans wanted me to debate this guy, and he said on Twitter as a response at one point that like debating Star Wars is stupid, and so it was just like quelled. But recently, apparently, he's looking to actually debate the film now, and that people were like, contact him, and I just sent a tweet out and I've left it there. But
oh, please debate him.
I don't. I mean, I would. I don't think he will. I don't think. Apparently, someone said that he was streaming and that he mentioned that the only way he would want to debate me is to check out my stuff first. And I have a feeling he's going to Quinton me, like watch my stuff and be like, "Oh, he thinks objectively films are a thing." Then I'm not going to talk to him because that seems to be like, you know, people are like, he's evil. I can't speak to him.
Look at his fucking face. It's a skull. Skulls are bad.
Says the stormtrooper.
But doggos are friendly and happy.
But he's a stormtrooper. Yeah, not impressed. This is the same shit you get from, you know, Quinton. This is the same fucking shit as Quinton, honestly. And Just Right. They're all cut from the same cloth. The whole I want to fight against this argument that's being made while also maintaining that there's no such thing as having a bad argument and being wrong. It's just like you can't hold that position. Stay out of the argument if you think there's no such thing as an argument in the first place about art. It comes across really childish to me. Like adults are having the conversation and it's like, I think that is this, and all of you can't have this discussion because all of us are right. It's like, sit down and shut up.
Yeah, it's like, let's put that to the test.
Because you know, like, if I ask you guys how you feel about particular things, I'm not going to then contradict you. But if I'm like, what is a flaw you've noticed with the thing, and then you bring one up that's just inaccurate in terms of what happens in the actual thing, that is where discussion takes place, and that seems to be just like the jumping off point for these people, where they're just like, that's not a thing. You get to interpret art, so you get to interpret that Luke was not even on the island in the film. He was actually in Coruscant the entire time. You'd be like, no, he wasn't. You'd be like, yeah, you don't know that he wasn't, because the Force might have projected him there while he was at Coruscant, and you're just like, oh god, that's the kind of conversation we're having.
Force, the magic MacGuffin that can do whatever it needs to do. If the plot needs it to do that thing, then yeah, sure, why not?
For one thing, it just ruins quality scripts, because everybody's is quality when you can just write all the scripts for the writers. And it just, why even bother anymore? Like, why write a good script? What's the point?
Yeah, debating art's dumb. Why have
it is so stupid.
Let them all be what they are.
Yeah, The Lord of the Rings, that's nothing compared to the majesty of Birdemic.
I mean, well, there's people out there whose response to my series is, you could have done this with anything. You could do it with Lord of the Rings.
No, you can't.
No, you can't.
Like, don't even try. With The Lord of the... come on.
How much further are we going to go here?
I don't know. If you guys are ready, I mean, this is 3.5 hours, so that's pretty good length.
You want to? Is any of these like really short that we can do real quick to wrap it up on a high note? Or
yeah, I got
high note.
I got a short one for us.
That's Punky J?
Who?
Jared.
Jared.
That's Punky J.
Yeah. We've seen him
name a few times. Yeah, I made some videos about him a long time.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I know this guy.
Oh.
I know of him. Like, I've made a few video responses to him.
Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, when I had you on in January, I know I watched a couple of his videos. One of them being he called him Charlie Manson. Is he really that bad of a guy or something like that?
Something like that. Yeah, I don't know what's up with him. I don't know if I don't know. I mean, he's out there, man. He's a fucking idiot, but
well,
I've made a couple videos. He's out there. He's something else.
Well, we can watch that and just laugh at him, because I don't think anything intelligent, well, even close to intelligent, will come out of this.
All right. Jared explains why he's an incel and why trolls don't bother him again.
I love how he changed his hairstyle, and it's like just as retarded as the last one.
Wait, hang on. Is he referring to himself in third person, or is
Oh,
it someone else's channel?
Someone else re-uploads the videos from his like 11 deleted channels.
Okay.
All right, you guys.
He's got that Wolverine haircut.
I don't know what you call that at all.
It's like it's his what's the not
just
what's
fuck my
the
shit
movies,
up.
the pet detective.
Ace Ventura?
Ace Ventura. Yeah, he's got like this Ace Ventura kind of hair going.
Step aside, Hugh Jackman. New Wolverine's in town.
My virginity regenerates at an alarmingly fast rate.
How's it going? Jared Genesis here, pardon the hair. And my
Is that his new name? Jared Genesis?
Yes.
I guess that makes sense. Punky J for Jared. Every kiss begins.
frog voice, morning voice. Listen to your voice in the morning.
Yeah, so don't make a video right now.
I just wanted to make this video because this was on my mind. It was keeping me up at night, and I just feel
the thrill of potential sex one day.
Like I want to say it now. First of all, let me just say this. If you have a voice, you're allowed to use it. It doesn't matter what you...
I mean...
Thank you.
Thanks for alerting us, Jared.
I look at you and the background behind you and I say, you are inspiration incarnate, Jared. Truly,
I've never heard such emotionally moving words in my whole life. Thank you, Jared, for telling me that I can say things.
If you have a voice, you can speak.
My voice is
Thank you,
saying
President
that you need to
Jared.
clean your room, Jared.
Believe, doesn't matter who you are, people shouldn't keep you from saying what you want. And that's what YouTube has become. It's become a cult. If you're just a small YouTuber, just a vlogger like me, you're gonna have a lot of problems. And it's gotten worse over the years, especially with sites like YouTube. But I decided that I am gonna stay on YouTube, but I'm just gonna have to go back to, and it's retarded that I have to do this, but I have to verify all comments before they're posted.
What?
It's a shame I have to do this. Like, I have to do this.
I wouldn't be able to do that. Fuck that.
It'd be physically impossible for me to do it. I just couldn't do it. I just allow everything.
Well,
and I tell YouTube to allow everything, but for some reason it holds back some comments anyway, and I'm like, it's just too much.
Well, luckily this is Jared, so he probably only gets about 3 comments per video.
Yeah, they're his.
But he's got to approve them
because my trolls can create a shitstorm.
What if he writes his own comments and he's like, he doesn't even approve them? He's like, that one. That's not
approve his own comments.
Like this fucking idiot.
Totally
Nasty,
forgets his own
bullshit
comments.
all over my comments, and people shouldn't have to see that.
Use it if it's your
Wait,
voice.
hang on.
Use it. If it's your voice, use it. Don't let anyone stop you. But I'm gonna go around and making sure that people are using approved commentary.
God,
in
that's
their
like the
comment
most
section.
basic hypocrisy ever. Everyone should be allowed to speak, except the ones I don't like.
Oh my god! And then they're not even aware of it. It's like those words leave his mouth, and there are no problems, no issues.
It's like part of the same paragraph. Like sentence to sentence, he just immediately contradicts himself.
He might be
I'm
the
just-
ghostwriter for Downward Thrust.
Might be.
Not gonna feed the trolls. You know, I was having some fun earlier. I was actually just having some fun with them. I haven't done that
Have
in a
fun?
while, but really, it's just a waste of my time and a waste of their
Okay.
time. I don't feed trolls anymore. I mean, I really
Did
shouldn't.
you
I'm
just
too
say
old
that you
for that
have?
crap.
Like literally today? Like, but you don't do it anymore. Okay.
Thanks,
All over the
Jared.
place, man.
But I just want you guys to know that I am back on YouTube. Not that I was really going anywhere, but you know, if people want to reach out to me, my trolls shouldn't keep them from doing that. So I'm not going to disable comments. I'm just going to have to verify comments before they're posted, which I was doing on another channel, but I'm just going to have to keep doing on this one. That's really it, though. You know, it's just...
Oh my god, did you see the shape in his head?
Keep people...
Like
you know,
when he put his
Well,
head
he's been
down...
bald- he's been basically bald before, so you can see the shape of
Yeah, I mean, like, I think the last video we watched of him, Rags, he had, like, you described it as, like, the reverse monk cut, where instead of a bald spot on his head, he just had hair coming
Just
out of the center.
A little brown cloud.
Yeah,
over
but
him. Yeah.
but when he put his
Don't
head
be
down, you could see, like, the little circle where the haircut used to be. and where the rest has grown in around it.
Annihilation.
From making videos, like scaring them away or whatever, but if you do want to be a YouTuber, you just have to take precautions, you know, like verify.
Never done that. I've never done that in my life.
I was gonna say, I don't have to do that.
Yeah.
Am I a YouTuber or no? Does that count?
You're one of them fakey YouTubers.
Damn.
One of them Russian robots who doesn't like the Star Wars
hell.
movie.
Find comments before they're posted and stuff like that, because if you don't think exactly like a lot of other people think, they'll attack you for it. This is the world we live in. We live in a world full of vacant, antisocial sociopaths who will literally...
This coming from you.
Sociopaths. He's explaining why he's
Vacant?
an incel. But
Antisocial sociopath. Like, vacant as in, like, not really president?
like, I guess in their head, they're vacant in the sense of... They don't
He
have
probably meant to say vapid, but doesn't actually know that word.
He probably thinks it's just an alternative form of rapid.
literally attack you just because your mind doesn't think like they do. Just because this is sociopathy at its finest.
That has nothing to do with sociopathy. It's not what a sociopath is. What the fuck?
This is, you know, being a vacant fuck. These people are vacant fucks. They're not right in the head. I've learned that over the years.
Means.
A lot of these people.
It's like these people, they're not present. They are not here. All of them, they are elsewhere. They're
Jared.
scarce in this location.
Jared, the word you're looking for is vapid.
Vapid.
Especially 4chaners. If you look at 4chan, if you look at the site 4chan, it basically promotes, you know, sociopathy and phobias towards other people. You can't get in trouble for anything you say. There's all kind of garbage racism on there. It's a disgusting site full of disgusting people. And I would say probably 80% of my trolls are all 4chaners.
I would love to see that conclusion.
I hope 4chan saw this.
I'm like 8 out of 10. Yeah, I'd say about 8 out of 10.
That just needs to be said.
It's probably the whole, like...
You know, it's just, I'm sorry that people want to judge me and be an asshole just because of stupid things. But listen, bro, I'm from the South, and people down in the South, we just don't give a fuck. You know, we're pretty laid back. We may not be the best looking people or the smartest, but we're the damn
We might be ugly and stupid, but at least we don't care. It's like, okay. And I'm in Arkansas now, so I'm in the South, and I'm like, no. I think it's like everywhere you go. It's like there's good looking people, there's bad looking people, there's stupid people, smart people. I was like, we're ugly and stupid, but at least we don't care. All right.
And we're the people that built the United States. You know, we were the ones building shit.
Yeah, no, not you, buddy.
I don't know about that.
I'm pretty sure that's like the whole United States, not just you.
This was a team effort, my dude.
Never been a fan of the whole refers to ancient ancestors and then is like, we did this.
Yeah, that was me. I did that.
Can you imagine his ancient ancestors looking down on him and knowing that this is what came out?
They'd be like, oh shit, we should just fucking give up.
We should have just stayed in England.
Hate
yeah.
Towards Yankees, but they're the ones that were in offices, you know, doing, you know, paperwork and shit. But we're the ones that really built America and made America great. I have a lot of pride in being from the South.
They're doing their papers and
Texas
shit.
all my life.
Yeah.
You know, and people want to judge me because maybe I mispronounce things sometimes or because of other stupid things. I really don't give a shit. Like, I don't care what people have.
You do because you moderate your own comments. That's
You
the
know,
thing.
I'm starting to notice a pattern. It's like, if you truly do not give a shit, first of all, you wouldn't be covering it. But second of all, you shouldn't need to say that. It should be very clear that you don't give a shit about the thing, because people will be like, why hasn't he talked about it? Does he not give a shit?
He's like, you'd have to directly ask him. It's like, how come you don't do this? And he's like, instead of going out of your way to say, oh, I don't care about all these things. Like, all those comments that I moderate and I approve, I don't care about them. It's like,
I think it's. I don't think people ever really use it for what it actually means. I think what people mean when they say I don't care is, I don't want to talk about that anymore. Really,
with it. I'm sick of
yeah.
You know, I've just had enough.
It's like they do care, but they just don't fucking want anything to do with it anymore.
Yeah.
say about me, bro. You know, it just goes in one ear and out the other.
Yeah, because there's no obstacles in the way. Because his head's empty. Because there's nothing there.
Sorry, I love his hair.
It is pretty cool.
It's so silly.
And I think it's funny because a lot of these beta males, they think that they can, like, you know, they think I'm.
This dude's a fucking alpha. This guy leads the wolf pack. I don't know what you're talking about. This dude, he's a fucking stud.
One of those douchebag alphas, you know, one of those gym bros.
Oh, he's not an
that, like,
alpha,
gets
though.
butthurt if they try to prey on certain.
Wait, they're both
weaknesses.
betas and alphas?
I'm not like that.
He's the Omega. He's even worse.
He's the Omega Wolf. He's always looking up at those, you know, at everybody else getting all the attention and the glory and the fame and the pussy, and he's like, oh, I don't want any shit. Those guys are lame. Those guys
I don't care about that. I just want to.
I just
want to talk about it though.
I just want to rock my own hair.
I just want to be in my room with my fucking guitar and my Leonardo plush, and I just want people to leave me the fuck alone.
I don't have an ego. I'm not a douchebag.
He really is. Like, he's been a douchebag for a long time. He's very douchey, but I can't help but love the guy.
Yes, I am an alpha male, but I'm not one of those douchey ones. And they don't understand that you can still be alpha and not be a douchebag.
What?
It's kind of funny.
I don't know why you don't look at this guy and it doesn't scream alpha to you, because I'm kind of intimidated, honestly.
I mean, you had a point. He is trying to do the whole Wolverine hair. I mean, any second now he could just pull out the sideburns any second now and pull out the claws from his fists.
Pretty sure that he needs to tidy his room at the very least, according to the Peterson law of being a man anyway.
Yeah.
So he's not doing well for starters.
The hair is shaped like that to make him appear larger than he really is. It's an intimidation tactic.
You mean like the peacock's feathers thing? They just spread out when he's trying to intimidate people.
And he blows, and then his hair, it just poofs up as a defense.
What do you think a Jared Genesis in the wild streets of wherever he lives is?
I don't know, man. I'd love to know, like, the people who are close to him and just see how he interacts with people, like, on the daily. It's like, I just want to be a fly on the wall, just seeing, like, what he does, how he behaves during the day. So, because I want to learn from a true alpha.
Oh yeah.
Me, you know, the beta males are very, very close-minded people. I've noticed most of them, anyways, and they're hilarious. You know, they have that scrappy do syndrome, where I think they just feel like they have to act tough to feel better about themselves. There's an old saying that the scaredest dog in the park, you know, always has the loudest bark. Trying to act tough, trying to look tough, just, you know, to feel better about themselves or whatever. And it's just funny to me because I know real men, they don't have to act tough like that. They don't.
You know real men.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, it's like this whole manliness thing is like so much of you focus on all the wrong things, and then you call yourself something that you're not. You know, I don't know, man. He's all over the place.
Don't need to prove themselves. You know, I'm a Christian man. I don't have to prove myself.
Actually, it clearly states in the Bible that you should be ready at all times to show people why you believe the things that you do.
Oh, that's different. Interpretation, opinion.
Oh, okay. Well,
it's not the original King James that you're reciting there.
Yeah, it's not the right version. It's not the King James version. Like, okay, I gotcha. Right.
Person are the only thing I feel like I have to prove myself to is God. And I actually do feel like I'm doing God's work by.
Has God seen your room?
God would be ashamed.
God would be like, pick up your room, Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, YouTuber and spreading truth. And
so he's like, you can fornicate a little, Jesus. It's like, come on.
That is what I will continue to do. You know, and haters are gonna hate. I have some people recently who called me an incel. I looked that up because I don't even know what the hell that meant.
I just thought it was being normal, but I didn't know everyone else had a name for it.
But yeah, I saw a video from Jeremy of the Quartering Good channel.
Jeremy?
Link in description.
Oh. Man. Oh, I'm so sorry, Quartering, that you got a recommendation. I'm so sorry, Jeremy. Oh my god! I'll send him a Discord message and say, "Hey, you've got." He's like, "You're about to get a huge sub boost." I just wanted to let you know.
If you notice 10 more people subscribe to you, this is from
negative
him.
10.
Yeah. I was like, "Oh, you like him? I better fuck off."
About incels, I thought it was funny as hell because let me tell you guys something. If you live in the deep south, like I don't live in the deep south, but I can tell you in the deep south, everybody gets laid. All you gotta do is go to a bar.
Did you
and
catch
liquor up
that he actually looked as if to say, like, I hope no one's listening, because this shit's gonna be naughty what I'm about to say.
He's talking about other people having sex, and he's worried that God's gonna hear him.
It's like, oh yeah, people down here, everyone has sex so
He's like,
often
yeah,
that I have to look
everyone
behind my shoulder to make sure no one hears me say it in case they can
one of
prove
these-
me wrong.
Yeah, it's like one of these sex havers. They might be behind me right now. So, I'm in the clear.
One of these sex havers. Somebody fucking talks about him.
girl, and it's a guarantee she's gonna do whatever you want, you know. And
Wow.
I'm sure he knows from experience.
Dude, that's pretty degrading.
Yeah, that speaks pretty. As a guy who is in the South, that's not true. You will get slapped the fuck out if you do go around with that attitude.
What do you mean with that hairstyle? I'm sure they didn't agree to anything.
She's probably just like, oh my god, where are your parents? Are you lost? Are you even old enough to be in here?
Did you escape?
God, let me call 911. You poor thing. Let me get you some water. Do you need anything to eat?
The term incel is funny because I guess, you know, in some parts of the world it's harder. But here in the South, dude, everybody gets laid, bro. It doesn't matter who you are. You know, unless you're like super, super nerdy and I guess like lack the social skills to even go outside of your house.
I don't know.
then
It
I
doesn't
guess
look
that
like you
could
get
be-
out of your room too much.
Yeah, it's a self-sufficient room.
Not the kind of he should get a green screen just as an excuse to hide all of that.
Yeah, I wouldn't. If I was going to be in front of a webcam, then I wouldn't want that to be my backdrop. You know, and not just because I would be like, well, the lighting, of course, but it's like your room looks like a dumping ground for shit. And it's like the amount of space you can actually walk around in seems so minimal. You get red tubs and plushes and what is that, Arm & Hammer? I don't even know.
Are those baby wipes on his dresser?
They might be. I'm not certain. But
We
he's got
hope
some-
against
he's got a
it.
guitar and some cymbals, so he can rock out for the ladies.
With the no room to actually even get to them.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like storage space is what.
You know what that is? He played with it like 10 years ago, and then he just put it in the corner.
Yeah, I'm a drummer. Yeah, I guess I'm a musician. I guess I don't normally talk about it though. But
Yeah, you can tell this guy's the next Steve Vai.
An issue. But see, even then, I mean, you know, the super beta males, they're usually the people that can hack the system and have money somehow. You know, I know a guy.
What? It's like, they just have money somehow.
They hacked the system.
They hacked the system and got money somehow. There's just a bank. There's just like a computer bank, and they hack it and they get the money. They don't have jobs or lives. They don't have.
They don't earn
careers.
it. They just got lucky.
They're just beta males who get all this money somehow.
But Jared
Unlike
here,
alphas like me who don't have any money.
He knows what's up. He sees right through it.
I'm glad he's sticking to his principles of not hacking the system. That's very.
I think
good.
the common theme today has been learning. Like everything we've covered, we just learned. We learned how GTA failed. We learned how Cuphead actually attacks you versus what we thought that it did. We learned the ending of Annihilation was explained. We learned what a Mary Sue means, and today, right now, we're learning how beta males make money.
I want to hear this guy's pickup lines. Is what I want to do. Jeez.
man, I've learned more from this 3.5 hours than I have in my entire time in college.
I just pictured him trying to pick up a girl. He's like, "Hey, how you doing?" And then she like says "fuck off" or something. Then he goes, "Huh, beta male."
You're a beta male, yeah.
And he gets money from the government. He could.
It's like he gets denied, and he's like, "Yeah, score one for Jesus."
That damn beta male getting money from the government.
It's like I may not have hacked the government, but I can do stuff.
Get laid if he wanted to. He knows. I bet he's watching this video too. He has the money. He could order a hooker if he wanted. So really, like, anybody.
Yeah, dude, all the beta males that are ordering hookers are watching Jared Genesis.
Yeah, especially because that's, I mean, I don't even know. It's like no one I know of is like, yeah, I lost my virginity. I bought a hooker. He's like, I mean, that's almost like cheating.
That's so unfulfilling.
You would not want to spread that around, really.
Yeah, like,
you described the situation as, oh, it was an old girlfriend. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was like I was at a party or whatever, and he's like, yeah, it would be different. You're like, yeah, I met this hooker, and she just gave me a freebie because she was so fucking impressed by my massive dick. And he was like, whoa.
I told her I was an alpha, and yeah, you just slide right in.
I told her I hacked the government, and she was like, oh, really?
Wow. I think the term incel is honestly just kind of funny. And I think that's just a way of, feminist females and white knight simps trying to bring down the alpha male. I think that's just
the alpha male.
How would feminists? Incel is not a term of endearment. He's like, no one's like, oh, you're an incel? That is so cool. I want to be just like you. No one uses the term incel to make fun of alphas who do get laid. Like, it's a derogatory term, or it's not necessarily derogatory, but it's not a term of endearment for people who are involuntarily celibate.
Yeah, the whole involuntary part is supposed to be the part where it's just not desirable.
Yeah, it's like like if you were voluntary celibate, it's like, because there's until I had sex, I was like, I just don't care, and then you do it and you're like, I do care. This should continue. This behavior should continue.
Just their way of trying to bring down the alpha male. They're trying to break the alpha. Like I said, the people that attack people like me, they're trying to bring me down because they see that I'm alpha. They see that I'm not beta or omega or any of those terms.
The fuck?
And
he's definitely not omega.
Do you need all of this?
Beta. I'm not a gamma. I'm certainly not an omicron. I mean, Jesus
I'm a
Christ.
delta male.
Delta.
They're like
I'm
beta
like-
times 2 in a good way.
Excuse you, Echo? That's the new thing?
Yeah.
trying to break
I'm an echo male.
me down for because they're sociopaths, and I guess I just remind them of a school bully. And let me just tell you guys
Not
a quick
really.
little tip for some of you trolls. When you don't even have the balls to show your photo or even your real account, if you're on a stock account with a fake photo up, you don't have shit on me, bro.
Oh
That
man,
says you're
that's
the
all
old-
three of us.
Oh shit. Oh my fucking god.
Well, rip.
What are we gonna do?
Why can't
We're
we
all-
be men like him?
See, it doesn't even matter if all of us are beta or not, because as long as one of us is an echo male, then we'll echo the beta from whatever one is the beta. So it's all over.
Hey, at least we're still on the alphabet, dude. Imagine if it
True.
was something else.
We made it that far.
Ultimate
Imagine being a zeta
power.
male.
Zeta male, yeah.
And you have literally nothing on me when you do that shit. At least show your face.
I never got this. Like, you have to show your face, or else things that you say don't mean anything. Is like, bro, like, especially in an age where people try to get you fucking fired, and they try to put your address out there for malicious means. It's like, I don't blame people for wanting to stay anonymous. And plus, I would prefer you were anonymous so that I just had ideas to attack instead of like a person. It's like I like going after characters that people put forth. It's like I don't care who you really are. I just don't. It doesn't matter. Like, just give me a picture to look at or some character that you're playing. Ultimately, I want to focus on the things you say, not like what you look like or where you live, or things like that. It's like it's the most low tier kind of commentary.
You get a sense of like, wait, what's your motive now? We were discussing something, but now you want my face? Like, what does that have to do with our discussion?
Yeah, and it's like it can't have an audience. It's like, why? Why would you? It's like, what do you mean? We shouldn't post this live stream discussion that we had for hours. It's like, what are you trying to hide? What do you not? Like, were you being dishonest, or are you trying to put up a front of something? I don't understand. That's really shaky. Making a request like that. I hate everything.
And your real account. Otherwise, I am not going to take you seriously at all.
Oh no.
Nor is
Oh no, no one's gonna take us seriously, guys. No one's gonna subscribe or listen to the things we say or send us emails every day.
or respond
Yeah,
actively.
man. Ugh.
Damn.
Yeah, that's a shame. One of these days, though. One of these days.
Yeah, we'll get there one day.
I can't wait until I'm on par with Jared Genesis.
Jared Genesis.
We're all
Don't have the
heading that
balls
way.
to do
I think,
that.
one day.
You don't have
It's all we're gonna be on a down thrust, boys. Yeah.
shit on me, dude, and you know that. You can't say anything about me in terms of looks or who I am when you do.
You're ugly.
I wouldn't go that. I'd just be like, you're off-putting.
Like I wouldn't. I'm not attracted to you or your room.
Gonna make him cry, right?
It doesn't matter because he's gonna block my comment anyway, and alphas don't cry. So
True.
Big
like,
alphas don't cry.
he brings someone home and they're like really on the fence about his, like his body and his looks, and then they see the state of his room and they're like, "We're done. That's it." And they throw their hands up. It's like, There's this one. Nope. There's a straw that broke the
You
camel's
don't
back.
even have the balls to show me who you are or what you look like, dude. It's just fucking retarded.
This is what I look like.
But you know, I know a lot of
Why
kids
do you
use
need
this
to
site.
know that?
Yeah.
What?
What does it matter? It doesn't
Yeah.
matter because we don't get to choose like our appearance. Really, we don't get to change that. It's just the genetic lottery, basically. It doesn't matter.
It feels just as odd as being like, okay, I want to know if you have how many toys you have as well. And he's like, why? He's like, up front, I want to know what that is.
I mean, it's no
It's like,
different than
what?
saying like, "I'll only debate you if you give me your address." You know?
Yeah,
it's
that
like,
see,
basically the same thing.
they understand how that is crossing the line. For some reason, the face thing doesn't phase them. I'm trying to think of like how to convince them that it just doesn't do anything. Because I think I told you about this before. But like Keemstar's a huge enforcer of that as well. His logic is that if you like openly criticize him publicly, then he gets to know your identity. Like it's almost like he's earned the right to have it or something. And he doesn't necessarily want an address. He just wants the name because your criticism should have a name behind them.
Behind it.
Well, I was going to say a face attached to the name, I suppose. But it's just like, why though? Why do you need that?
Like, what about my criticism was wrong? Tell me, or was it correct? That's
Just a lot of 12-year-old kids, and they don't want you to know that they're just some weak ass little kid, and I think that's why they do that too. But it's just funny to me.
We're just 12 years old, guys.
Anyways, guys, I'm back on YouTube. I tried DTube and it was just stupid. It wouldn't even let me log in.
I have no idea what DTube is. Let me Google it real quick. My internet history is already a steaming pile of shit anyway.
Beautiful.
So I guess DTube looks like YouTube.
Oh, is it like an attempt to compete, or?
I don't know. But it doesn't have views. It has. It aims to be an alternative to YouTube that allows you to watch or upload videos on IPFS and share or comment about it on the immutable. I don't know. It's another YouTube thing. It's YouTube but different.
Again, because I don't have a phone.
Okay.
Man,
like,
he's.
Look, I mean, how do you not have a phone? Like my grandparents have iPhones. I don't understand. How do you not have a phone? And it's not. It's not a matter
these
of,
days,
you can get
literally,
a phone for nothing.
first phone that I got was 6 years ago, and it felt really late.
I mean, my first phone was like one of those shitty track phones, and I got that when I was like
same year.
13, I think.
Then I got a $10 Android that was a smartphone, and it was actually pretty good. It was actually quite good.
Yeah, I meant first smartphone.
I didn't get my
6
first
years ago.
smartphone till probably my sophomore year of high school, I think.
Because I had a flip phone up till that point, but I never used it. It was just so I could call people in an emergency.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why my parents made me get one. It was like, you're really young. Just in case there's an emergency, you should have a phone. They're just a smartphone is so useful. Directions and looking up this and that and calling people.
Oh yeah,
and getting messages. It's
no,
just,
seriously, smartphones have gone to the point where they're like an invaluable tool for the human race at this point. Like everyone should have a smartphone because of it's like a Swiss Army knife.
Take pictures and you can record video and you can give yourself notes and you can activate objects and it's your entertainment and your media on the go. It's a way to keep up with news. It's so useful, and they're not expensive. I mean, they can be, but they can also be not expensive at all. That's the thing. don't you think that it's useful to have? I mean, the only people, if you don't have a phone and you don't think it's a problem, it's because you don't have anybody to call or you have nobody to call you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because you're not aware of the tool aspect of it, I suppose, and then you wouldn't be aware of the social one because nothing changes if your social situation is already terrible.
It's like the only I mean, maybe he has like a landline that I don't know if he lives alone or not. I will go out on a limb and say that it's very possible that he does not live alone. And I don't mean he's got a live-in girlfriend. He says it so nonchalantly. Like, yeah, I don't have a phone. It's no big deal.
I'm the alpha without a phone.
I'm the alpha without a phone.
How do you be an alpha without a phone?
I'm a wolf without a pack. I'm an alpha without a phone. I'm Punky J.
Man without a brain.
Had to send me a text. I don't know. That was a huge turn off, and I think DTube is probably just going to be like VidMe. It's probably just going to fizzle out. But Minds.com is really fucking legit. If you've never checked out Minds.com, it's like a mixture of Facebook and YouTube. It's very personalized, and you can interact with people much easier. And honestly, there's just smart, intelligent people on there.
Oh man, Jared Genesis. He's on Minds.com. We got it.
It's in the news. Minds shuts down after a recommendation by Punky J. Users create max exodus. What caused the diaspora from Minds.com?
Yeah.
It was him.
Just a bunch of dimwit, fanboys like on YouTube. Definitely worth checking out. I'm on Minds.com at Jared Genesis, all one word.
There you go, guys.
Feel free
Look
to
him
add
up.
me. I'm also going to be posting.
Do not contact this poor man. Do not even dare contact this poor man. This poor
Leave
alpha.
him be.
Let him stew in his room alone without your commentary, please.
Videos on there too. But I love Minds.com. It's it's really great, especially for people who hate Facebook too. Because it's a great way of mingling.
The center
with
of his
people.
head is like
And I
actually
would say
irritating
also,
me now because it's like cut completely differently from the rest of his hair.
His hair is like first stage of setup clown hair.
He's gonna turn stage 4 clown cancer.
He's gonna turn into Pennywise and he's gonna take up the mantle in the next It movie.
Getting bigger. Skin's getting paler.
He's not scary, he's just really embarrassing. Like whenever you see him, just like, oh.
Make us laugh. He's like, I don't. Alphas don't make people laugh. Oh.
Like tries to scare people, he's tripping over stuff. He's like, oh.
Like, damn it.
Struggle with talking to girls. You should talk to a girl on Minds.com because I bet bet most of them.
But how is it that you have reached this conclusion? I wonder. Okay. All the smart ladies are on Minds.com. I will give that I'll check it out.
I dated a lot on YouTube, but there's just not smart girls on YouTube.
I started dating on YouTube. Yeah, but it wasn't really working out. I think it was too alpha.
I grew up and started visiting Facebook clubs and then Twitter clubs. And,
I can just imagine this guy trying to court Jacqueline Glenn, and it's like really messing with me right now.
Yeah, after they shut down the personals on Craigslist, I had a little bit of a dry spell.
That may be what I'll be doing. Maybe I should just put away the stupid websites like Plenty of Fish, because I can tell you, man, Plenty of Fish has plenty of fakes, and OK Stupid has plenty of, stupid people. OK Cupid, plenty of.
It's like there's a place called OK Stupid, and he's like, oh, that's for me.
The alpha is having no luck on dating sites. That is so alpha to hear.
Yeah, I'm too alpha for dating sites.
He can only get them from Minds.
Yeah, he only gets his women raw, real life. Pulls them straight out of the ocean.
Man, I think that the best way to meet a girl, honestly, is in real life, though. For people who struggle with that, dating sites.
Oh God!
Okay,
don't tell me you're gonna try and give us advice on that.
Like for myself, I've had a lot of trouble with him. I've met some really sketchy girls.
Yeah,
I can't imagine.
And they took one look at me and they just went quiet. Isn't that sketchy?
All right. Sketchy.
They just walked away and gave me this weird look.
Who is struggling,
yeah,
like with meeting women or what have you. The best way to meet a girl is just going out, but don't go to a sleazy bar. I'm not saying, even though it's probably a guarantee you would get laid if you did that. Girls like that, you don't want to hang around with, bro. A lot of them have STDs. A lot of them are just fake people, you know. They're alcoholics.
You find alcoholics in a bar? No way.
They're alcoholics and their breath stinks. They have STDs, and they're demons from hell.
Well, guys, no one's as real as Jared Genesis here.
Yeah, I keep it real.
In real life, you'll get your alcoholic weirdos. In minds, you get the most intelligent women.
Like, Jared, a little
known
too
to
real.
man.
Tone down on the realness. Less real.
That stinks. You know, they're just, you don't want to be around them, trust me, dude. I've been there, done that. But anyways, guys,
That
thanks for
transitioned
watching.
into the outro.
Glad to be back on YouTube, even though I didn't really go anywhere, but I just wanted to make this video. So
Thanks for coming back from
guys,
nowhere.
I'll talk to you later.
Thanks so much, Jared.
Wow.
Cinematography was on point. I expected nothing less from an alpha.
That was amazing. That was the best video ever. I can't believe we didn't start off with that one.
I'm gonna go jerk off onto my toaster.
Beautiful.
Can't believe it. That's amazing.
Jared
How can we ever peak that?
Jared Genesis. 58 subs, yeah boy. Well, he's got 2 channels. There's oh my god, look at here. Let me show you his profiles here. Those are his yeah. He looks like fucking Edward Scissorhands. Wow, that's quite.
It's like the first 2 stages of grief, I guess.
It's like acceptance. Man, that's crazy. I need to check him out, see how he's doing. He 11 hours ago he made a video called "Let's Talk About Trolling."
Well, hold on. I think one of those channels. I need to double check because there's a couple channels that are dedicated just to.
He has the Last Jedi as a review.
Oh god.
He has a review of the Last Jedi. Oh my god, we've gotta. Maybe not now because it's late.
Fucking longest podcast in history.
Gotta watch the Last Jedi review.
Okay, send me the link and I will put it away.
Put it away.
Put it away for later. Yeah. Oh god. Hey, he's almost got a normal haircut. Wow.
It is almost normal. It's like a Dan Aykroyd haircut from Ghostbusters.
Kinda, yeah.
It is kind of it's real.
Wow. I'm gonna miss the original.
Man.
How are we ever going to get past that? Jared, go back to the normal haircut. Or the abnormal. Normal for you.
the haircut where it just looks like a toupee. He's just a bald guy.
It's like, I told you, it's like a brown cloud floating above his...
Mahler, I think it was on... Maybe it was one of the last podcasts we did together.
I think it's the first one I did with you.
Yeah, it was one podcast. Someone compared it to like a bird's nest just sitting on top of his head.
Like, because every once in a while, his videos, you're gonna hear a little cheep cheep. He grabs a Cheeto from the floor of the desk, and
just a beak rises from his hair and like plucks it out of his hand. Oh my god, it's beautiful. Thank you for so much entertainment, Jared.
Yeah, he's probably the most entertaining out of the selection.
He really was.
At least we got to laugh at it.
Instead of just being frustrated by it.
Yeah.
Like, this is
or bored out of your mind because they don't say anything.
Yeah, it's like, get to the point. Ugh, man, it is 9:35 p.m.
Man, it's weird. I used to like struggle with my like earlier podcast to like get to 2 hours. Now it's a struggle to stay under 4. Like the last 3 podcasts, well, if we count this, the last 3 podcasts have all been over 4 hours. It's weird. Crazy.
Hours, jeez.
Thing is, all 3 of us are talkative, ego-driven personalities, so.
And we all pause things a lot.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to say.
Yes.
There's a lot to say. If we watched better videos, we would have to pause them less often.
I mean, I told you, right, Wolf, like, the latest recording for going over Interstellar was 7.5 hours, like...
Yeah.
Me and my friends tore it to shreds. It's just a lot of people don't like it, right? Because I remember Drunken Peasants used to get that criticism a lot, that they would pause videos and thus convert what the person was saying into something they weren't. And so you got to try and account for that. It's not quite the same criticism as taking them out of context. It's kind of like misunderstanding.
You have to let them finish their elaborate thoughts.
Because the Hello Greedo video might have made more sense if we watched it all in one without saying anything, maybe. But I
doubt it.
The thing, I think that's an excuse, because it's like, oh yeah, because I won't be able to then recant all the problems I have with this stupid script. I'll only be able to say like, yeah, that was not good.
I mean, if he managed to make a good video out of that, then we would have been able to rescind whatever statements we made beforehand.
He started off okay, because he got the definition out of the way, and then he actually agreed that she's a Mary Sue. Then he could have gone on to try and maybe explain how a Mary Sue can actually be okay within a story, and how Rey is acceptable in some way, but he doesn't. He just like gets really petty and starts going off on a tangent about how people don't argue properly, according to him, but then they shouldn't be arguing anyway because debating art is stupid, and then just a hypocrite.
Yep.
Very confusing.
Star Wars. Well, I need to go eat. I am famished. I'm drained of my energy. Need to eat and work on the video.
When we respond into the right opinion.
Well, what time is good for you? Because what I want, let me get a video where, so that, because there's like this gap, but because the moving and everything, so that I could be like back, for like back to making content and stuff like normal. Then we'll dive into it. We'll give it a whole fucking afternoon if we need it. And we probably
I was gonna say
will.
you're gonna need to make some space potentially.
Yeah.
Because if it starts to be the same fucking thing over and over again, like semantics and shit,
Well,
I'm like,
it's broken up because they tackle you, then me, then you, then me sort of thing throughout the video. So
okay,
we get plenty to work with.
Sure, it'll be fun. It'll be grand. I stand by everything I said.
The right opinion is actually invested in being around for it, by the way. I'm assuming you wouldn't want him in the call, because that just wouldn't make sense.
No, it wouldn't make any sense. No, he didn't contact me while he was making his video.
True.
That would, I don't know why I would do them that service. Especially if you're going to pull in Quentin, who would refuse to debate you, to make
I've actually,
you. Like, that's just like, ugh.
Are we still recording, by the way?
Oh, I can put it off if you.
I was just gonna say, like, since are we more casual conversation now? Are we still doing a podcast?
Yeah, I'll just end it now. Thank you guys for watching, and thank you two for coming on. And Fringy, I'm disappointed in you.
Fringy.
He
heard that we were racists.
Oh man. He didn't want to be the one black guy.
He didn't want to be the token green.
All right. Thank you guys for watching.